How's everyone doing? It's good to see you. It's good to see you all. I have a couple things to cover before we get into some fantastic Rust. Yeah, at 2 p.m. I know. I'm on late. My wife is out for the weekend. So she has a weekend out. So I had to fully deal with the kids this morning. So I know I'm late. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is. I'm trying on Saturdays to actually stream an hour before this. So like you're correct, but I'm trying to start an hour earlier at 8 instead of 9. I can't lie about the time. It's 9. Oh, you can't see it right now, but it is right here at the top of my screen. Stop showing that. We're not going to talk about that first. We're going to talk about other things. We're going to talk about things first. Oops. Yeah, but the goal is to be at 8. I did stream successfully every morning, although Wednesday morning, or I said every morning, but the 2 mornings I was planning on streaming, the internet died on me, so it was only like an hour, and then Friday morning I was a little late, and so it was only like an hour and a half instead of the 2 hours, but they were good streams. It was really good for me to not like spend a whole week not programming before like, you know, jumping back into the project. So that was good. I enjoyed that, even though they're a little bit shorter. And I streamed one evening too, which doesn't help for the Brits, but it's super late. But yeah. Press E1 times. My week has been fantastic. How's yours been? Mine has actually been pretty good. You know, this is the 4th of July, so I'm actually gonna take Monday off. I have a 4-day weekend. I might do. I have stuff to do around the house, but I probably am gonna do a 4th of July stream. You know, we gotta celebrate. There's only a British person on. There we go. Our independence. You had a 3-day work week? That's fantastic. That's fantastic. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. I'm so happy for you. I'm a little jealous. I have a 4-day work week this upcoming week, and then with taking Monday off, I'm going to have a 4-day work week the next week too, which is pretty brilliant to me. 2 4-day work weeks back to back is pretty fantastic to me. Also, generally weeks that I take a day off, I try not to work extra on the days. So like usually I work pretty long days, but usually if I have a day off, I try to keep it to like my 8 hours on that week. So like I'm not making up time that I had off. So usually those are easier weeks altogether. So I'm very happy over the next 2 weeks. So this is coffee, but I have a pretty delicious English breakfast tea that I'm probably going to make for my second cup. It will be faster because I don't have to do like the coffee extraction step. And and two, I do enjoy a little cup of tea. A little what you guys call it, a cupper? No, I don't know what you guys call it. Maybe a spot of tea? A spot of tea. Yeah, I do enjoy myself a little spot of tea. Especially, okay, so Americans have this black tea that I feel like is very American, and it's like what the Southern sweet tea is based off of, but I don't like that pretty much at all. Like, I enjoy a good Earl Grey tea or an English breakfast tea. Like, I enjoy probably what's more, I don't know, but like that quintessential black tea that Americans have, not big on that. Yeah, on the 4th of July, you have to throw all tea out. That's standard US practice. Like, it's actually law. You could get in big trouble if you keep any tea on the 3rd. Big trouble. Big trouble. You can't do that. You got to respect the rules. Well, what do you think we're strapping to the rockets? If you don't live close to the sea, you just gotta explode it. Like, everybody on the sea, they throw all their tea out into the ocean, but for all of us inland, we just gotta launch it into space. Oh, Vim Diesel, you look like a Mac user. My goodness, coming in here, throwing cold water on the conversation. Big T. Big T. The conspiracy theories are real. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We were just talking about how our weeks were going, letting a few people jump in while we talked about Big T and the conspiracy of 4th of July for the US. So if you have anything to add there, I'm going to do some news, and then, you know, it's much more reformed. I have some very specific topics that I'm going to cover. Maybe some of them will make clips out for the YouTube for discoverability. We'll see if I do any of them well enough to deserve a clip. And then we'll go into doing some Rust. We have 2 projects to do. I've been working on the Twitch chat. I worked on it in the mornings on Wednesday and Friday, so that was good. I got some progress made on them. Plus, I'm not like super rusty, so I'll make some more progress. And then the other thing that I'm really going to, I'm only going to probably spend about an hour on that, and then I need to spend about 2 hours on my Rust class. I need to, with the move and the sickness, there's been a lot that has gone on in my life. I have not worked on my Rust class, and I really want to, I need to get that made. So anyways, we're gonna work on that a little bit. So let's go ahead. Isn't the stream powered by Okay, so there are plans to get rid of the Mac Mini. You're not wrong. You're not, that hurts me to say that. You're actually right. I'll show you how the stream is done. So there is this PC here. This is the one that we're on. Ooh, I'm really far away from. Let's zoom in a little bit here. There's this PC that we're on, which is Arch. And this is the one that has a mouse and keyboard. This is the one we're using. Let's see. This is a mouse and keyboard. I only have wired stuff. So this is the one that we're using, that we're leveraging right now. And then what you'll find is I have a little audio device here. So that's how I can out offensive words like on. So there's a little audio device that the audio from this goes into this. So we'll put a little screen on this. There's a few sliders on it, a few pads, little circle knobs. That actually came out way closer to what it looks like for a mouse drawing. Okay, so there's actually another row of these. I didn't give myself quite enough. There's 6 of these pads, but anyways, and then so this audio also goes out to a Mac Mini that sits here. Now this Arch Linux has 2 monitors here, 1, 2. Let me see how to draw this a little bit better. All right, it has 2 monitors. We'll throw them like this. So like chat that I can monitor is over on this one, and then what happens is that this monitor, there's actually a box in the middle, and so the computer HDMI goes out to this box, and then from this box to the monitor. So the HDMI from this goes straight to this monitor, and then from this it goes into this Mac Mini. Like this. And then the camera that you guys see, my face, is sitting right here by the Mac Mini. Tomorrow I'm going to do a stream that's called Draw With Me, where I'm going to give some professional drawing lessons. My goodness, this came out better than I thought. Okay. So the camera's sitting here, and this actually goes to here as well. And this is my full setup. So you're right, I am busted. This is a Mac Mini. It's one of the M1s. I had originally I got this M1 to actually run Linux on and run a Kubernetes cluster on because I thought that would be cool. At the time, it wasn't feasible. It is feasible now. It is actually feasible now. And so one of the things that I would like to do is actually replace this M1 Mini with a custom PC build that has, I don't know yet. My thought was originally one of the ARC cards from Intel because they allow me to do AV1 encoding. And the big reason I want to do AV1 encoding is because A, Stream supports it, and B, I can actually send a better resolution with fewer megabits, like fewer bitrate. So basically I can have a higher bitrate and have a smaller compressed stream, which means I can send more information up on my internet connection because I'm pretty much pushing what my internet will support as a thing. So M1s, 2, 3s, and even 4s don't support AV1 encoding. I tried the software encoding, but it can't, at least the M1. Now maybe the M4 could, but the M1 couldn't keep up with software encoding of a live stream. So I can't software encode with this. So anyways, I want to build a custom mini PC that will do AV1 encoding. I think actually some of the CPUs will do this now, so I don't even need a graphics card on this. So anyways, I want to build a little mini PC, to do my encoding and get rid of this. If I get there, what I then want to do is try to make this a Linux a Linux Kubernetes cluster running machine, because I think that would be amazing. I think it would be really cool. So, yep, I am busted. My goodness. That was a long explanation of, you got me. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let's work out from the, you're a little low, probably. You're probably a little low. Oh, that was for the soundboard? Yeah, okay, you're probably right on. You're probably right on. Yeah, okay. Fairly spot on. And the dumb part was, I actually really like this setup. I know this seems like super overcomplicated, but it's actually proven really, really nice. A couple streams I have broken my network on purpose. A couple I've broken my network on accident. And the thing is, and a couple of times I restart my words. I restart my machine. And in those cases, it's really nice because I can restart all of this. I can kill the network. I can do anything like that, and it doesn't affect the stream, which is really, 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 really nice. That being said, it's also not nice because you have to have all of this other stuff. You have to have this because you're streaming to another thing. So if you want sound from this computer to go to the stream, you basically have to do something like this. The other thing that's not nice about this is you have to link all of this stuff together. Like, this has to run. And what really sucks about that is this is powered by the power from the M1. So for me to have this screen, the M1 has to be on for this one to get signal, which is super stupid, or I have to change wires, which is something I have done. Sometimes I just leave the M1 on because it's power efficient, but I don't love everything that this does. But as far as streaming goes, this is also really just really awesome, and I like it. I do like it. But I do want to switch that that M1 out. All right. Let's jump into the news. Hey, well, back to diagram, if you can guess the price from it. Yeah. Yeah, I like my setup. Is it more than you need? Absolutely. And it's more than what my stream deserves. There you go. There you go. Let's jump into the news. I have just a couple topics for us to go over. And a few things to talk about. We'll see if they make them into videos. And yeah. The first thing that I wanted to ask you all about is if you'd like me to give a 10-minute thing on what middle management is for. I feel like I see things like this, and I feel like everybody has missed the idea of what middle managers are, including the big tech leaders, Microsoft, Facebook, and the likes. I feel like it's coming. I feel like middle managers in those organizations weren't actually valued for what they could do or should do, and probably aren't being effective at their job, because if they are, driving efficiencies wouldn't be cutting them out, because that's one of the things they should be doing. And the other thing is like this: Microsoft pushes staff for internal AI tools more and may consider this in reviews. So my thing is like, as a middle manager, as one of those people that you would consider soundly in the middle management, the thing is, let's say I assume all my engineers can do 4 lines of code a day. That's a terrible metric. I understand. I'm just using it for analogy. If I assume that everybody can do 4 lines of code, and somebody uses AI and does 5 lines of code, and somebody doesn't use AI and does 6 lines of code, then the fact that AI is not used has no effect, right? Because they can be faster than the and be more efficient than the people with AI. So one of the things that your leaders should be doing is your leaders should be pushing on the fact of measuring what matters. I've actually had this conversation with many of our vendors to stop using the word AI. I don't care. If you can bring me efficiency, great. If it's leveraging AI, great. If it's measuring AI, that's fine. I don't care. But the thing is, the goal is to drive efficiencies, no matter what they are. Or the goal is to measure our efficiencies, no matter what they are, whether they're AI or quantum computing. And so I feel like a lot of these are actually missing the point. If you're doing a performance review, it should be about your performance. If you use Vim or VS Code, that's not really about your performance. Unless if your performance is, I don't know. Now, I do understand dog fooding your own tools. And so it's an acceptable thing to say, hey, our company policy is that you use these internal tools first because it's dog fooding, and you only don't use those tools otherwise. That's a valid thing because you want that feedback. You want that fast feedback loop. You want that iterative cycle. That's acceptable. But yeah, anyways, let me know if you guys want me to go in on that, because I feel like people don't understand what a manager is supposed to be doing, at least in my opinion, in my humble opinion. And I'd be happy to talk about it. I kind of talked about it a little bit more than I meant to, but Microsoft blue screen of death is going away. Microsoft, please don't do this. It's legendary. It is a legendary thing. Don't get rid of it. It's not there. You shouldn't get rid of it. Now, I just wanted to say, I didn't realize this, but Bill Gates and Linus Torvalds had never, and Bill Cutler, had never been in the same room before. I didn't realize this until this happened. Like, did not realize it. That's pretty cool. I don't know. They seem to be enjoying themselves. Maybe they were trying to kill each other. I don't know. All right. Let's talk about JSON v2. Golang. Let me start this over. Let me put a marker. I meant to put markers. Sweet goodness. I don't know about a lot of you, but I know that my teams use a lot of Go. So I tend to watch the things that are coming out in Go. And I know that we all love Rust here, but I don't get to use Rust on a daily basis. So that being said, something big is coming out in Go, and it's not their poor iterator design. I actually do really like this one as far as a thing coming out in the language. Now, this is why I prefer Rust's implementation or mantra on how they deal with things, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But Go is coming out to a really big update to their JSON v2 package. Well, their JSON package in their v2. Now, all of you probably know that encoding and decoding of JSON is built into the language itself. And it's getting a pretty big update, but it is breaking, so you need to be careful about that. If you jump over here to the JSON v2, you can actually read, we can actually read the whole diagram or the whole announcement with everything that's going on here. Now, this goes into a whole lot, and honestly, probably more than you want, unless if you're really into Go. I did find this really, really nice blog, though, that you all should go and read if you do anything in Go. That explains it really, really, really well. This explains all of the breaking and non-breaking changes. I'm going to point out just a couple of things that I found that I'm the most excited about in this blog, and then let you guys explore the rest of it yourselves. So the big deal here is the marshalling and unmarshalling that has changed and updated. So you're going to go from marshal and unmarshal like you normally did to marshal write and marshal read that allows you to skip a step, which is kind of nice. It's a little bit more streamlined, as well as there's huge performance benefits here. Now, the other thing that I actually really, really like is that there's going to be new options. So you used to, the tags that you used to be able to use were kind of limited. You had omit 0, omit empty, string, and the minus sign to ignore those fields. And now you actually have some stuff I've been asking for a really long time, like case ignore or case strict, format template, inline, and unknown. So this is actually super big because I've been complaining about the lack of these supports for a fairly long time. If you've used it, you've wanted these, and it's fantastic that they have added them. So you can go and check out all of the other stuff. This blog article goes really in depth into the custom marshaling and all of that. I don't want to steal its thunder. Go check it out. Those are the things that I'm excited about. The streamlined, the streaming marshal and unmarshaling is also going to be really fantastic and be super helpful. So anyways, you can check out the link in chat if you're watching this on YouTube. I will put the link to this blog and as well as this in the link to the video. Now, that being said, the reason I like Rust's way of handling this better is this is kind of a really good example. How long has Go been around? Quite a while. Quite a while. And if we're talking about Go, we're talking about a batteries included. So when you talk about Go versus Rust, there's one topic that really comes up, and it's this batteries included idea. This batteries included is things like threading. Rust has just as good, if not better, threading than Go, but Go's is batteries included. You don't need to include a package. Go's threading is just there. It's part of the language. The same with JSON support. Go's JSON support, you don't have to find a library like Surdy or some other library to serialize your data. You can just serialize it to JSON. It's kind of this language with batteries included. Now, I know that there's also the garbage collected versus not garbage collected. Trust me, I know the language is enough to know that. Okay, so don't try to jump in there and correct me on this. But the other like big thing besides garbage collection and not is this idea of batteries included. And the reason I like Rust not doing the batteries included is it allows for more incremental. Wow. So the reason I like the batteries included Rust better, or the I can't even speak. I'm just dented. 1 second. The reason I don't like the battery included of Go is because it makes the incremental development of new features and things like that much more difficult. You know how easy it would have been to add these types of things to Surdy? It would have been really easy. Because JSON is in Go, in the language spec, you can't change it without actually changing the entire language. You can't change it without making a breaking change to the language itself, because it's inside of Go. The same with its threading. But if you're talking about Rust, JSON, there's multiple languages. It's in Serde, and other languages. There's JSON serialization packages that try to do it faster and whatnot. Threading, threading is in multiple different things. So you can find threading in Tokyo. You can find threading in there's actually different threading libraries for what you want to do. Tokyo is a really good IO based threading library, whereas if you want something that's really for compute intensive things, there's different threading libraries for that allow you to specialize. So when you get Go, you just get their threading, and their threading moves slowly because it's part of the language spec. So there's not new iterations, not new things coming out for it. And you get that threading. Nobody actually implements a threading thing because you can't. The primitives aren't exposed to the language to do it. So you can't actually then go on and make a better threading library because it's part of the language spec. So you actually can't make a JSON serializer that competes, or a threading library that competes, and this stagnates the innovation, as well as delivers slower incremental changes. And usually you don't get incremental changes; you get these really big, like, hey, we're doing JSON v2 now. Really big changes. So this is why I prefer the Rust style of doing it, where it's not part of the language spec. I know that this makes onboarding a little bit more difficult for some new users because, hey, instead of just serializing some JSON, I have to go find a JSON serialization library. It's really better for the community in the end, in my opinion. So anyways, sorry, I just smacked the microphone. Those are the changes. Go check them out. Go read this blog. Anton does a really good job of summarizing all of the changes. I liked it. Let me know what you think in the comments, and yeah. Hey, Monta, how are you doing? Tom! What are you doing? What are you doing? So, Tom, let me know if you think this is reaction content. I am covering the news right now. I don't consider it super reaction content. I'm mostly covering new things that are happening, giving my opinions on some of the things that are happening. But if you stick around, I'm going to jump into the Rust right after this. We only have about a half hour of stuff left to do. About a half hour. So anyways, if you guys are using Go, check this blog out. It's a big deal. You're also going to serialize JSON way faster. Tom, I use Go at work, okay? Or my teams do. So that is I don't use it a ton, but not anymore. But my teams use Go, so I keep up with it. Right. When you get paid to write something, you write it and you move on. Does Excel have Go support yet? Not yet, but I am watching. You know, when Excel gets Go support, I am going to jump on it. It's going to be like, Excel will be a new thing all of a sudden. You know, instead of needing VBA support, didn't it just support Python? You know, that's actually really interesting. If they just added Python support, they probably had to add some sort of DSA on the back end to interpret all of those things. And it probably means adding another language wouldn't be that difficult. If Excel was open source, I bet you there would be people that were adding new languages. You'd have to add the engine, so like the compiler. So like that would kind of suck, but like it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, it did add some extra Python bridge stuff. Yeah. gRPC is one of the reasons I love Go, right? I do love gRPC. I actually invented something like gRPC before gRPC. So if you think about what gRPC is, gRPC really has two pieces that it does. gRPC really has these two pieces. There is the network level. So you're talking about your network. So it has your network where it's using protobufers. It's using protobufers, and then it also has kind of this type safety between caller and callee. So like what I will say is type say I said callee and caller, and really we usually use server and client. I'm just a little dented. But yeah, so the thing that gRPC brought was it made this into a bundle. It made this into a package where it said, hey, we're going to give you type safety between the server and client, and we're going to give you a really nice network layer. This is like, in my opinion, the two things that gRPC did. Now, why is protobufers a big deal here? Well, the thing that I invented before protobufers was a more dented version of protobufers. And this is because I wrote a C++ kitchen server. And in that, we actually had to pack the messages. So if you guys remember the old dark days, if you wanted to be efficient on the network, you actually packed your messages and then sent them on the network and then unpacked them, right? And doing that required you to know how much space something would take up. And so, like, an integer could take up this much space, but maybe you didn't use that big of integers and you only needed this much space. Now, the problem with this was it could take up this. Let's actually draw this out a little bit better. This is all right. In this method of software engineering, what would happen is that an integer, let's say a 32-bit integer, could take up this much space on the network call. But the majority of time, you would send a very small integer. The majority of the time, it didn't take up the maximum amount of space. But when you were network packing, you had to pack for this much space because it could be that big. So you had to say, well, it could be this big, so we're just going to send zeros for all of the space that is not used. And I'm sure all of you know this. This is computer science 101. And then your next struct, so this is your int here, and then your next piece of data starts here, and maybe it's a smaller piece or a bigger piece or whatnot. What protobufers brought to this was dynamic packing. That's what protobufers, there's a bunch of them now, brought dynamic packing. I made a much crappier version of dynamic packing that wasn't so great. It wasn't so great. So that was what it was. And protobufers, when it came out, just solved that so cleanly. It dynamically packed so cleanly. Absolutely loved it. And then with that message, how you define the messages previously, this allowed you to have this type safety between client and server with the generation of gRPC. So this is why I like gRPC so much, is because it brings these two things to your internal server communications. Now, I know as of now, there's other ways of doing this. You could use things like tRPC if you just wanted to use TypeScript. Can you guys hear that dog? I want to pretend that it's not my dog, but it was definitely my dog. Okay, somebody's taking care of him. Okay, sorry about that. So this is what I loved so much about gRPC and what it brought. Like I said, Hey, can somebody make sure he's okay? Okay. Okay. So, I could have muted my mic before I yelled at you guys. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is what I loved about gRPC. If anybody wanted to know, that's it. I got super sidetracked by the dogs barking. Sorry about that. Let's get on to the rest of the news, and hopefully somebody will take that dog outside so he can stop barking. And I forgot to mute again. All right, so let's talk open source. Let me add a marker for open source. There's a couple things happening in open source that I saw. Let's talk about it. My entire life, I have spelled open source as a single word, and I know it's wrong. I was corrected like 5 years ago, but it's it's something that has stuck with me for a very long time. So I still do it on accident. All right, so let's talk about some open source stuff that's happening that I saw. Yeah, this is gonna kind of be more of a shotgun style because it's just I mean, there's not a whole lot more to say than those things happened, so we'll just cover them as quickly as possible, and we'll move on. All right, let's talk about what has happened. Big news in the open source community over the last couple weeks. The first thing that I noticed that I wanted to talk about was this one repo to rule them all PR by Canonical into multipass. If you guys aren't aware, they have this VM manager, but it wasn't all open source. The pieces that dealt with Hyper-V on Windows and whatever they used on Mac, I'm not sure, I'm not that familiar with it, were not open source for licensing reasons. And with this PR here, with these 201, this is a huge change. Absolutely monumental change. With this monumental change, they have brought multipass version 116 with a pre-release fully open source. Previously proprietary bits from Windows and Mac OS are now part of this repo. So they brought in all of those things and they were able to make them open source. This is super cool. I actually really, really like the multipass as far as how it goes for managing VMs. Maybe we'll give it a shot on a stream one of these days. I know that we use KVM, and this leverages KVM on Windows or on the superior OS, not Windows, on Linux. And so yeah, that's pretty cool. And we'll give it a check. There was a nano VLLM. I know that we've talked about VLLMs, not LLVM, which is ultra confusing. I agree with you. But the VLLMs, these were the researchers from China that actually made a lightweight VLLM implementation that they built from scratch. The really cool thing here is it's 100% in Python, so it's really easy. It's also only like 1,000 lines of code total. It's very, very small and lightweight. So one of the things we're going to do is actually look over exactly what this is doing. So this is a thing to run inference models, because I'd like it should be like the bare minimum of how to do it, which is actually super cool. It doesn't have any bells or whistles, no features. It is just the bare minimum of running inference. So if you're interested in learning what inference models use, how they're run, this is actually really cool, because I've had that thought. I want to understand it better. I want to make a YouTube video helping other people understand it. And I'm going to leverage this to understand it better. So cool. Games run faster on SteamOS than Windows 11, which is really, really, really cool because we run our games on Arch. But what I wanted to bring up with this was this little pit. Bazite would shut down if Fedora goes ahead with removing 32-bit. So Fedora made this proposal to actually remove 32-bit, and it got a lot of really, really staunch kickback. To the point of saying that basically, if Fedora 44 went ahead with removing it, Steam would not SteamOS wouldn't work. And it's really cool that Steam works on my computer on Linux and runs games fantastically. It really, really does. So, you don't need Fedora, but I would tell Fedora that that's probably a priority. That's probably a priority. So I would keep it. I would keep it. I'm not a Fedora user, so you guys do whatever you like with your thing, but it's pretty awesome. I enjoy running games. Rust continues forward. All right. We're talking about open source. We can't talk open source without maybe the most dominant open source language out there. Rust 188 has launched. Now, what's in Rust 188? You can find it right here. One sec, I actually have notes of what I okay. So the biggest deals is the if there's now if let chains that you can do. Here. Okay, so let chains. This features allows at chaining of let statements inside if and while conditions. So if and if let and while let patterns inside the let sub expression can irrefutably or refutable and bindings are safe, unusable in later parts of the chain as well as the body. So basically, it allows you to chain more things. I actually, weirdly, I didn't even know that this, I would have complained about this if I had ever tried to use this. I didn't know that you couldn't do this. When I was reading this, I was like, you can't do this in Rust? I guess you couldn't. I mean, I guess I just haven't, I program in Rust mostly on the weekends, so I guess it had never come up, but you couldn't. So now you can do that. Naked functions are just kind of fun to talk about, but they are unsafe. So if you've been wanting to know whether it's unsafe to be out in the woods naked, now Rust has let us know that it is in fact unsafe to be naked in the woods. Now, that being said, this is more of I want to say like an OS or hardware feature. And I think that a lot of this has come around from the implementation in things like the Linux kernel or some other projects that you're going to see later, where Rust is really being leveraged in some of these lower language things. Now, Rust now supports writing naked functions with no compiler generated epilogue and prologue, allowing full control over the generated assembly for a particular function. So it's a more ergonomic alternative to defining a function as global ASM. So again, this is just giving you more control over how the compiler is generating that code, which can be super helpful. So for those of you, I'm not going to need this, unfortunately, because it would be fun to write, but I'm not going to need this in the near future. I don't do a whole lot of this type of stuff. There was some stuff with cargo. The big deal with cargo, that the really big thing that I saw was the new automatic cache cleaning. We actually just recently ran into this, where I ran out of space. And you can see that I have 791 gigs available. Do you know how I cleaned up that 791 gigs? Do you guys have a guess? One of you probably remembers, because I ranted about this on Discord. But if you don't remember, it was because I cleaned the cache. of Yay or my if you don't remember, the reason I did it is probably my goodness, words are just killing me today, this morning. If I try not to use the word it kills my ability to speak English. Anyways, the thing that cleaned up my 791 gigs was literally clearing the cache of Yay, my package manager or Pacman. It keeps a cache of all the builds that were done. And because of that, it slowly just ate up all of my all of my usable hard space. And so cleaning that up gave me about 800 gigs. And Cargo also has this undefined bound that can really eat up as much space as it needs. Now, these packages are much smaller in general, but it could. Anyways, Cargo now in 188 is going to clean up old packages for you unless if you're using offline or frozen when installing them. So unless if you mark them specifically as keep it around, they're going to clean them up automatically for you after a couple months of not using them. So that's pretty cool, and it's going to clean up disk space. Now, there's some other things that were happening in Rust. You can go check them out, some stabilized APIs, and it's pretty awesome. All right. Let's see. What else do we have? We have two other things in open source. And then we're going to talk about frame kernels. And then maybe the most exciting thing to happen to the internet since GIFs. All right. The Apache Foundation is known for either having fundamental building blocks of the internet or projects that aren't used anymore. Now, I actually think this is a good sign of a foundation because this means I have like a hair and I cannot find it. 1 second. I gotta de-hair. Okay, so the Linux Foundation, I'm sure all of you know what the Linux Foundation is. The Linux Foundation is either the building block of the internet. It has projects that are either the building block of the internet or archived at this point. And I actually think that's a good thing. I think it's actually a really good sign of a mature foundation where they try things, they promote building those things, those projects up, and then archiving them when it's proven that they're either not effective or there's a new idea that's even better at the thing. So it's actually a really good sign for a foundation that's been around as long as something like the Apache Foundation. Did I say the Linux Foundation? I meant the Apache Foundation. The Apache. Oh my goodness. Anyways, the Apache Foundation. They have these things like that are they have these things that are like building blocks of the modern web, and so it's really cool. But it's also really cool with these old foundations to see new projects being added and innovated on. So I wanted to call this out because it's cool. The Apache Software Foundation just released 2 new projects. One second. This is having some issues. Here we go. There we go. A little bit better. So we have these 2 new projects in the Apache Foundation. One is a web crawler, and the other one is more. I don't know how. I want to call it Gravitino. Anyways, Gravitino is a high-performance open source meta store that unifies metadata across data warehouses, data lakes, streaming platforms, and AI systems. So this seems like it could be really useful. I haven't leveraged it, but it's a cool project, and I wanted to give them a shout out for innovating further. You never know with the Apache Foundation, it could be another cornerstone of the modern internet in just a couple of years. The other one that I saw a little bit more, and is something that we have talked about more, is the Apache Stormcrawler, It's an open source software development kit for developers looking to build low latency, scalable, and customizable web crawlers. Now, this is mostly in Java, but so that's fine. If you're a Java person, there's now an SDK for you to use. It's Stormcrawler. I'm not a Java person, so unfortunately, I won't be able to use this, but I do know that leveraging really highly customizable web crawlers is really nice, and have a low latency scalable one is pretty cool. So anyways, kudos to the Apache Foundation. Thanks to everybody that contributes to it, from things like Kafka that are literally cornerstones of the internet, and building the next open source softwares. Now, in modern history, you can't talk open source without talking about the CNCF. And the CNCF released something pretty big. Now, we all know that getting hired in the age of AI is horrible. Part of it is because of when you're trying to hire somebody in the age of AI, all of the AI requests that you get. And then when you're trying to get hired and you get AI bots that are trying to interview you. The fact is, it's just pretty rough right now. But that there is a little bit of hope if you're trying to find an open source job. I wish this had happened a few years earlier, but I'm not going to kick the gift horse in the mouth or look the gift horse. I'm not sure what the saying is, but it's never made sense to me. And I've never had a horse give me a gift yet that I've wanted. But if we're talking about getting a job, you can now get a job. If you go to getjobs.dev, I would highly recommend it. This is a website created by the CNCF for open source jobs. These are jobs that are looking to work on an open source project and really drive open source. Now, there's not a ton of jobs here yet, so they're probably going to be pretty flooded with talent, but you can go check them out. There are some at this point, and that's pretty cool. The more people that log in and register to this, the more companies that are going to actually post jobs here. So go ahead, get on the website, sign up for it. You have to sign up if you're going to log in. You have to log in with a Linux Foundation login. So that's just what you're going to have to do. I wish that they would do some social logins. That would be great, but go ahead and do that. So anyways, it is really cool. It's actually super cool. I love this. I think that this was a really cool thing for them to do. And I was really excited about it. So I'm going to sign up for it just to give them another person on it. I'm not currently looking for a job, but I'm glad that it exists here. So it's also been really hard at finding a job if you're wanting to get more into open source. Like, this will have jobs where it's like 30% of your time is on open source, 15 on upstream projects. So what they mean by that, when you're looking at this, what they mean by this, so 30% of on open source, it means company open source. It means their stuff that's open source. And then time working on upstream is time working on something like the Kubernetes project or upstream of their open source. So let's say, I don't know what these people do, but let's say they provide a Kubernetes distribution that is open source. You could spend 30% of your time on their open source project and 15% of your time on Kubernetes, driving the upstream. So that's pretty cool. This one's awesome. You get 25% of your time. Like, you don't think about 25% of your time, but that's more than a day a week. More than a day a week getting to contribute to upstream. That's almost a day and a quarter. It's exactly a day and a quarter, really. So, you get 1 day working and enough time for meetings, where you want to join their workshops or whatnot. That's a ton of time to work on upstream. It's actually pretty fantastic. So, yeah. My goodness. Layer 5. Give them a shout out. It's all upstream. It's an internship. It might not be paid, but it's there for you. Super cool. I was excited to see it. Hopefully you guys like seeing it as well. Is it USA only? I don't know. No, it's not. Madrid, Spain, remote. It says remote. I don't know if they care about the location. Like a lot of times they'll care about the, like, even if it's remote, they'll care that it's in a time zone that they already support. So I don't know. %35 of open source work and the rest of your time in meetings. Russell's worked a job before. You're in a meeting to let people know why you're not being productive. I can remember there was this project that we weren't making as much progress on as some people wanted. And I can remember going to a meeting specifically where we were asked why we weren't making as much progress. And we were just ridden with meetings on updates about at the beginning, we were a little behind. And as we were a little behind, we had more status meetings. And as we had more status meetings, we fell a little further behind. And then we had more meetings to update on what was going on. So then our schedule was literally every single day we had a half an hour status update where we spent half an hour of our time preparing to give an update for half an hour to people. And so literally then an hour of our day. And so we get into this meeting, which was yet another meeting with like some higher up people. And we're like, look at our calendars, please. This is why we're not getting anything done at this point. Anyways. Like I said, there's not a ton of jobs there right now, but hopefully as more companies see that it's there, it'd be good. Your daily always exceeds the 15 minutes? Boo. Boo. All right. Have you ever wanted to rewrite the Linux kernel? Now, I have always thought about it because I like doing things the hard way, and you guys know that. But, and it's a great learning experience. But there's a group of people that took this to the extreme, and they're doing it in Rust. And I wanted to give them a shout out, show you guys what they're doing. And yeah, they're making a Linux compatible kernel. So go check this link out. The link will be in the description of the video if makes it to YouTube. Otherwise, I just threw it in chat. But I'm going to mispronounce this. I'm sorry. Astrinus, the Astrinus project. I'm just new to the project myself, and I found it by looking up kernel. I've actually, from Minix and the book that was created around Minix with microkernels, to Linux and Windows with their macro and microkernel takes, I've always been interested in the architecture of kernels and the different types of things that happen. Now, this is a full rewrite in Rust that's only Rust, and it's pretty cool. But one of the things that I wanted to point out to you in this project here is their frame kernel architecture. So we've talked about microkernel architectures, macrokernel. This is a take on microkernel architectures. where things are built into these frames. And the idea is that there can be frames that have no unsafe code or different restrictions and regulations around them. So each of these frames can have modularity on how safe and secure they are. So it's really cool to go look at and understand if you're interested in these types of things. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know all of this stuff. I just found it this week. I found it and I've been reading on their take on a kernel architecture, and I think it's pretty cool. I think it's a pretty cool take on microkernels. It's not really a new way of doing it. It's still frame kernel. It's still microkernel in theory, but it's like a new iteration on microkernels. So go give it a check if you're interested in reading about kernels. If you're just interested in a Linux compatible kernel that's written purely in Rust, well, there's actually a project for that, and it's pretty cool. All right, this is the moment everyone's been waiting for. Are you tired of sending gifts? Are you tired of proprietary software in your stack? Are you wanting something that's going to be lossless? Well, today, W3C has a recommendation for you. Now, I'm sure you've all already heard because this is probably the hottest news that has come out this year. But there is a third edition of the PNG Portable Network Graphics specification. And this one looks to solve all past grievances of the PNG. Now, the biggest thing that, we could talk about alpha separation. We could talk about the RGB merging or the alpha compaction, the sample depth scaling. We could talk about the encodings. We could talk about the losslessness of the PNG so you don't get that JPEG look. We could talk about all those things, but none of that matters. And the reason none of that matters is because of APing. APing is here to eat GIF's lunch. GIF is no longer needed. Animated pings are now going to be a thing. It's going to extend the original static-only ping format, adding support for frame-based animated images. It is intended to be a replacement for simple animated images that have traditionally used the GIF format, while adding support for 24-bit and 8-bit transparency, which GIF lacks. Do you want your GIFs to have transparency? Mind blown. Mind blown. The internet has been reformed, reshaped. You all thought it was going to be Web 3, 4, and 5, but really it was APing that brought real change to the internet. Okay. So this is probably not the biggest deal. I think probably the high dynamic range support that is coming in is probably some of the bigger changes that's like actually important. Now, I do think that PNG has a big game to play in this space, because one of the big concepts if you're looking in ping is that it is lossless, but one of the big things is that it is free of restrictions. So there's no proprietary functions used, no proprietary or patent related technologies used for it. So if you're talking about a free and open web, I actually think ping plays a huge role in that. And yeah. You called it, Russell? Yeah. Animated pings. Now it has other stuff that I think is probably actually really important too. So I don't have high dynamic range monitors, but if you do, they actually brought support for high dynamic range. So they brought us better encoding and better color palettes to this, so you can do like sRGB and the CISSP standard. I think that's wrong. Don't quote me here on the standard. I can go find it, but it's for high dynamic range. And so you can get all of that in a web format. And so that's actually like, I actually think that this standard here, the standard 3 for ping, is a really big deal. And I'm actually really looking forward to browsers starting to support the version 3. I don't know the timeline on that or anything like that, but I am actually pretty excited about it. I think that it will be quite awesome. Especially, I don't know if high dynamic range will really matter for a lot of websites, but if you're talking about like a photography website, I think that that could be a big deal. So for your like Instagrams or anything better with better quality pictures, I think the high dynamic range, if you run a photography business, having a high dynamic range image is really important to you. So yeah. Anyways, that was it for my news. That's it. We could talk about defending the internet, how Cloudflare blocked a monumental 7.3 terabytes per second DDoS attack, but I mean, like, I just covered it. That's it. Go check it out. Like, if you're interested. Actually, the reason I had this on here isn't because of this. We all know that this is what Cloudflare, this is what Google, this is what all of those platforms do when they defend you. But what Google, Microsoft, and AWS don't do is they release a blog that tell you how to defend against these things. So one of the big things that they do here is this right here, is the breakdown of the attack vectors. And this is awesome. If you want to understand and know better yourself, this is why I love Cloudflare blogs when they actually do an attack. Cloudflare, if there's one thing that you could keep doing, is this. It makes the internet a better place. You're a wealth of information for us. I know that part of this is marketing. You're up here saying, hey, we blocked a monumental 7.3 terabytes per second. Do you guys understand 7.3 terabytes per second? My goodness. And this was all at one IP address, which is hilarious. One IP address. One person made somebody really, really, really angry for 45 seconds. Their anger subsided quickly. But for 45 seconds, they were really angry. Yeah, it's 7.3 times 45. Think about that. That's a lot of terabytes. All right. So, but the whole thing isn't that they defended it. That's their job. The thing that's really cool is when they get into the attack vectors. They talk about the different attacks. There was QOTD and Echo were the two big ones, but there was actually port map, RIP v1, Myria UDP, and NTP that actually brought up the rear with just a little slice of the pie. And then not only do they break that down, but they break down what these different things. So a UDP DDoS attack, how to defend against a UDP. Obviously, they're not giving you the C code or the thing that they could use or the special hardware that they have or anything like that. But they give you ways to mitigate these different things and give you a better understanding of how these attacks work. How it works. A high volume of UDP packets sent to a random or specific ports on the target IP address. It may attempt to saturate the internet link or overwhelm its inline appliances with more packets than can be handled. What is a QOTD DDoS attack? It's a reflection plus amplification attack. And here's how it works. Here's how you might prevent it. Here's how you can defend against the attack and how to avoid unintended impacts. This is what makes a Cloudflare blog, once they've dealt with an attack, so awesome. The amount of information that they put into it, the amount of knowledge is just awesome. They always include these links that you can follow through, and you can see what is the Myria botnet, and they have more information that you could get to. You can talk about how to rate limit and all of this type of stuff, and it's just a wealth of information. I'm not going to cover it all. I'm just showing you all of the stuff that they cover. It's really, really cool. Okay. So I didn't want to cover it in the news because this feels more like an advertisement from me of, hey, look how good they did. And but what I do really want to cover here is that they did a blog right. And you should check the blog out because they deserve it, because they did a really, really good job of educating you in the blog. I learned stuff from it. I was like, what is the big one for me was a QODT, a QODT or QOTD. My goodness, I had never heard of this one before. Yeah, but now I understand the quote of the day protocol. So port 17 will mean something to me from now on. So anyways, that's it for all the news today. See you, Monta. It's good seeing you. Twitch bot advertising viewers. Okay. You guys kill me. You guys kill me. Okay. Let's get to writing some Rust. Let's get to writing some Rust. What is this? What is this? Oh, I'm not ready to show you guys this. Something I'm working on. No. Something I'm working on. Don't worry about it. I was gonna work on it on stream, but I don't know. I just want to show you guys. It will be open source. It'll be open source. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not even that cool. Like, it's kind of dumb. It's kind of like protobuffers. Protobuffers is kind of dumb, but and like when protobuffers come out, you're just like, why didn't we do this for the last 30 years? You know? And so I think it's kind of one of those things. It could be dumb, but really useful, maybe. It's learn OCaml, not Lear. Learn OCaml. Lear no camel. I like it. I like it. Oh gosh. Okay. Stop showing you my my file system. Stop. I need to clean that up. I'm not even mad. Lear no camel. Russell, I missed your resubscription. I hope that you got a notification. Thank you so much. It's people like you keep the lights on. I super appreciate it. It actually means a ton to me, more than just a monetary value. It means a ton to me. So I actually am currently planning a Twitch viewer appreciation day because I think that you guys that support us smaller streamers don't get nearly the appreciation. We give you sub quality content, and yet you all are here to watch, to view, to support, to chat, to interact, to be with us in the community, and you all are amazing, and I super appreciate it. And I don't think you guys get the shout outs that you deserve. All right. Let's see. We're here. We are here. We are here. You guys are the best viewers. You are the best viewers because you're here. You're my only viewers. I have no other viewers to compare to. All 7 of you are here, and I super appreciate you all. All right, so Twitch alerts. Let's see. Tom said he was like, oh, Merrick, you stream, right? I said something in a stream, and I was like, yeah. It's like, I haven't seen your stream, and I was like, that's the problem, Tom. That's the problem. Nobody sees it. I think I made him feel bad. I didn't mean to. It was meant to be a joke. It was meant to be a joke. This branch is now wrong. I was testing Ratatouille, and then I switched to anathema. So, oops. Oops. Oopsie. Let's see. Cool. So we actually have this now tied up. Toggle's not allowing me to train my AI on it yet. Not yet. We do have this working though, which is pretty cool. And I got this, what I did over the week, like just a couple hours that I got, is I got this wired up into, originally it was in its own code, but now it's actually wired up here. And so the thing that we need to do now is actually multi-thread this. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not looking forward to it. The second letter is X. It's gonna. Russell's all in on Wordle, and there's a W in there somewhere. If there's a word that has a W and an X in the second position, new stream title. Actually, I do need to change my title. Let's see. All right. No, but this was just a test of the UI can be laid out how we want it to be, which is good. What we ended on, which was a good place to end, and I didn't get the chance to look this up, was I think in here. Yeah, so in start game, we have this where we basically consume the thread here. But what I need to do is basically pass in listeners. So I have these listeners here that need to update state. And how do I update the UI state from the background threads, right? So I need to process what's happening in Twitch chat while we're driving the UI. So at the end of this is the UI thread. So I need to start something here. But my question comes to this. How And this is what we'll probably, last week we fixed. There was a bug. I know. It's amazing. This week, or not this week, but sometime over the next couple weeks, when we figure out how to do this multi-threaded, we're probably going to make a multi-threaded example. None of these are multi-threaded. This one is like close, but not really. You got it, Oxbow. Dang it. Russell's good at this. Oxbow it is. How do you know lakes are super interesting? I find science to be super. You know what? If you're a young person and you don't like school, learn to love school. It's so interesting how lakes form. They always try to find the lowest path. So they always kind of find this lowest path. But as they go, did you know what the oxbow that they're talking about is that if you have a lake that looks like this, what happens is that the water erodes. If you're thinking about how water erodes, it makes sense. The water's flowing this way, and object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. The unbalanced force that causes it to go this way is the ground here, which means erosion happens here, erosion happens here, and erosion happens here and here. Right? You get the picture. This is that unbalanced force. The ground forcing it in another way. So that means that erosion will make this go out like this, because this is where it's getting eroded. So basically, a creek will get windier and windier because of how it erodes, which is really cool. And eventually, it basically kisses itself. It gets so windy. It finally bridges like here. I'm not drawing this very well, and like comes back to this. And these are what he's talking about on those oxbows. Anyways, it's super cool. Learn to love learning. The science behind all of that is super cool. Yeah. Watching time lapses have revolutionized things. Time lapses are so cool. I know that we use them mostly for YouTube videos of stupid stuff, but like getting to watch the stars in a time lapse, getting to watch rivers in a time lapse, it is so cool to see the things you hear about in like real time. It's super super cool. I super love it. All right. We got to multi-thread this. Message passing supports async. Async. Since the UI runtime is blocking, spawn a secondary thread for our async turn. I am going to make a PR with a example of async once we get this. Create a function that starts an async runtime in a new thread. Use a component ID and an emitter. It is possible to send messages to the anathema runtime. In this example, we assume there is a component that accepts a usize as its message type. Okay, so basically we just start a thread and we send messages directly. Okay, okay. This is not bad. Russell, I super agree. I super agree. Although, I feel like I worry. You know, the US education system is garbage. But I worry that children as a whole aren't getting to leverage these things to learn to love. I worry that like I worry that they're not learning to be fascinated with the things that they don't know and understanding those things. I fear that things like ChatGPT and the likes are just being leveraged not to be like, hey, look what a sufficiently advanced statistical analysis thing can do. You can give it an input and we can give you an output that sounds like English. That's amazing. And like the people in the 70s that came up with the neural nets were just brilliant. That is amazing. And I'm just worried that instead of thinking about that, instead of thinking about the time lapse, they're like, how can I be entertained with the time lapse? Not of how amazing it is to see a river erode in a time lapse, or to see the stars' movements and map the stars' movements in a time lapse, or to see the growth of a tree in a time lapse. Those things are so awesome that we don't have or didn't have. And I feel like I've done a bad job with my own children. I try to impress on them like how cool it is to think and understand and be amazed by the unknown things that we just don't understand yet. Whether it's that we as humans don't understand how the frick gravity works and we don't get flown off into space, or if it's how, you know, they don't understand how a tree grows at this point. You know, like either way, it doesn't matter whether it's that you don't know or us as humanity don't know. Yes, I know we have theories on how it is, but we don't actually know. Anyways, it's cool. You just got me pondering. Sorry. We can start implementing this. I apologize. It's always one of those things that I try to do. Boy X, how are you doing? Schools do need to teach people how LLMs work so they know how it's not always right. Absolutely. So I have some pretty big announcements for my YouTube channel. I've been like super stressed about making a video. I never thought having a video do well would make me stressed to make a video, but it does actually make me stressed to make a video. But I have been struggling with like I have two different types of content. And I want to re-kick off my educational content. I am going to try to make my educational content a little bit more fun. It's going to be there's going to be both the in-depth, but there's also going to be a lot of high-level stuff. Like how does an LLM work at a high level? That's going to try to get people interested in learning in general And yeah, so anyways, I will be getting that kicked off. I have a bigger announcement for it. I'm going to make a YouTube video just for the people there, because yeah, anyways, I've been giving it a lot of thought. Don't get me wrong, I've had other stuff going on in my life, but yeah, I've actually been thinking about it. Okay, spawn the game. Okay, so what we basically need, we're just gonna make a little function down here and let it expand as we need it. Function game loop. And I think we'll just make this async. So up there we can do just like the spawn loop on it. Man, wait. You know what? Before we get into this, Boy X, it is so hot. It is so stupid. Actually, it's cooled off. Okay, so I just went. Last week was so stupid hot. It's down to reasonable temperatures now. We're down into the mid 80s. For you all, that is what is 85 F2C? We're down to 30. We're down to 30, which for summer is normal. I would say like summer here we get like highs of 90. That's pretty brutal. And we are in June and we were getting 97. This was redonkulous. This was redonkulous. It was the worst. Absolute worst. So we've come back down. We've come back down to 85, which is still hot. Still hot. Remember, 75 to 100 hot scope. Hot. All right. So in this game loop, we're going to need to this is where we don't have, we need to pass in the message passers, which really are in the main loop, right? Let's search for Wordle. Yeah, this is it. So, yeah, Scott B, we share too much of weather alike. You're 38C? Oh, dude. Oh, 38C is... All I know is above 36, and you'd like to die instead of exist in that weather. That's my understanding of the Celsius. Is above 36, you like to die. So in this, we need to send the chat receiver. I think that's all we need right now. Do we need the args? Do we need the args? I don't think we do. Not yet. Not yet. We won't add stuff until we need it. I just needed this. I always forget what that is. All right. Unbounded receiver. Receiver. $42 cellular damage. So Scott, I can't show without like showing my location, which I try not to do. Unfortunately, I live in a place where it's so unpopulous that like you could find me if you came to my city. City. City is such a fun word. To my place where a few people collect. Anyways, I think we're moving away from that. I think we're moving to like the 30 where I'm at. We were at the 35, 36 last week, and we're moving to like the 30. Yeah. And Scott B is not lying. When it's above 40, you can see it. The heat waves, you can see 40 degrees communist. Like you can actually literally see 40 degrees and above. That's when your eyes can tell you it's hot, you know it's above the living range of humans. Don't go out there. All right, let's see. Why does it not like this? Oh, it doesn't like this. This was in the... Ooh, wait. These are both the same. We'll just do this one. I think that's right. Okay. So then this gets the same thing. It's just this. And then we can spawn this with this. Okay, so then we'll do Tokyo spawn. Oh, look at that. Once you get it in place, the AI had no idea what to do, but once you got it all set up, it's like, yeah, I gotcha. I can do that. It can't do that. What's wrong? Borrowed data escapes outside. Wait. We moved it. We want to move it, right? We don't use chat anywhere else, right? So this is fine to move, right? Wait. Requirement occurs because the Tokyo unbounded receiver, which takes a generic argument. The struct is an invariant of the parameter t. I don't understand the problem. Borrowed data escapes outside the function. It's like when the cows get out of the fence. That's the worst. You know, when you're walking home and you like, there's a red squiggly on your fence and you're like, cows can escape from this fence. All right, we'll come back to that. I'm not sure I fully understand exactly. Let's ask a chat GPT. What? No. Okay, if you do a pop-up, Google, this is your rookie mistake. Don't make me click these buttons. If I'm not interested and I click over here, I want it to go away. I just want it to go away. You're already intrusive in me. You're already intruding my sacred behavior. Let me just get rid of you by clicking over here. Don't make me click an X. Don't make me click not interested. Ugh. Dangling pointers. I don't know why people are so upset about dangling pointers. I enjoy my dangling pointers. Thanks, Russell. But I don't know why that's here, right? I don't know why that's here. This shouldn't have a dangling pointer. If a reference escapes its scope and later is used, it becomes a dangling pointer leading to undefined behavior. But I'm moving it, right? What? Okay, I'm gonna continue on. I feel like my brain is just missing something here because to me, I'm like, this is not a dangling pointer, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm obviously missing something. The rust. Did it just go haywire on me? Uh, did it maybe it was just going haywire on me. Okay, this is still upset over here. All right. Borrowed data escapes outside the function. Okay, so this is actually, was it borrowed data escapes outside the function? Yeah, that was. Okay, so this one is still true. Okay. Okay. Well, we're going to continue on. I'm going to come back to that because I don't fully understand. I thought I did that correctly. Chat receiver. We are using the Tokyo Sync unbounded channel here, and we are using that up here too, right? Yeah. Actually, let me check on this type really quickly. This is unbounded sender. Instances are created by the unbounded channel function, and this receiver can be turned into a stream. Okay, this is fine. Yep. I want unbounded. This is a single receiver, right? Let me check that really quickly. I think it is. Creates an unbounded for communicating between singer stack with black pressure. The send on this channel will always succeed as long. Wait. I want. It's a single receiver though, right? Let's see. Maybe we need to. I could use a different channel. I'm just going to use Tokyo's. Have a fantastic weekend, Russell. So can we No, we can't. This won't work, right? Because it's a single, right? So this is why move should work. Okay, I'm stuck on this. We're gonna just ignore this for right now. We're gonna assume that we can get this to work. I've obviously screwed something up, and I don't fully understand what quite yet. Okay, so in our game loop, we have a couple things that are gonna happen. We gotta keep track of time, and we've got to keep track of the current game state. Right. Okay. So let's think about how we want to structure this. We'll have a game state that's like the current game state. Do we still have that from our old playing around with it? Let's see. I think we probably got rid of that. Which is fine. Let's do this. State.rs. Let's just throw that in here. Struct game state. Is this what we want? Current row. Struct. We could go this route. I understand where it's going. This was not exactly where I was going. This is fine. Let's see. Let's see. How are we organizing this? So we have a state, like our current state, which is our current row. We don't really need a current row, right? Because we know how many rows we have. So that doesn't even matter. A row contains the letters. And let's actually do something like this. Can we do then we can delete that. Right. We'll just have a tuple of the string and letter status. Because this way we could actually make this a struct. Make it a little bit nicer here. We'll do something like something like I don't think I can do this specifically, but something like that, right? So we'll do pub guess isn't the right word. Cell? We'll do it with cell. And we'll do this char status letter. We'll call this letter. Something like this. And then this can be just a vec of cells. Yeah. That's a little cleaner. Maybe, I think. And this represents this a little bit, right? Because this would have the status of correct. This is present, and that's absent. Okay. Cool. Cool. Good morning. How are you doing? So then the game state is all we're keeping track of is the rows. And then we have like the current time, which I don't think we need to have in here. I think this is all. All for now, at least. I couldn't let my boy toggle bit down. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I like it so far. I think my feeling right now, I have tried 3 TUIs in Rust at this point. And my feeling is this. If I want a general UI, I would use anathema. If I wanted to make like a game, I would probably still use Ratatouille at this point. Like if I realize I'm making a game right now, but my game is not like a bunch of things moving around. I would probably use Ratatouille. If I wanted to make like a street racer game in a terminal, I think Ratatouille is more powerful in like that game loop customizability, ease of doing something like that with like custom rendering and stuff. Now this stuff is much harder. I tried to do this like what I have right here in Ratatouille, and I could not. Not nearly as simply. So now don't get me wrong, I'm not an expert at any of these. I only have a pull request into Anathema because it had a really simple fix. I'm proud of the fact that I can say I'm a contributor. I'm a contributor. It had a really stupid, simple bug that I fixed. It was so dumb. I was able to fix it. Yeah. Anathema reminds me of CSS for the TUI. It reminds me of Tailwind. Reminds me of Tailwind. For better or for worse, it reminds me of Tailwind. Well, all these games are going to be stupid, but they're going to be playable by Twitch. So you on Twitch can we'll be able to play them. All right. What I need to do is make something more to drink. I need to go get something more to drink. What I need to figure out this bug. I don't know why I'm blanking so hard on why it's upset about this. I don't understand. This is what you use a channel for. You know what? Watch this. I want to test something out. That's what I was worried about. It is not. It is not the receiver. Oh. I understand better now. I understand better. I understand better. Shoot. We could translate this message into an internal message, which I have been trying to avoid, but maybe that's actually the right thing to do. Especially because if we translate it to an internal message, it won't be directly tied to Twitch at that point. It will be a thing. So maybe that's the right move anyways, is that this should be an internal message. So that's fine. That's fair. That's fine. It's probably the right move. I've been avoiding that because I just wanted to get something working instead of boiling the ocean. But talking about boiling the ocean, I need to go heat up some water to 212 degrees Fahrenheit or 100 degrees Celsius and start that process. So give me a little bit of time. I'm going to, you know what? I didn't put on music for you all. Let me put on a little bit of music for you all. I'm going to go boil some water. And then I'll be back and we'll fix this and we'll make it better. Thanks all for joining me so far. I've had fun. Did you guys like the news a little bit different than it was? I'm hoping that this lets me make YouTube things that makes the stream a little bit more discoverable, but we'll see. We'll see how it works. Let me know how you like it or don't like it. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Well, I tried to slide in a little snack there. One second. I have one last bite. One last bite. I know it was supposed to be. I lied. I lied to you all. I'm sorry. I got really hungry while I was making the coffee. Like, you can't blame me. I got a little peakish. I need a little snack. So I try not to eat on stream. It actually really annoys me when streamers do that, so I apologize. I'm done. I'm all done. I am a liar. I've been caught. I said I was gonna go make coffee. I lied on so many levels. I said I was gonna go make coffee, and then I decided, because Tom said that he was boiling water for what looked like tea. I don't know if that's a tea emoji or a coffee emoji. I decided I wanted tea. So I made tea. And I got a bite to eat. It's just a disaster all around. I just didn't do... Look on Discord. What's on Discord? I have a pending friend request. What the garbage? Oh boy, X. Oh, that's pretty fantastic. Okay, I guess I laughed, so I have to show it now. I did not make this, by the way. That's pretty hilarious. They got the hair right, at least. At least it got the hair right. It nailed the hair. It nailed the hair. It was pretty good. This is what I want. Is it what I want? Is it? Where was that? This is encode, Twitch alerts, Twitch chat. This was my attempt to genericize it so we could have like another message. I guess my thing is like, do I keep it as this? Or do I make my own message? But then I could get rid of this. Oh, that not coffee is delicious. I know, Dutch. I know. I failed most people in my community. It's been a big failure. 75% of the liquid in the black cups is coffee. 75%. It's not 100%, which is probably just upsetting to some. I was gonna say it's mostly actually on the weekends or like if it's late and I don't want the caffeine. Like I don't like decaf coffee. I have not had anybody give me decaf coffee that actually tastes like coffee. So I don't like decaf coffee. And so in the evenings, if I want a hot drink, it's usually some non-caffeinated type of tea. And then on the weekends as well. I don't know that this, what I was going to do, fixes this, right? I also don't know why this is failing to find it for the import list, right? It should be something like use, oh, we already have it right here, right? Let's see. That's not the right thing though. Dane. Thank you so much. I super appreciate it. I really, really, really appreciate it. Like, thank you so much. I've been tossing around the idea of a Twitch viewer appreciation day. There are some of you that support smaller channels so much, and I think it would be really cool to do something to appreciate those of you that do that. And I don't know exactly what it is, but I am going to do it at some point. Yeah. What am I trying to go for? Let's see. I see. So this is all the way into it. Ooh, okay. I could have done this. There we go. But that isn't going to... Yeah, okay, I see now why. Wait. It's a public enum message. Implementation of message. It's not private. There we go. That fixes that. Now, does it fix our problem down here? Let's see if we build now. No. I expect unbound receive event found. Unbound. What? Cool. Yeah. Just use the capitals, it'll fix it. You dirty go-loving pirate. I meant that with all the love and respect that a Go engineer deserves. Which is none. Absolutely none. Okay, cool. So now we need to, what do we need to do? Well, we need to do two pieces of logic. We need to keep track of time. So now we have Twitch messages incoming. We need to handle those as guesses. Oof, that. All right, yeah, I guess we're on to that. That sounds so rough. Right, because we need to like oh, this is game loop. So the game loop here needs to do two things. Okay, let me just type out what it needs to do, and then we'll start from there. Create, maintain the game state and timer loop. So like every round of guessing, people will get a certain amount of time, and so yeah, we'll need to maintain the game state and timer loop. And then the other thing is that we'll need to watch incoming messages from the chat. So while we're in that game loop, so basically our while loop needs to check if the timer's done. If it's done, we need to break. If it's not done, it needs to process the next chat messages. Okay. Let's do this. Process Incoming messages. Is this all? Okay, let's just do it. I think this is all actually. I thought it was gonna be more. Let yes count equals 0 while yes count is less than 6. Ooh. Wait for the messages from the chat. Not quite. Not quite. Yeah, let's see. That's not quite true. At all. Let's see. While the guest count is less than 6, what we need to do now is wait on a timer. So let's start time. This isn't really the start time. This is like the start of a iteration. So start. We'll say start time. Okay, so if it starts now, and we're gonna probably do like a countdown screen before this, because like this will just be the game. We'll probably make a separate screen that has the countdown for it. Is my guess. We won't worry about like the countdown that the game is starting. Let's see. Let guess duration equals duration from, let's see, 1 minute seems like too long. Let's do 30 seconds. Let's do 30 seconds. 30 seconds for each guess. That seems too long. Let's do 20. That seems right. Okay. So, the first check here, yeah, is check if the current time for the current guess has been reached. Yes, let's do that. So if the time elapsed is greater than, yeah, this is what we want to do. The guess duration, that doesn't do anything. That also doesn't do anything. Bad AI, bad AI. So what we want to do is we want to increase the guess count. Increment the guess count, reset the timer. You're so dented. Guess count +1. We also need to, okay, let's just get this curly brace in here so it does indenting right. What I need to do, we need this to be mute. What I wanted to do is when this happens, we need to display the new, we need to do this to do display the guess. So what we need to do is we need to pick a winner of all of the current guesses, and we need to display that, right? That's what this effectively will be. when we do this. We already have that mechanism to display it with whether it's a right one. We all know this word's oxbow now. I'm making a mess of this, aren't I? This feels like a disaster. Okay, let me think about what we've done so far. Pick and display the... Yeah, okay. Pick and display the winning guess. All right. We also have to check to see if check and see if the game is over. Yeah, we gotta make sure that we do that as well. Okay. And then we can increment. So assuming that it hasn't, the game's not over, we can increment the game and continue. So what are we going to need? We're going to need a container to hold. We're going to need a container to hold all of the guesses. And we're going to need to reset that container. To do reset container holding all guesses now. I almost feel like all of this should be a struct, because we could create a mutable one of it here. And then when we get a message, all we do is shove it into that, right? And that thing, it checks if it's a valid guess and whatnot. So I'm thinking of something like this. I don't care about the round number. This is what I'm thinking. Hash map. I don't care about the end time. Although we could we put the end time in here and clean this up? I feel like this is good in here. Like, this will be easier to read than if we encapsulate it. So let's not do that. So let's leave this as this right now. And then do like impl game round. Yeah, we'll do a new hash map. That's what we need, is the reset. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, but so what I was thinking about in here, one second. Another thing that we need is, what is, I said game round. This isn't really the game round. It's almost the game state. It's the game object. I'm going to just say Wordle game. Naming's hard. This is probably wrong. The other thing that I was going to say is, another thing that we could do in here is add what the word is. Word. So that's like the actual word that we're trying to guess, right? We could also do this like we could do it like this, right? Something like this, where we hold it in both forms because it will be easier to check on the vectorized way. Maybe we just carry it as a vector-chars. Maybe we just do this and we don't keep it in its full form, because we probably will never need it that way. Probably. I'll regret this decision. Almost notoriously regret this decision. Okay, then what we can do is we can make a sub function new guess. I don't know what the AI is doing. We'll just see what it. Don't need this. Here we check if the guess is correct. No. Basically, you're going to get to guess multiple times throughout a round, and I'll just take your last guess. So like if you like somebody else's and want to change your guess, you just retype in the word, and that resets your vote. So I'm not sure what we're doing here. We don't need a count. Self.player votes. Do we just do insert? Yeah, I think we just do insert, right? But this is where we need to do the checking. Yeah, if guess is less than 5. I love the AI. I love the AI. Oh. We don't need to print anything. If what I was going to say is Wait, so this could be 5 or 6. It has to be 5, right? So instead of all of this shenanigans, we just say equals to 5, does not equal 5. Thank you, AI. We will return, right? If the guess is not 5 lengths, if somebody's just chatting, that's fine. You can chat as well. We do nothing with it. Okay. Why am I having so many red lines? Is it the language server again? Maybe I need to update my stuff. The language server keeps seeming to hiccup on me. Okay, cool. Is a hash map the right thing? I think not. I think not. It makes initial insert, right? Because this is just going to insert, right? And then I can insert as many times as I like and not have to worry about it. Right? So I'll just stomp on your previous thing. If it was a list, I'd have to like go find yours and do it. Or I could keep a list and only use the last one, but then I have to do like logic to find the last one. So the only thing is now, when a round is over, we need to have something to like select a guess. Select the winning guess based off of votes. So let's see what they're going to do. We can just do like a values and collect it. Let's see what the AI did. Wait, max vote winner equals none. 4 players votes in player votes. Yeah, I was gonna say they're just gonna iterate over the values, which I think is fine. I don't care about the player, right? Yeah, this is hogwash. It's actually the vote that matters. This is the vote. This is actually a word. And now we need to actually count up the words. So at this point we need another hash map, right? So let's do mute votes equals hash map new, right? And so is this the best way of doing this? I just want to keep a count for every time something's been seen. And so this would require us to like get if it exists. If it doesn't exist, add 1 to it. Yeah, this is gonna be a little more complicated. I was trying to do I hate this. There's probably a stupid simple way to do this. I'm gonna do it a way that works. That's not stupid and simple. And then one of you is gonna pipe up at the end of this like, hey, wouldn't it have been easy? And then it will be easier and we'll fix it. We'll fix it then. Okay. Yeah, my diagnostics is not working, by the way. Okay. So let's that's garbage. There we go. Here we go. Let count equals votes.entry or the word or insert a 1, right? Not a 0, right? Because basically this says that ensures the value in the entry by inserting the default if empty, right? Okay. So, actually we could just do 0 because if it's not there, it's basically 0. Okay, that's fine. So let the count equal the votes dot entry for the word or insert a 0. So then we have 0. We'll increment that count. Yep. And then if we're not picking a winner just yet. We are building, maybe this will help the AI. Build a map of all votes. There we go. And so now all we need to do is votes dot insert player dot clone. No, not player. Word and count. Okay. Expected a U32, but found a U32. Wait. Why is it expecting a U32 for the word? I've messed up. Player votes. Oh, I have messed up. I let AI do this and it screwed stuff up. It should be the guess, right? It should be the string. Could you use a vec? I think I could use a vec. I was trying to think that through. I could also get like, I could use a vec and do like some trickery where it's like the location is the number of count, like the number of words you've got. Like, I feel like I could do some trickery. I'm not smart enough for that. That is too smart for me. Obviously this code is too smart for me because for some reason it thinks player votes. Wait, player is a string. So we have insert here with player. And it, 1 second. Okay. I think that it was just not having a good day. I need to reset up my Vim. All right, let map guys use 0. This doesn't matter. That's not a thing. Uh-oh, it's back. I was trying to think. I know I have a key combination to list what it thinks the thing is. Because obviously I have a different idea of what player votes is. I think it's a hash map of strings and strings. Right? Obviously it thinks the word is not. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can just move on and this will sort itself out. Maybe this will sort itself out. Let's move on. Either I have accidentally put something in here that would make right here. I did not see. It's that. It was this. Man. I think I got rid of round number, right? We don't need round number. My function isn't closed. Oh, is this what's causing all of its trouble? Oh, thank you. Okay. Dutch, thank you. Which causes votes to have type string integer. Oh, what? Yes, this should cause votes. Yeah. Which causes votes to have string integer. That's what I want it to have. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Cannot borrow votes as mutable. Second mutable. Let's see. Let's see. Wait. I don't think that's real. I think this is the thing. All right. The word is what we're doing. So, but if we borrow it, we're borrowing the clone, right? So this should be fine. Right? It's a string. It's a reference to a string. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? Cannot move out of word, which is behind a shared reference. Move word string, which is not implement. Copy. What am I screwing up here? Yeah, this isn't what I want. This is dumb anyways. I don't want a string reference unless if I have to. Do I actually, this is silly. I probably can just do stirs here, right? No, I can't. Because it's in a mutable hash map, right? Oh, why is... What I need to figure out is my stupid key This is why I need to redo this config, right? I have a config. I can't type at all, can I? I have a key combination to like, I don't know what it's called, but I want to show what this word is, what this player is, what the object is. What would that be called? Not diagnostic. Let's do... do we know what that word is called? Leader E. Diagnostic open float. Is that what it is? Let's see. See? What is it? Open diagnostic quick fix. That's not what it is. It's not error messages either. It's oh, typed it D. Wait, leader capital D. That was kind of it. Like leader capital D is almost it, right? Because it brought me to the struct string, which is a string. Okay, so but I just want it to pop up, right? Like you know, like a little that's almost right, but not quite. Okay, let's see. These are all telescope key maps. Okay. Okay. There we go. It took me a little while. It's just K. Okay, word. String reference. Beautiful. Beautiful. Why are we still set on winner? Okay, let's get rid of the word winner. Let's get rid of this. Ooh, actually, let's do this now, which is a string I32. Now watch this. Watch this. I just have to think of K of string. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. I knew that that's all I needed. So then let's do votes. Still dented. Word clone. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Okay. Done. Now, find the word with the most votes. if there is a tie, pick a random one. No. Let's not do max votes. Like, this is dumb. Try again. Okay, whatever. You're dented. All right, we'll do just something like we did above, where we do 4. Word count, and votes. What we do need to track vote, not max votes, right? Let mute. I guess max votes is fine. That's not what I was thinking. I was thinking like that was setting some threshold, but they're not setting a threshold. What they're doing is tracking the previous max votes. And then we update the winner. We'll select one of the random, the tied words. Yeah. Beautiful. So if there's a tie between 2 words, then we pick one of them and we move on. It means technically that if there's like 3 tied words, the first word has less of a chance of making it through because it has to go through 2 tiebreakers, and the last word that's in the tiebreaker has the most chance. So this isn't perfect. In theory, we would collect all of the words. That's too much work. This is fine. It's not going to be perfectly fair. All right, reset. We're going to reset the player votes, which is this. It does not reset the word. It just set. Let's rename this reset votes. Yeah. Cannot borrow votes as mutable more than once at a time. Second better move. Okay. I see. First mutable bar. Can we trick this? Can we do something like this? Can we just, I mean this, right? Because we want to dereference it. Yeah, okay. And then we can just remove that, right? Okay, and then dereference that. And we should be good, right? And then we can underscore this because we're not using it. We're only using player when we build the list to make sure that there's only a unique. Use the corresponding method, word. Oh, we could just use values. I see. Okay. So they want us to do values. Because we're not using player, we're just iterating over the values. So we could do for word in values. I got it. No. Okay. Value assigned to count is never read. Maybe it's overwritten before read. Maybe. I think this is fine. We're using it as a forcing function, so it's fine. And we're building. Cool. All right. Oh my goodness, that was more difficult than it should be. Thank you, Rust. Okay, what does it not like about here? If chain can be rewritten with match, sure. Probably. Let's walk through this. If the count is greater than the max votes equals count, winner equals, right. So we're, yeah. Else, if the count is a tie, otherwise we do nothing. If it doesn't have more votes or equal votes, we don't care. Right. And then here, if there's a tie, we're going to do the random thing. If let's ref the current winner equals winner. Wait, what are they doing here? I don't understand what they're doing here. This is some ref of current winner equals winner. If random, so they're saying if true on this random thing, the winner equals the new thing, the new word. Else, wait, I don't even think this works. We can make this simpler, right? Let's delete this garbage and this, right? And then it just becomes if the count equals the max votes, we'll do this check, and if it works, we'll reset the winner. If it doesn't work, we'll keep the old winner. That was stupid. All right, now, do we do this as a match? We could do this as a match. I kind of like it as an if-else here. Yeah. I'm going to leave it like that. Okay. So we have a select winner. We have a new guess. When somebody makes a guess in chat, we have a thing to reset. So now let's leverage this thing, right? Let's leverage this thing. Okay, so up here is basically where we need this thing. Right, that's what started this whole game round thing. Okay. Let game round equals a new game round. And then we don't need this guess count. Maybe we do. Really, we can see how many guesses are in the vector, but are we keeping old guesses in here? No, we're not. Do we keep old guesses around, or we don't really need to, do we? Okay. I'm gonna do instead of guess count, I'm gonna say round count. And it's gonna start at round 1 because we're not 0 indexing. It's round 1. It's not round 0. Okay. Twitch says I've only been streaming for 1 hour and 12 minutes. That's wrong. Was there a hiccup? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Moving on. What were we doing? Let's see. Guess count. Okay, so we have a game round now. So now we can also, on a message, we can do something like, yeah, this looks right. I don't know why we need all of this crap, but whatever. Something like this. Let's see. Player, sender, name. What's wrong with this? No, Neil, the field. What is on this message type then? Where is this message? Oh, it's if it's a debug or Twitch message, really. So we could do something like I don't want this exactly, but this is an acceptable start. So I think we just want a string here, right? And then here we're going to be, the sender is going to be debug, right? Not panic, it's just debug to string. And then this is a sender, which is yeah, so we should be able to what is a user name? Okay, so we should just be able to do sender dot name dot toString. Yeah, beautiful. And this we can add YouTube later on, and it will work fantastically. Just fantastic. I'm sure there'll be no problems with it when we get there. There will be no problems. Okay, I need you guys to stop doubting my. What was I doing here? Oh, this here. What was the function? Was it called sender? I forget what I just named it. Maybe I named it sender. Cool. And then this was text, right? I don't know. We already have done all this, right? Right. We already did this, right? So text is going to return a string. Ooh, except we don't want this. This was like for dumb displaying. Like I said, no content. It's gonna be a string, but all we want is, we can actually just get rid of, oh, not that. This. And return that, right? We're just getting a raw text. What is this? Of course, to string. We probably don't need clone after that unnecessarily. And then this doesn't need debug anymore, right? Because the sender will be debug. Yeah. Okay. That's better. Like I said, no problems. So then we can get rid of this check altogether. And we do... Beautiful. It is a library from ToggleBit. It is. That's what I'm using for the UI here. My UIs are known worldwide for being terrible, even when it's a TUI. Even when it's a TUI. We'll work on that. Well, last week, we fixed a bug in it. Yep. Not even joking. Not even, for all of you that think I'm lying or something like that, like, let's go to the commits here. Let's go down here. Let's see. Oh, wait. On dev. Let's see. Where is mine? What did I call it? I didn't do the merge, so it won't be my name here. Let's see. It was pop front. Have there been that many changes so far that I'm not even on the first page anymore? Might be. He's actually working on it, unlike mine. Look, pop font fix. Look at that. Last week, I've been requesting a t-shirt now, since I'm now an official dev. But oh, Scott B. Scott, you give me too much credit. You give me too much credit. You give me too much credit. So what I'm working on is a set of streaming tools for probably the only the nerdiest of streamers. It's a pack of stream games powered by the terminal. And so basically this one that we're working on right now is Wordle. So basically Twitch plays by sending messages. Those messages are guesses. And when your guess goes up, right now this is just a placeholder, it'll be put in here like this. This is Oxbow. So you know the W goes, whatever. You get the idea of what Wordle is. And you get your guesses. So every 20 seconds, you get to guess. And what happens, because it's Twitch, everybody guesses, last guess is the one that they're guessing. And whatever word gets the most guesses is the word that gets picked. So spamming doesn't help you, is what I'm saying, because it's sorted by user. So it's whatever you picked last is what your vote is, and that's what gets guessed. So Twitch chat gets to play Wordle. This is our first one. This is just integrating the system, getting all of those components working together. The next one after this, there's two others that I want to do before I make a video releasing this to the public. The other one is Twitch plays worm, where you know how the worm eats the thing and you control where the worm goes. There's some complications with that one. That one's probably going to be the last one. It's probably going to be the most difficult one. Twitch plays worm. And then the third one, which is probably actually the second one, is going to be Twitch plays D&D. Basically, I'm going to hook up an AI to be the dungeon master, and Twitch, you as a player are going to be put in a group that controls a character. And so your group gets to vote on things that happen. And there you go. That's going to be the 3-game pack. It's open source. Anybody can use it. Play games with their Twitch if they like. You know, I'm gonna talk to some of the bigger streamers, you know, that I know. So like Togglebit. That's all the streamers I know. I know Tom too. Tom BH. If you haven't given Togglebit or Tom BH a check, you should do it. I'm gonna shout out to Tom here. You should go follow Tom. Super cool guy. Way better at Rust than I am. Like most people that actually use Rust, better than I am. All right, let's move on. So that's what I'm doing right now. That is what I'm doing right now. I'm kind of hooking up the game logic. We kind of got the UI figured out. We're doing the game logic now. And then the next thing that we have to do is hook the game logic to the UI. It's been a process. Why are all setups the same? What do you mean our setups? My setup's not like Togglebits. What are you talking about? It is not. That's probably because Togglebit copies me. If my setup is anywhere close to Togglebit's, it's because Togglebit is trying to copy me and my success and my fame. He's jealous. He's very jealous. This is not the Waybar. So we're already different if he's using Waybar. If you're talking about NeoVim, anybody that uses Kickstarter is going to look like this. So I use Kickstarter with very few tweaks. So if he uses Kickstart too, like that's maybe why. Or he likes Tokyo Night theme. Like that's like an acceptable answer too. Yeah. But he is very jealous of my success. Togglebit is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tom is pretty cool. He's really chill too. I'm a little like more... I listen to Tom while I do stuff because he's just chill. He's sitting there. I feel more productive when listening to him. Okay, so if he uses i3 bar, I do use i3 bar as well. So if that's the case, he does copy me. My i3 bar is half broken that I haven't fixed yet. So I can't imagine Togglebits is that way. No. Togglebits is actually fantastic. I only tease him because he's legitimately a better streamer than I am. And that's why I get to make those. Guess for type integer. What? What? New guess. String, right? Yeah. New guess. String. Oh, this is not round count. Oh my goodness, this is game round. I was talking and programming. Oh, really? His new status bar was one that he made last week with... That's actually really cool. One of my goals this year is to actually make a series on hosting something in production. And one of the things that I'd like to do is to then have like a bar with its current stats somewhere on screen. I think that would be really cool. Maybe we do it with a TUI. I think actually this is pretty cool. This is pretty easy. I'm probably making it more complicated than I need to, integrating Twitch chat. Like if I was pulling something, it'd probably be a little easier. All right. I haven't seen, like, I'm actually pretty busy, so I don't get to watch a ton of streamers. I try to watch a few every single week if I can to support them, like Tom, like Togglebit. I try to, anytime that I can, I try to catch Tom, Togglebit, Rob, you know, I try to support them some. I try to say just something to support them in chat. That being said, I don't chronically have a lot of time because if I do have the spare time, a lot of times I'm streaming myself. So I haven't seen Togglebit's new status bar. So that's cool. That's super cool. You make Rust seem nice, which it's not. Oh gosh. You make me sound like a used car salesperson. You know, if this whole programming thing doesn't turn out for me, I'll just go to a used car salesperson. Well, thank you. I do try to have fun. Some streams are more fun than others. I do try to learn stuff on stream, which can sometimes not be fun. So Scott B, I'm revamping my YouTube. I have some big plans for it. Should be more educational and more fun in the future. Hopefully. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So we got this all fixed out, right? So we can go back up to the game logic where we were working. Let's see. So we need to basically, this is reset. So we need to also game round reset the votes. That was the feature that we added. And here we now added a new message. So What I don't like here is this does await. What we really need to do is basically get all of them. So like if Twitch chat is guessing a bunch, there could be 4 or 5 in the queue to wait on, right? And I'd like to get all of them. Is there like a receive all? Like a receive all that are... Is there like a receive many? This method is cancelled if receive many is used. Okay. Let's do receive many. I want the actual function. Okay. So this is receive many. Let's see. What is its diagram? Receives the next values for this receiver and extends buffer. This method extends buffer no more than a fixed number of values is specified by limit. If limit is 0, the function returns immediately with 0. The return value is the number of values to add to the buffer. For a limit of limit is greater than 0 if there are no messages in the channel queued, but the channel has not yet been closed. This method will sleep until a message is sent or closed. For non-zero limits of limit, this method will return 0 unless the channel has been closed. And wait. For non-zero values of limit, this method will never return 0 unless the channel has been closed and there are no So is there a try receive many? It's really what I wanted. Toggle, how are you? Don't be mad, Toggle. I just figured out how to do multi-threading, and I figured it out via the fact that you wrote about how to do it. I am not today, but maybe next Saturday I'm gonna make a example for you for your repo for anathema, but I'm trying to implement it here first. And then we'll make the demo and yeah, but anyways, since you're here, I have a question for you, because try receive is not, there is a receive many, but there's not a try receive many. I know. I'm so demanding. So here, basically, we're working on playing Wordle. As you probably saw, we're working on playing Wordle. And what I want to do is I want to get the batch of next votes. So basically, there's going to be a set amount of time. It's 20 seconds for right now. There's a set amount of time. And while this is happening, I want to process incoming messages. And I could do a try, get one message, and then bump back up to here. So I could do a try receive right here, and then just move on. But that means that literally every single time I check, and of course I don't have to await the try receive. I'm gonna kind of thrash the processor here, because then I'm just going to jump up here. The duration's not going to have changed. I'm gonna fall back down. So every message that I do, I'm gonna have to check this, right? Which I didn't really want to do. So when I was looking in here, there was, you know, and then there's receive, which would like wait for a message. But then there's like receive many. Ooh, pull receive many. Oh, so maybe pull receive many is what I wanted. I was looking at receive many, and it wasn't quite what I wanted. Yeah, this is receive many, and it wasn't. But what is pull receive many? Pulls to receive the next message on this channel. Pull pending if no messages are available. The channel is not closed. Pull ready. Some message if a message is available. When this message returns, pull pending. The waker in the provided context is scheduled to receive a wake up when the message is sent. This is the Tokyo. Yes, this is Tokyo. Sorry. This is a Tokyo channel. Maybe I need to use a different channel. Like, that might be an acceptable statement. Like, if I need to use a different channel to do that, maybe. My general thing is I don't program enough Rust, so I just use Tokyo's stuff unless if there's a specific need. So basically, for anybody that's just new here, let's see. I'm trying to batch receive stuff here. But it needs to, let me try this. All received many. Oh, wait. My typing is so bad. Let's see. The message pull pending. Let's see. If no messages are available, but the channel is not closed. Okay. So I think that I just combine this, right? This will give me an account. Let's look at the example here. This is not a great example, is it? This is not the best. Oh, wait. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Never mind. Oh, do I have to implement this in a future? This is not what I want. If I need to implement it in a... Oh, because it's talking about the Waker. This is not what I want. It's kind of what I want. Talk a bit told me I was a lazy Python coder if I didn't use the std and let all the crates do my work. That's probably true. I see. But can I still use this? Even outside of Even outside? I don't know. I'm gonna try. It seems reasonable. Oh wait, except that I don't have the context, right? Because this expects a context. That's why I was... let's see if there's another receive mini. So this is the standard receive mini. This is the poll receive mini. And this is just back to the receive mini. Okay, Let me ask ChatGPT. In Rust, I want to receive many messages off a channel without blocking the channel. Well, I know I can do try receive. I know try receive, but that only does one, and I don't want to... I guess I could do like while try receive. Okay, so maybe I do while try receive, and I just go through it until it's empty. Yeah. Tell me what you think about this toggle. In your infinite, or what seems to mere mortals like me, infinite Rust knowledge. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do... wow. Can I do like while... okay, message equals chat while... Did I mess this up? I felt like this was the right way of doing this. I don't really do this very often. I need a let, don't I? I need a let. There we go. There we go. Okay. There's only one problem here. And this isn't a problem for me, but this would be a problem if Togglebit wanted to use this with his chat. Is if you were to never have an empty buffer, it would never check the timer, right? This still doesn't batch, but that's okay. It's okay. We'll do it one at a time. And this will be fine for right now. Currently, if there are no messages, the game will hang. That's not true. False. Currently, if processing falls behind the game will not progress to next round. I don't think I have to worry about this. Like, this is an edge case, but it's not one that I'm going to worry about right now. You're true. Greyhatter, that might be a thing that we could do. Is basically just pass in a special message instead of this. That might be something we do in the future, especially if the game gets like more advanced with different things. That might be a very good way of doing it. Right now, this is the thing that knows about the timer, so that wouldn't be really feasible. I guess I could. I don't have a sender here. I guess I could pass the sender into here to send that and spawn this on a different thread. Absolutely. For right now, I don't think this is going to be a problem. So I'm just going to move on like it's not a problem. We'll find out. It could be a problem. If you run this on a potato, if you run this on a pit, be warned, potato runners. If you're trying to run this on your iPhone 1, don't do it. Don't do it. Single hues are single for a reason. Okay. So for each round, we start the timer and we run until the timer, we reset votes. We need to check if they've won. Let's see. Does word match? Is this correct? Did the AI do it? Let's see, we're going to return yes or no. If the length does not equal the length, we're going to return false. Okay, for I and C in guess chars, we're going to enumerate those. If C does not equal word at I, seems reasonable. Return false. This seems reasonable. Okay. So we have a new guess here, and this should does this return the guess? It does, right? No, it does. Oh, wait, no. At the end of a round, one second. At the end of a round, we can get the guess, right? Let winner equals select winner. So this selects the winning word. I'd like to rename this, right? Select round winner. So whatever word won the round. Okay. you tried to. No. It was a good one. I'm really bad at reading. Okay? So it takes me a little while to get the joke. Trust me. Russell is more difficult. He gets me almost constantly. Okay. Russell had enough of me already, okay? He was here for like an hour. He said something about, my goodness, these Americans. And left. Said something about rather putting mud in his eyes than watch this content. He's not here to defend himself, okay? Just so everybody knows. I appreciate Russell. Okay, I'm so sidetracked now. We selected winner. We selected the winner. The winning word. Winning word. Winning word. Now what we need to do display the winning word. But before we do that, we need to know if it's actually 1. So basically, if it's 1, we're going to put it down here. Like that's no, we'll just leave it in the next one. So we go ahead and display the winning word no matter what. And then once we display the winning word, let us see if it's actually the correct word. Did we not make this public? Probably not. Does word match? I did make it public. What? What? Does word match? Is that a like whining word? Wait a second. Did I spell this? All right. Is an option of string. Oh, okay. Wait, why is it a optional? A word has to win, right? There's no none in here, is there? I guess if nobody votes, nobody voted. If nobody plays the game, I guess it would be none. Yeah, this is totally safe. I've never actually used as deref. What does this? Converts from an option of type T to an option of target. Leaves the original option in place, creating a new one with a reference to the original one. Additionally, coercing the contents via deref. I think we'll just do with, can we just go with unwrap? I don't feel like we need that. I guess we obviously need that. I did not understand it. One second, let's go back. As deref, why does that converts from option T or reference to an option T to an option of T target? What is an option of T target? Oh, so you can change an option of string to an option of... Oh. Oh, I see here. This is letting an option of string equal sum hey to owned. And then this is x.deref sum hey. Which this would be a string ref. Okay. Okay, I see. And then if we're looking at this, we're looking at an option of string. So couldn't we just do this though? Couldn't, instead of this, we could do... right? I think so. Okay, that's cool though. I'll have to remember that as deref. I'm sure it will come in super handy. And when it does, I won't remember what it is, so. The allocator police will get you for that one? Why? I just did toString as string. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You guys gotta lighten up a little. Yeah, and then I get a pointer to it. Yeah, that's fine. It's safe. That's all I care about. We can do the as deref. The one reason I was doing it the other way was to check if I understood what it was doing, and I do. So now I'm fine with using it, so that's fine. We'll do this one. Okay. The Reddit police deleted your post tonight? What did you post? what did you post? Oh. Okay, so I've kind of made a mess. I made a wonderful little mess here. So now we know if it's correct. Okay. Fantastic. You want to see what I've been getting PM'd with? This is what I have been getting PMs with on Discord. Oh, not that. Oh gosh. You go back to where you belong. This is what I've been getting PM'd with on Discord. Let me get this over here for you. People are AI putting my face on stuff. Yeah, you know it's AI because it's not quite as beautiful. Like, not quite as perfect. Yeah, not quite as perfect. That's how you know it's AI and not actually me. AIs aren't there yet. They can't recreate this. Yeah. Yes, I did also receive that in Discord today. I worry about you all. I worry about you all. And no, I didn't make that. That was sent to me. All right. Let's see. Click and display the winning guess. We already have that. Check to see if the game is over. We now do that. If is correct. The game ends. I don't know how we're going to end it. For right now, we're just going to do this. Print doesn't matter. What we're going to do... Oh, Toggle, you know a widget I'm going to make for Anathema? I want a terminal window. I want one that just like goes here and displays the last terminal message. So like if you run this in debug mode, terminal messages will just be put down here, like one at a time. I'm just gonna make that a thing. So you don't have to like make a thing to do it. You can just put that in there and that's what it will do. I think that would be cool. Yeah, like just a debug console that I'm not quite sure yet, but like just something that either like you can include and like it's hidden by default and it pops up, or you know, I'm not entirely sure yet, but I think that would be really cool to have like a debug console built into it, because like when you're making a TUI, you can't print it. Like it's like, I don't know what's happening unless if I print to it somehow, right? I'm not as good as you, so like I just generally don't know what's going on. I want to sleep. I want to sleep for 10 seconds and then we'll just close. It's not Tokyo sleep. What is it? It's Tokyo time. 1 second. Time. It's time. It's time. It's time. Cool. Yeah, I think a debug console would be pretty cool. Pretty cool. Hey there. Oh, what did you do? That dog's either bored or she did something wrong. Yeah, she won't look at me. She did something she is worried about. All right, so when we break out of wait. When I say if is correct. Oh. I guess we need like some flag. This is dumb. We need to clean this up, but let mute game over equals false. And then game over if game over, and then if game over. Yeah, let's just do that. We're just going to break. No, AI, you're bad. We're in this while loop, right? So break should be, wait, why is break upset here? Break, it's inside of a loop. I need it to be more inside of this loop. While round count is equal to this, or the game does not equal over. We'll just do this. Yeah, that's what I'm worried, that I need to now be careful where I step. She has obviously done something. She has obviously done something. You know what, Toggle? I think that they got your picture better than mine, honestly. That looks more like you than my AI generated picture. So like, congratulations, your community, you know, AI's got the inner you more than AI's got me. All right, let's It's the cheese. Do you mind if I share this with stream? That's fantastic. All right. All right, here we go. This is what Togglebit got. It's hilarious that we both got an AI generated picture of ourselves and how close it got to us. You know, to our true inner self. True inner self. The keyboard is wrong. You're a Mac lover at heart. That's what we learned. We learned your inner self here. You're a dog with cheese that loves Macs. That loves shiny things. Sorry, dog with cheese that loves shiny things. I'm just teasing. By the way, before anybody gets it, I'm not actually calling Togglebit a dog. Check and see if the game is over. We're doing this. Reset container holding all guesses now. Doing that too. All right. So we increment the round count. We select a winner. We check if the game is over. If the game is over, we wait 10 seconds because we just want people to see it. We'll probably do 30 seconds. And then the game will end. We can get rid of this. It's saying error. What does it not like? Expected a... Oh, I did not... What? There we go. I can't type. Okay. If the game is over... I was Pythoning it up right there. The details are there. The fancy chair. Do you like that chair, by the way? I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know. You buy the chair that you're kind of stuck with it anyway. So maybe you don't like the chair. Do you like that chair? Let's see if this compiles. Okay. So the last thing that we have to do is actually send the chat messages here, right? Right now, this button does it. And so let's do that. Let's fix that. Okay, so what we have to do is what's outlined here, where we've got to emit a component. All right, so using a... Oh, no. Oh, no. There might be an issue here, Toggle. I'm so glad you're here. There might be an issue. So if you remember right... Oh yeah, that's HTMX. I'm one of the leading experts on it. If you remember... Your timer is going off. Okay, okay. Well, when you get back... Okay. So here, my goal was to basically update the UI by emitting a message to the stack. And the stack takes, if we go into the stack, is it not start? Oh, it's a row now. I need to rename the thing to not be stack in there. It's a row now because stack didn't make any sense because it was a row. Anyways, whatever. The row takes this message and fills out all the information, where it has the character it's supposed to display and what color it's supposed to be, right? This is what's passed in. Now, so I want to pass a message to this, but it doesn't actually have an ID because it's a template. So this isn't a ID. This is not an ID, but here you say I need to pass it by the component ID, but it doesn't have an ID. Oh, pass the message to the parent component. Okay. This is gonna be a little bit more work, but I got it. I'm passing it to this whole thing. I got it. So in, let's see, in Wordle, in here is where we actually build out this UI, right? In here? It's in here, isn't it? Yeah. So this would be the thing we would say, rows, and this returns an ID. No, it doesn't. Okay, maybe I was lied to. I thought that's what I saw. Let's see. Component ID is builder. Yeah, this is. But this returns an empty result. Oh, there's an ID in here. Add prototype with an ID. Is this another bug that I have to fix? Is this supposed to return the ID toggle? Why can't I know the idea of a prototype? Oh, you don't want, right. This is the thing you don't want me to send it to. Never mind. I'm sorry. I realize now. I need to send it to the parent thing, and it's in main, right? Let's see. Templates. It's in main, so I'm sending it to the main component. This one. So this is the main ID equals. No. Right. Yeah. Okay. Why does it not let main ID? Okay. So this is the main idea of that, and now this thing can listen for that message, and it can forward that message on. Okay. I got it. We might need to spawn this after here. I think we're gonna need this little piece of information. Okay, and then we're going to do main ID, and here main ID. Is it really a? I thought it was a number. I-32. Correct me. I was just looking at this. It looked like a I-32 to me. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's an actual fancy thing. Okay. Okay, it's some fancy thing. Let's see, Command K this, or Shift K this. It is a component ID. It got deleted. I still find that that's like the deletion thing that you showed me is real, right? Like, like that. That is amazing. How did? Was it too funny? Like, that is amazing. Like, who? Did they use an AI? Like, that strikes me as AI content, like moderation. Bad. A TUI library with a templating system rejected for being part of the crafting Rust video game. I don't understand how even just going from the post title you could get that. That's hilarious. I am so glad it happened to you though, because I get great joy out of it. I also need this emitter thing. Okay. Ooh. An emitter. Really? Let me Command K this thing really quickly. It's just called emitter. Okay. I'll async you life. All right, so now we have this in the background thread and we can emit stuff to the main component. What we need to do now is pipe those messages from the main to the not main stack, which I think we already do here. This is our main index. And we already are, like, that's how we get this message here. When we do this, this button is emitting to the lower, the stack. So it's not too unsimilar to this button. Instead of having this button, of course, we need to listen to something. But this message is the message that we're going to need to send. So, okay. All right, now we just need to listen to this, right? So how do I listen to this message? Like, what is this message? Okay, component. Wait, component ID. Oh, does this component ID need to be the type of thing that we're sending it? It didn't have a type. It had an empty type for us. Our component did not have it had an empty type. Do I need to force it into a type? And is there restrictions on this? I guess I'll find out. Where is the receiver? Let me see. Where do I receive this? Is it the same way, Wordle? Is it just this on message? Is that all I have to do here? I just need to do an on message for mine. I'm going to assume and move forward with that. What is the type of message that you want to send? I could just send this one, right? This row state. That's all it's going to forward on. I need the row state and what row to do, right? Because there's multiple rows. So I just need to update one of them. So I could add the row to the row state. Or I could do like a new message that had a row state and a row. But that doesn't really jive, having these have sub ones. I learned that the hard way. You don't want a row message to implement something else. They need to be like base things, or else it gets sucky quick. Can't make a state object outside of the runtime. Oh, okay. Well, crap. Then how am I supposed to pass in a state object if I can't make that object outside of it? Like, I need to emit something to it here. If I can't add anything in here, then how am I supposed to do that? If I can't create the state message outside, how can I pass it in through a thread? Like an emitter. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. I'm sorry. I'm probably misunderstanding what you're saying. To me, that doesn't make sense, because it basically says that I can't pass anything in with this new emitter that I made, which doesn't make sense because I want to pass stuff in. I'm going to try to do something while you're trying to make that make sense. I'm going to try to do what I was going to do, and then it's probably not going to work, but that's fine. Oh, right. So I can do the messages, just not the... That's fine. Right. So the state's all internal, which makes sense because you want it to be on the same thread. Sorry, I was mixing state and message. That's probably me. I was talking about messages here, so yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, cool. We're on the same wavelength, I think, here. Maybe we're on the same wavelength. All right, so what I want to do here is on message. Right. And the message here. We'll just call it index message. And this is going to have two things. Not that at all. Row. This is going to be an I32. And the other thing it's going to have is row message. It's going to contain a row message, right? Like this. Cool. And then this is going to be an index message. This is what we're receiving. Cool, 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 cool. And now... Yeah, sorry, Togglebit. I got so confused. I got entirely way too confused on that. My bad. So how did I select the row here? I did context attribute. Okay. This is all I really need to do on this is this right here. Anything sufficiently awesome is sufficiently complex, right? If it's simple, some simple things are really awesome, but like a lot of times with these systems, like the more awesome stuff they do, the more complicated they get. And also when you're talking about rendering stuff, you always have to worry about, stuff like this. Sometimes you do bad things, and bad things happen. And when that happens, this happens. And you can only blame yourself. I'm giving people motion sickness. Is that what you're saying? That's just perfection. It's the time is up for guessing, okay? If you guys didn't get it, the time is up for guessing, okay? My goodness. Yes, I did just leave that running. I don't even know how I did that. It's amazing. Just like most of the things I do, it's amazing. Oh gosh. I have a question now. I'm sorry, Toggle. I'm abused. You're here just to relax, and here I'm just like asking you questions about your... Don't worry about me. I'm just asking myself this. I'm gonna figure it out without your help. But if you give me your help, it will make it easier. So now I have these. Can these be just integers? Can this be just this? Togglebit, do you want to stream it with me? Start your stream up. You're always welcome. Okay, cool. This is going to be easier because it's going to map to the guess that they're trying, right? So in the back end, this just maps to the game easier. Oh, you're just going to hop on the Discord? Absolutely. If you want to hop on the Discord, I will do that. And I will go get myself a drink of water. You're always welcome. You should always jump on the stream. I love it when people jump on the stream. Yeah, let me go get a drink of water. Give me like 3 minutes before you give me a call. 2 minutes. I don't even need 3 minutes. 2 minutes. I don't need 2 minutes, but give me 2 minutes. You don't need the socks. The top is appreciated. I had this fear. I had this fear that Togglebit was somehow going to have his feet on the stream. Like, why does he need socks? Like, what was the sock statement? And then like I was saying, I think you need socks. Like now I have this distinct fear that you definitely need socks. Okay? Please. Please. Can I hide our chat while popping out a voice call so people can see you? Does this do? Can I pop this out? How do I pop this out?
Hello, mine. How you doing?
Oh, let me turn the music down.
Yeah, and let me. I guess I should kind of get your stream running as well, without the sound.
How do I? Can I pop this out so that I can show it on stream?
Yes, you should be able to, but I am not. Oh, hang on. Wrong window. Okay, let's close everything down here. Let's go to browser. There you are. Okay, I'm gonna turn. Okay, so now the sound is off on the stream. Oh, and I'm getting an advert as well.
Perfect. Perfect.
There we go. Okay, so is the voice being piped to the stream now?
Yeah, your voice should be going to the stream.
All right. We'll see how the advert should be over soon. Okay.
Wait. It says, "Whoa, toggle's pretty loud in this stream." We need to quiet toggle down.
Yes. So you can just right click my user on Discord and you can probably just pull the volume slider down.
There we go. Now is a good volume.
There we go. So the stream is gonna be like a couple of seconds behind for me. So what I see is gonna be delayed, including your reactions. So this will be pretty interesting.
Okay, Toggle, I'm gonna try to put you where I am. So if you just monologue like you normally do.
All right. Let's see. What should we talk? Oh man, I have been busy today. Not only have I been getting no love from Reddit, although I don't think one would expect that, but like, the anticlimactic part there was more that I sat there really pensive, thinking that maybe I shouldn't post this. Am I like equipped to deal with the let's choose my words carefully here, but the onslaught of things that are coming from Reddit, right? Do I want to deal with the constant questions and like the snarky comments and everything? And I thought, okay, you know what? I can deal with this thing, right? I get enough abuse from my own community. So eventually, I just hit submit on that thing, and I got an immediate automated message saying your post has been deleted because it's game spam, basically. So that was pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, okay. I'm hoping that your levels are adjusted now, and it's fine.
Yeah, I think I had it a little while ago, but that's fine. The fact that you got your post taken down on Reddit is fantastic. That made my day.
I mean, there are people who write insane things on Reddit, like people who are entirely detached from reality. And the reason we know this is because their posts don't get taken down, but my post got taken down. It's just puts a bit of bit of perspective on the whole thing. So maybe I'm worse than these people. They're like, oh, this guy is completely unhinged. What was he doing? He's programming Rust on purpose. So I'll just delete everything it says. Then can't be having any of that, right? Yeah, okay. So looking at what you got here, though, right? There is a. Do you wanna like do a sort of overview? I didn't want to do this in chat. I didn't want to like ask you to do something because you can never really provide a lot of information when you're chatting. These like one-liners are kind of useless and mostly confusing. So I didn't want to get too into could you explain the architecture to me? But seeing as I can actually chat with you now, do you want to show me a little bit about like an overview on how you see data flow through the system?
Yeah. So great. I am sharing my screen with you. I couldn't do the full
Oh
one because
yeah.
my internet would die, but hopefully I can stream this to you so that's a little bit more retime than what you get in the stream.
Hmm.
Okay. So what let's go over actually what I'm sharing with you is not my full screen. Discord just died. Discord just died. Okay. I can't share my
All
screen
right.
with you. Discord said no, absolutely not.
Fair enough. Well, that's all right. That's all right. I can kind of deal with the delay. It'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, Van, he invited skill issues. There's tons of skill issues. All right. So this is how I kind of see the flow of information. So right now, there's basically two things that are. I guess there's three pieces of this. Oops, not the tool I thought I had. So one piece is the UI here. That is obviously anathema, or I always mispronounce that.
You do, but that's okay. But what I'm gonna do now, because now there's no reason anymore, I'm going to send you something here, and this will clear everything up. Okay, hang on.
Oh boy. Okay. The
Where
other
is that?
component, while you're sending that, the other component that we have from the UI. Oh, oh gosh. Oh gosh. Here we go.
Just listen to that for like 10. It's safe on stream. It's safe on stream. Just listen to it for like 10 seconds.
And all her sacraments in heaven or on earth. We declare him excommunicate and anathema. We cast him into the outer darkness.
I
There you
hate that
have
you
it.
had this on, on like the only thing that I'm upset about is that in a 2 hour and 30-minute movie, you had the exact point in the movie ready for me. That's the only thing I'm upset about at all.
It was actually one of my viewers that sent me that, and I thought that was so good. But you're not the only one who pronounced it differently, right? I think the only reason I pronounce it the way I do is because there's actually a band named Anathema from Liverpool, which is really good if you're into that kind of music. Like the early stuff is really good, right? And like so that's sort of what it is. So the pronunciation comes from there, but I think anathema is kind of an uncommon word. It's not like well known.
I learned the word from this.
Neil Stevenson wrote a book. Oh, Anthem. Okay.
Anthem, but
Anthem.
in it there was the anathema, but I learned it just from reading. And so like, when you don't know how to pronounce a word and you read it, so there's in this there's these people who are excommunicated in theory, kind of, and that's them. So like, anyways, that's where I learned the word.
So what's that book about? I mean, I remember Neil Stevenson being all right.
Do
Although I
you
can't remember
like
exactly what he wrote.
the first? I doubt that book is great for a lot of people. I really enjoyed it. It's probably what I consider one of his greater works. That book is about some monks who remove themselves from the population to study, and the introduction to the book, like the first couple chapters, are like a conversation to two people, catching people up on how quantum physics works, so that you can understand part of the book, the rest of the book. So it's like this conversation between these two monks on how these types of things, which is fantastic because I love it because it's like I say kind of entertaining. My wife did not find it entertaining at all. So it depends on whether you're into like hard science fiction or not, on whether you'll like that.
I mean, to me, it's a bit of a, it's a little bit of so-so, right? Some of it can be really good, some of it can be kind of a tedium on account of being so. So hard sci-fi is obviously trying to stay very close to like a research truth, right? Like it's not just gonna be like it will be cool spaceships made out of microwaves, right? There's like hard sci-fi has a little bit of like science behind it, right? That's
right.
that's
And this
thing,
is where
right? I
like
mean,
he very much touches into theoretical science that isn't necessarily, it's all based off of hard science, like all stuff that we know to be true and plausible, but not necessarily all that is actually existing. And explores that. So yeah. Anyways, so back to, one second. I need a quick refresher.
Gentlemen,
I went
it
too
is
far
a
back.
supreme irony.
One second. There we go.
And all her sacraments in heaven or on earth. We declare him excommunicate and anathema.
Anathema. All right. So
there you go.
we have three things here. We have the UI, we have Twitch chat, and we have the game loop. The game loop is really the thing driving, that's driving everything else in this thing. So the game loop needs these two things, but the flow of communication, like the flow of data, is Twitch chat to the game loop, and the game loop to anathema.
Okay, so the Twitch chat is going to be generating some kind of data structure or like bit of data that goes to the game loop and the game loop to the UI, right? Okay, that seems pretty straightforward at this point. So there was at one point during the stream where you have a loop that is dealing with incoming messages, or in Tokyo you had like the try receive and try receive many. And did I don't know if I made sense in the chat when I said that try receive many probably would just give you one message at a time. So did I make sense when I said that? Hello, Wari, how you doing?
Wait, what do you?
Enrico.
Oh, hey.
Technically, I'm just gonna tell Enrico off here because I am streaming. I'm just not doing it on my channels. I'm being yelled at by my community here. That's all right. Sorry. Okay. So do go on.
Do you need to get streaming? Do you need to get going?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's just it's just Enrico being a sausage. It's all right. I love you, buddy. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Do I need to ban him? I can ban him for how long should he be banned?
If you ban Enrico, I'll lose like half my viewer base. He has too much political power in my stream. We can't do that.
Oh, I can't ban him. Okay.
Control superpower. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of the function. So if we were to look at your diagram and this function at the same time, this would be the game loop, right? This is the game loop in that.
Right. So this, what we're looking at here is this game loop. And what we're doing is we're trying to receive messages. It's not a push. Really, this is incorrect. We're trying to receive messages like from Twitch chat. We're checking to see if anything's there.
Okay, so let's talk about that one for a hot minute. So when you receive messages from Twitch chat, you're going, just to be clear, you're going with messages and not channel point redemption then, because channel point redemption would obviously solve the entire queuing issue, because you can set the channel point redemption to be first come first serve, right, rather than having to deal with the queuing. So
right, I actually do want to leverage channel point redemption at some point, because there's a couple things that we can do with it. For one, like there's a couple things that we can do with it. But for this first point, my first take here was I wanted people to not have to spend channel points on it. So yeah, I'm just
I mean, you could put it to like 1 channel point. That's not gonna matter. I think it's fine, right? So then the next mechanic would be that all guesses. Is it gonna be that all guesses within some time span will accumulate into a collection, and then you pick a random guess from there? Or how does it work?
yeah. Okay, yeah. Absolutely. I think we wrote that before you joined. So basically what happens is it goes into this game round. So every round is for a certain amount of time. 20 seconds in this case is what we're going for a round. And when there's a new guess, we actually just insert it. And so basically what we're saying here is that if you guessed 12 times, just your last guess is the one. So the round lasts 20 seconds, and I am just going to take your last guess. So if, let's say at the very beginning, you thought that the word was oxbow, but you saw that Russell put a word down that you're like, oh no, that's a better word. I want to guess with Russell. I want to vote with Russell's guess. You can change your vote by typing it in again. I thought that this would be kind of fun because it kind of causes people to want to spam at the very end if they want to like slide in a guess that they don't think other people are going to guess. Like it gives like a little bit of.
You think you're gonna get organized data input from chat? That's a fascinating delusion. I like this. Okay, but that aside, okay, so all of that. So is it gonna be guess by word, right? So when we do the Wordle thing, you're always you're guessing a word. It's not like a character randomly from chatters and stuff. Right? It's actual
Right.
words, right?
So your guess, like this is literally like if it doesn't equal 5 characters, I don't even like it doesn't even count as you signing it. So like if people are typing in chat, this is just going to ignore it.
Okay. Can I suggest that you download or add to your dependencies Unicode with string, because that's 5 bytes, and someone is gonna figure out that dumping a Unicode character is gonna break your game.
Dude,
Yes.
I already was thinking about how I was gonna have to deal with that.
Oh, it's very easy. It's literally just one change here. If you add Unicode with stir as a dependency, then this thing will be solved by just changing .len to
Okay.
.with.
Okay, so let's I guess I'll do that to the UI portion. Where's my why do I have okay. So Unicode
Yeah, let me find the actual crate here. Crates Unicode with stir, I think it's called. Or maybe it's just okay. I think it might be this one here, right? Unicode with, that's the one. And you just change the len to with, and you basically alternatively you could also just before we even do that, you could just check if the string is all ASCII. Given that we're just going to use words anyway, that makes this not work for hiragana and kanji and things like that. But I'm guessing that's not the target here, right?
It's just English, and if you want to spam emotes in chat, that should be fine. I don't care.
Do you have to prefix this with something when you're guessing? Do you have to do like bang guess, or does it just take whatever you say?
No, my idea was like when this is running, if you put a 5-letter word and that's all, then it counts as a guess.
Okay, in that case, just check with that function before you bother checking the length, right? So if the length is not 5 and that is not true, then you reject it. So that makes it even easier. Then you don't need that dependency.
And we want guess dot is ANSI. Yeah.
ASCII.
ANSI? It doesn't have an
ASCII.
N, does it? So it's ASCII. Sorry.
Yeah, there's that American Standard Character something, and ANSI is what does ANSI stand for? Because ANSI gives you all that like the color support. I mean, I should know this as I've spent so much time with the terminal, but suddenly
I
it
know,
just escapes
like
me.
it's what maps the things to the characters. I understand. I don't know what it stands for.
We just know nothing, but we kind of know something. So we're definitely in the right place. Hello, Keeney Zucchini. How you doing?
Is this all of your crew is on here now? What happened?
They're turning up one and one here. The moral support. All right, my emotional support viewers. Thank
Your
you all for
emotional
turning up.
support. Whoa, you're doing Twitch wrong if you're going there for emotional support. I don't know about your viewers, but
Well, you know what? I sort of I gratuitously watch some content creators because of how terrible they are to the chat and how terrible the chat are to them. So it's kind of it makes me feel good about my community and my chat. And I sort of like see these people, they just keep telling the chat like stop being like this. And like halfway through the stream, you can see how they're ready to give up. And I kind of just feel good about myself for watching this. Right? Does that make me a bad person? Probably, but I still enjoy. I was like, oh, you might have 3 million viewers, but your views are shit. And then like I feel good about it. Sorry, I shouldn't curse. I have no idea if your kids are anywhere near
you're
you there.
fine.
I do
You're
apologize.
fine.
Um, but
No, they're
yes,
not.
it's all very, Yeah, Skylar says our first reaction to TB uploading a video is roasting every second. Yeah, but see, I kind of enjoyed that, Skylar, because that was there's nothing you guys couldn't do that Reddit wasn't gonna do to me anyway. But I
Is
never
that a
even
challenge?
got
Is that a
there.
challenge? Is he challenging us to one up Reddit? I do believe that's what
I
he just
I
said.
I think that's impossible, but the video was kind of supposed to just be this is like some basic stuff you can do with it, and then like come and join us on stream and like learn more. But I never got that far, right? I just got deleted for game spam. So there you go. Um, I don't know. How do you one up saying anathema isn't Rust, right? That is a sick burn, Skylar. I can feel that to the core of my soul. That is a sick burn. All right. I would make you moderator so I could fire you again, but this isn't my stream.
I was gonna
Yeah,
ban
so
somebody for you, but
so, shadow ban. Okay. Yeah, that solves that problem, right? So that's
yeah.
pretty good. Okay, so can you show me where the code starts with Twitch chat, right? Where do we get the data from Twitch, sort of thing?
Yeah. Yeah. This is not my proudest bit.
Don't worry about that. That's all right.
All right. Wait. No, this is not. That is 1 second. Let's see. We are wanting to go here. This is the basis of what's happening. It's actually really basically very simple. We do a connection, and then here we just do a receive, and we just wait on this. It's just a very simple loop. So basically, we connect to Twitch. We do this very basic. We're waiting on a message. So this is just their client or a client. And then if we get a message with a message, we call on message, which on here, right now, this was for testing. If you do say hello, it will respond back. And then everything else just goes to this unbounded sender, which is what we're pulling on the other end.
Okay, so then that's fine. Then if we go to the other end where we're pulling this thing, are we back into that function again then?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, there's some
in that
piping that
case,
like there's some piping here in main, like if we're wanting to know how this happens, here is getting that Twitch chat sender and receiver here. We're calling that run command here that you saw here, with that unbounded receiver that's just listening to the channel merit counts. And then it's passing that receiver into the start game here, right?
Okay. So there's a couple of things that I thought then. So when we're pulling these messages in the game loop, right? There's supposed to be like a time slice for the messages, right? That you qualify as around.
Wait, can you say that again? I wasn't paying attention to you.
That's all right. That's it's just like being with the wife. Okay. So
I mean, to be fair, I was thinking, and then I realized you were talking. I apologize.
Man, this I could have just been upstairs, okay? At least she makes me tea sometimes. But okay. Now the game loop, you have like a time slice for which people can guess in, right? You give like a time slot and then the guesses will accumulate there and then you go on to the next time slot, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we can simplify that drastically by simply saying drain all the messages out of the queue that is there, and then we wait for the time slice to be up, and then we drain the next bunch of messages. Right?
At the end of the time slice?
Yeah, so you do this in a loop. So instead of like pulling one message at a time, remember that everything gets written into the unbounded queue. So you basically already have this like ring buff, this unbounded ring buffer of messages. So when you drain it, you get all the guesses, and then you just start waiting again and let the queue fill up. And that basically means that you don't have to do any like timeouts or anything like that. So if a drain has no messages, everything is done with try to see, right? If a drain has no messages, then you skip that round and you start again, right? So you basically just sleep for n number of seconds until you pull the messages again. And the only time you're gonna proceed is when you have at least one or more messages. I don't know if I made sense there.
Yeah, no, you do. And the reason I wasn't going with that, my code's not compiling right now. The I was adding the main ID and the emitter and stuff, so that's why. But
Oh yeah, well we'll get to that one.
The
Okay, so tell me what the logic was by skipping that.
so the whole idea was that, like, do I have the Wordle? Yeah. So the reason I wasn't doing that is, like, Wordle is playing out here, and I was going to put all the Twitch messages here. So like that's why I was reading the chat, the guesses, is because I was just going to list all the guesses on the side.
But how many guesses? How long is the time slice?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. That is kind of long.
Well, okay, so I don't know. There's a variable for it, so I was going to play around with it as we played with it.
Well, I'm thinking. If you have something like 6 seconds, then you pull the messages and you start another 6-second wait. While that wait is going, you're playing back the messages into the Twitch chat, like one every 500 to 700 milliseconds. So because you don't want to get all the guesses all at once anyway, because that kind of kills the suspense a little. So you want to kind of get like a series of messages slowly, but not too slow, but it's kind of like popping in and then doing the guess, right? That would be so you're creating an artificial delay, which is we're taking a page out of the FPS multiplayer thing here. We're playing the game one frame behind everyone, right? We're really and that would give you a really pleasant experience, right? Because you would see a message pop up. It's a little bit like, have you played the game Balatro? All right, but it's a little bit like you
I think you're a little addicted. I think you have a problem.
Right? I've been told, right? Which I was given a sponsorship, and it was an AI tool. And the first thing I did with the AI tool was try to recreate Balatro, so I could be paid sponsor and play Balatro. But there you go, right? There you go. You give me rules, and I will try to break them. Okay,
you will try to play Balatro with it. I got what you're doing with it.
But honestly, the tool was kind of good, and I did tell them I enjoyed it afterwards in a lengthy email. But that aside, I do think that the user experience will be either it will be that you see the messages coming up because you're going to play back not the entire Twitch chat, right? You want to play back the messages that are being used in the guess, because otherwise it would just be a whole bunch of noise, wouldn't it? you see people's messages fly by, but they have no relevance because they're like you don't know. Let's say that there's like 30 messages popping up in there, and like 3 of them are used as guesses. I can imagine that most people would kind of go like, "Where's my guess? Like, why isn't my guess being played out?" Kind of thing, right?
So the only
Yeah.
reason I get what you're saying, I
I'm
don't
overcomplicating
know.
things for you, I think.
No. Yeah, sorry. I'm thinking on the spot, which is never good. I'm not a real Twitch streamer who can just like, I feel like to be a real Twitch streamer, like somebody that, like has, above 50 viewers, you have to be able to just spew nonsense when somebody says something. You can't have that thinking time.
Yeah, you know humans are the way they are, right? So when you qualify as a real Twitch streamer, I'll be like, nah, you're not a real Twitch streamer until you have like 500-600 views, and then the people with 500-600 views like, nah, you're not a real Twitch streamer until you have all the viewers, right? It's just we're chronically unsatisfied as a human race. There's no saving us, right?
Yeah,
we're
so-
done for. They're unsatisfied.
so the reason I have what I think is a long ground and why I wanted to start like this was I don't know the effect of stream delay and how that will make playing the game. So, 6 seconds sounds like fun, but at the same time, is that too fast for people to actually like? I want to make it fun and fast, but like, I don't know how long the stream delay is, right?
That varies so much, but if we go by your average delay, it's probably gonna be between 2 and 6 seconds, probably. I mean, like that's just finger in the air kind of guess, right? I can sort of estimate that there's about 3-4 second delay between you talking and then you reacting on stream, which is really confusing to me, but that I'm used to it now.
I'm running in my seat.
Late.
How long is it now? I did the action and the words.
Well, okay, that was probably about 3 seconds then.
3 seconds. Okay. So, right, you need like time, and then you have to make your next guess, right? Like, if it's 6 seconds, I feel like that's too. I don't know. This is why I'm going with 20 seconds. But you're right. 20 seconds sounds like a long time.
It is a long time if you're kind of waiting for something to happen, because like you have the input and then you have the anticipation. So at least having some kind of countdown on screen that shows sort of when the next
Was
round
planning
starts, right? Yeah. I mean, okay, so we continue with the game loop that you have then. So you have a start time, a guess duration, a game round, and a game over. That makes sense. I guess you could change this entire thing to a while game over, while not game over. That would be your entire game loop, I guess. And okay, and then you have the round count in there as well. So what happens when the round count is 6 then?
You lose, right? I don't know. I don't play Wordle.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So that's unsuccessful, right? You didn't
guess it.
But what sets the game over state to true?
If you
I feel
win.
like we need a state machine here. Okay, so game over is actually you won rather than game over.
The game is over, I guess is what I was thinking.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough, right? I mean, it is over, but no, okay. I think that's fine. So
yeah, this is like this is check if they won right here.
the check win condition if game over. If you guess the word.
Yeah, this is checking win condition. Does the word match? Check win. Naming is so difficult. I'm so bad at it. I'm so bad at many things. All right.
Nothing's all right. It is.
So right now,
it is hard.
There's no logic. There should be like some confetti or something if they win. There's no logic for that. Right now, it just pauses for 30 seconds, lets them see that Twitch won.
Mm. Okay, so we break the loop, and in this loop we have the try receive message, right?
Right. We have
That's
two things
there.
here. First, we have checking to see if the time has elapsed, and then checking to see if there's new guesses to process.
I mean, what you could do. So what is, because you're writing this in a sort of concurrent fashion by using async, but on a side note, you certainly don't need async here. I'm not saying we're gonna change that, but I'm going somewhere with this. If you were to write something like a client for a chat or something like that, you wouldn't bring in a full async runtime necessarily. Instead, you just have threads with sleep. So you read chat messages, or you try to read chat messages, then you sleep for 20 milliseconds, then you try to read again. So my point here is that you can do a while let try receive, and then after that while let, you can sleep for 1 second. So that means that you are gonna be at most 1 second. We have to do a little bit of time manipulation, time offsetting there, right? But if you sleep
Right.
for 1 second, then just pull again, right?
Correct.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's basically what I'm doing
And that
here.
way you're not gonna cook your CPU or like lock it at 100%.
We do like doing that, though. Done
I
that
mean,
many
you
times.
paid for it, and it helps to heat up the room. But
I was gonna say that's what I do when I like winter. I get paid. I just mine Bitcoin during winter, and I get paid to heat my house.
is there any value in mining bitcoins anymore? Isn't there like the hashing, the proof of work so hard now that you can't barely
I don't
produce
know.
anything of value?
I don't know. I imagine that if the people that are making money are places where energy is really cheap. Like if you have free energy, maybe you could make it make sense, or really really cheap energy.
I think the people who make money, or people who made money mining bitcoins, they're like gone from the mining part of
The
that.
mining part
And
of it, yeah.
yeah, so the people who make money on Bitcoin are not the people mining Bitcoin. I think those were the people in 2013. The people who mine Bitcoin now,
The
I think they're
suckers
kind
who
of
got
just yeah. But I think they're just sort of like wasting energy, hoping to squeeze out a penny or something
I
like that,
think
right?
their
That's
thought
it.
is if Bitcoin keeps going up, sure, the stuff they mine today doesn't make sense today, but it will later. I don't know.
I mean, you not only do you have to keep up with inflation, but you also have to keep up with the cost of hardware, right? So
Right.
some new hardware comes out, making your hardware not the top of the line, and now you have to sort of do the offsets financially with that. Nah, man,
Look,
that sounds like a job to me. You
you're
don't want to do
about
a
to get me
job
on
to
my
get
rant of
money.
why proof of work is the dumbest concept ever.
It wasn't though. It
It
wasn't
was.
when it was just this like toy coin, this idea. And then for some reason everyone went a bit mental because all of a sudden it was like a gold rush, and that's when it became a terrible idea, right? Because in the beginning, it's like it was okay. A lot of things have been okay. Like I was gonna say Triple Death was
No, no,
okay,
no.
but I don't think that was ever really okay. But some things were okay for a while, right?
When I say proof of work is a terrible idea, I meant it at its core foundation of what are you trying to achieve? And proof of work, people are trying to achieve what? They're trying to prove something, leveraging a set amount of work, right?
I think I could be wrong here, but I think the general idea is that it should be so expensive for one person to manipulate the market that you have to do this as a community. So a single body can't sway the chain and say this is the truth and we own everything. So that's why you have this proof of work thing. But again, I
And
could be wrong there.
you're right. You're right about that. But this is the problem with that. And like this is why I think it's kind of flawed from the get-go is that if you're talking about that and proof of stake suffers from the same thing.
Wait. 1 second. I tried to do what you just did in Excalibur, and it just can you like move the boxes around randomly and just line them up like that again, even if they're like overlapping? Is that possible? Because to me that does not work.
You
Show
just
me
select them
your
all. You do this
arcane
and then
magic here.
distribute.
Where is the distribute?
So it's
Oh,
under the
shit,
hamburger
okay.
menu. You have to
For
select
some
them.
reason, it just smushes them. So my bar does not pop up from down there. I don't know, but that might just be a setting. But when I try to use the alignment for distribution, it just smushes everything. I'm probably pressing the wrong button, but now I saw which button you pushed.
This one
Okay,
right
thank you
here.
for
It's
clearing
the
that up.
little edit.
Yeah, I think I got it now. I must have pushed the wrong alignment button, but it just every time I tried to do it, then we just collapse into one single entity.
Oh, so you have to be careful because like if you align to the left over here, that will smash them all down into this one, right? Because this is distribute, this is align. They're separate.
Yeah. I have probably been pushing that one or the one in the middle. Now you've done it. Now you've done
Yeah,
it. For
this will also align them on the center, whereas this is distribute. It shouldn't be in the line. I would actually argue that these two here are distribution, and they're not alignment functions. So they should actually
100% agree with you.
be on a different one because they're not aligning. So this would center align them. This distributes them evenly across the space that's given. So, you know, I can't complain too much because they made a tool that I haven't, but I will still complain.
I mean, listen, you're online. Of course, you got to complain. It's just, you're not enjoying your privileges as an online entity if you don't complain, right?
Yeah, Gray Hatter, this is kind of part of what I was going to go into is proof of work isn't just used for tracking and appending new blocks, it's also used for mining new coins. And there's actually a lot of problems that go into this because you're right, Togglebit, that like it's supposed to make it like the foundational idea is to make this unattackable because it's not attackable because it's a large community. The problem that people don't understand is that like they're really susceptible to attack. And by that, like, how many Bitcoin miners are there? It's actually easy for a single person like Elon Musk to attack Bitcoin because he has that much computing power. Now, so does Google, so does Microsoft, so does the NSA. And the problem is if the attacks are done, it actually makes the entire chain invalid because you don't know if they've changed it. Because like you can't go back in that history because they could have rewritten all of history. So like, and the other thing is like, if you have fewer people that are actually mining it, because most people that use Bitcoin don't actually mine it, it actually makes it more susceptible to attack, even if you're increasing the difficulty of getting a new coin. And then you hit up against what we were just talking about, where because you have to increase the difficulty because it has to be a deflationary because all Bitcoin are originally in it, because it's a deflationary object, and the difficulty has to go up because you can never mine the last Bitcoin. The last Bitcoin can never be mined. It will be mined eventually, but whatever. You have to increasingly increase what it costs to achieve the next one, which energy costs come into play here. And this is why like it's becoming increasingly harder. But if everybody stops mining Bitcoin, you can't actually trade it because that's how you would trade it is people validating the next chain. Anyways, it has a lot of problems I think that people don't talk about, and they should. Drug-driven development, that's coffee, isn't it?
Oh, burn. There you go. Privan. You've been schooled. You've been called out for being a caffeine addict as well. I started drinking coffee because I heard that it has like good health properties to drink a cup of black coffee. I make sure not to enjoy it so it's healthy. Right? Otherwise, If you start enjoying it, you know it's not good for you.
You use a cup of sugar in with your cup of black tea.
Oh, good grief! No, I was so angry with my mother and father-in-law for they started serving tea with like a heaped teaspoon of honey to my kid. So obviously she's like, "Oh, this is a sugary drink now, not this gray sludge daddy gives me." That makes me unhappy. So they kind of ruined tea. Now she's back to drinking tea and being miserable like a normal person. But there was a time where she would just drink this super sweet tea that was sort of unpalatably sweet, right?
The only tea I can drink straight with no milk or sugar
I know you
is
gotta have milk in it. You gotta cut some of that like harsh
oh, okay.
sharpness of the tea flavor. Right?
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
God,
okay.
yes.
Well, I was gonna say the only thing I can drink straight and plain is green tea. Everything else is too harsh to just drink straight. It's miserable. It needs to be cut with milk for sure.
Do you have like a coffee making ritual then? Right? Do you?
I do, but all of
have
chat
that?
just harasses me for my coffee making ritual because like it takes me 13 minutes to make a cup of coffee, which I think is ridiculous.
Oh no, I think that's perfectly fine. If you're gonna drink a limited amount of something, then making it into a ritual is very acceptable and probably quite a wise thing to do.
So I have a coffee pot that I put on, and it takes about 8 minutes to get heated up to boiling. And then what I do is this is my coffee cup here. I have a thing that I put on top of my coffee cup that holds a coffee filter. And I weigh out. I'm enjoying this. I weigh out the coffee here. So this is my scale. I weigh out 17.7 grams of coffee. I grind that in my little handheld grinder. I use a handheld grinder. It has
Which kind do you have? What grinder do you have?
I don't know how to pronounce their name. I don't know how to pronounce their name.
Is that when people say that? I don't know if it's because the name is in a different language or if it sounds incredibly like racist or misogynistic. I have the wife beat 8000. I didn't want to say it out loud.
Yeah, I don't know. So it's just a little hand grinder. I actually really like it better than so it does use it is a burr grinder. And it does use it doesn't use flat burrs, which in theory are better, but what I found is like the cheap electric burr grinders are worse. So like it has quality burrs. While they're not flat, because that would take probably too much strength. Well, not for me, but somebody like Togglebit, it would take too much strength to actually grind.
Too right. I have the strength of a toddler, so I mean I'm toddle bit right now.
Togglebit.
It computes. I agree.
So,
All
anyways,
right, so
I grind it. I take this off, and I put my. Well, I actually rinse the filter off. And heat up the cup with a little bit of the hot water from the kettle. Then I put this on the scale. I add the grounds. I then zero it out. So that's called tearing your scale. And then I add 300 and I add 365 grams of water plus or minus about 2 grams. And that's a cup of coffee. And you slowly pour it off. Or pour it on. You want to keep this, my little thing that I have here. It's just a little metal thing. I keep it about half filled, so that you keep that thermal mass, because really this is just a chemistry extraction problem. And I get a super repeatable cup of coffee. Like I can make the same cup of coffee every single time. And what I do to make this a little bit of a step further is I actually roast my own beans each week.
do you have a gooseneck kettle to pour from as well?
I do. This is a gooseneck kettle. I wasn't sure how I was going to draw that. It's like this maybe.
I think that's going to be very difficult unless you use the pen tool and we get to see the
There we go. It looks like this a little bit. There we go.
It's a little bit too sharp. edges there for a
it
gooseneck, but I'm gonna assume that it's not.
it kind of looks like a crane now. Like if we just added a little like a swoop, not like that. A
Yeah,
little.
I mean, we got half a digger right now. Are we
I
making
know.
coffee or remodeling?
I
Right,
know.
this is pretty good.
Okay. You know what? I'll draw the gooseneck. Here we go. Freehand.
Hello, my back. No, we're not. I'm just here. I'm sort of anonymously here. There are no
There we
no
go.
one knows.
Okay.
For those of you just joining, Marek is drawing up his drug paraphernalia right now. Okay, so we've moved on to the crack pipe from the heroin kit, and yeah,
How we do code.
there we go. Oh yeah, this was supposed to be about programming, wasn't it? Right. Oh, okay, yeah. So let's get the so what I said, the last thing I said, and was that if you just sleep for n number of seconds before you pull the next batch of messages, this will save you from having that, um, cooking your CPU, right? But okay, so I think that's where
Right, and
we
we could
went,
actually
right?
do that here. Actually, it's really cool because you're right. We could do a second and we could just check how much time has elapsed and if we're close to the duration. We might not want to if we're close because sleeps have no guarantee. So we could do something like
When we say the sleeps have no guarantee, I mean we are talking about a non-significant, non-human detectable offset here. We don't have to worry about like, oh, I didn't win today's Wordle. I lost on 2 nanoseconds. Right, that ain't gonna happen. Okay,
what
we got the IO that's gonna be the bottleneck here. I would not worry about
I like
the
to
real
be
time
precise.
aspect here.
So
Right?
like if somebody's trying to learn, like they don't think that like a sleep comes back. All the guarantees are given is that the sleep will come back after the allotted time. There is no like at the allotted time, right? Like that's the only
Actually, I
guarantee.
can. You can, because Tokyo uses what's called a timer wheel under the hood. You can see what the precision of that is. If you just type in like Tokyo timer wheel precision, I think you're gonna get something that is still within acceptable parameters, right?
I haven't actually looked at the Tokyo implementation.
Oh, you don't have to look at the implementation. You just have to look at like Tokyo timer wheel precision and those terms, search terms. I mean, search engine sucks these days, but that should get you close.
Um,
Okay, I think that might be a new implementation. There we go. Look at that.
been around for a
Let's
while. I was originally
see.
a bit using a hash timer wheel.
100 milliseconds. Oh no,
Hash
that was in
timer wheel.
past tense. Yeah, so it had a granularity of 100 milliseconds. I think that's still quite acceptable. There are cases in which 100 milliseconds is too coarse, a new beginning. So if you scroll down, I think we're gonna see what the precision of this thing is now. But though 100 milliseconds would certainly be acceptable, right? Okay.
Say 64 milliseconds.
That is okay. If it's within 64 of the current instant, it goes into the lowest level. If the time is within 64, it goes to the second level. And so on.
So
Okay, so that
basically,
is not it.
there's different sets depending on how coarse you're asking for.
Yeah, if you think about it, let's say that we have 1,000 timers in a sort of in buckets, and 995 of those timers are going to be within the next 2 hours, and 5 timers are going to be within the next like 100 milliseconds. So you create buckets of these timers, and then you just check the lowest numbers first. You don't even check the higher numbers because that bucket is too far away from being checked. So by doing this, you basically don't check 995 timers every time you check those 5 timers, right? So
Right.
this is kind of a weird way of expressing it, but it's sort of it's a nice optimization that you can do if you ever build any and like timer stuff.
Now,
But now we don't have to because everyone else has built them for us.
I don't know if this suffers from the same issue, but I do know earlier implementations of these things that would give these interrupts. And I can't imagine that they get around this. But basically, if your CPU is at 100%, or effectively that you're using all the available resources, the thread that drives the timer can actually also get behind. So then you can actually get much further out. This is the only reason I bring this out is if you're really depending on it. If you have something that's critical on it, like sometimes I've done like some critical infrastructure where it's like, no, you consume that timing thread because you can't not have this thing happen, right? And so you say, I won't release the thread because I need to know that it happens on the... Anyways, it's something to know. You're right. It doesn't matter here.
It doesn't matter. If you're in a real-time system, then these things are gonna matter, right? But since we're talking about Wordle and Twitch chat, I think we're pretty safe no matter what we do here.
I was gonna say this is
me...
Wordle, so we're fine. We're fine. Dude, have you noticed search just sucking? Like, watch this. Watch this.
Yeah, search has stopped being good. I think it's been at this point it's probably sort of a 12 months ago since search engines kind of died a little, and we still I think search engines are now, best leather gloves.
Well, my point was like sponsored.
Okay.
All of this is sponsored. This is sponsored. Sponsored. These are probably sponsored, and these are what I would call are like click farms, where it's like affiliate link. Like they just want your click on the affiliate link, and most likely this is something they won't tell you, but like most likely the number one on here is the one that pays them the most for you to go and buy. And so like it's a super dishonest thing, these click farms are. And so it's like it's not until you get down here that you start to actually get like real stuff. It's terrifying.
I don't think I depend on websites in that. First of all, I don't use Google as my search engine, and that's not because I'm morally superior to everyone else. Because I just find that it's kind of grosses me out.
You use Bing,
right?
like the real people.
Exactly, right. But the sponsored thing is not something that I actually come across. But when I want to know something about a product, I don't trust anything I read on a website. I think we've kind of we've developed this inherent trust or mistrust for everything. This cynicism. So when you see something that looks good, you kind of assume that it's not good, right? Exactly, Greyhead. It's just natural. I was just born this way, right? What would you do today if you're going to buy a new graphics card, right? Let's say that you want to buy a new graphics card for gaming. What would you do?
I would just save as much money as I can and throw it at NVIDIA. You don't have to like do any research, right?
But hang on, wasn't it NVIDIA's cards that kind of caught fire recently?
Probably.
A dispute a little bit. Okay, maybe that's a bad example. What if you're going to buy a new kettle, right? You're going to buy a new kettle to boil water for your coffee, right? So what do you do to find out which kettle to buy, right?
If I was going to buy a new kettle, I would probably ask people I know what kettle they use. I'd probably ask you, Toggle, what kettle do you use?
We talk to human. We talk to humans and be like, okay, I would ask in my community, like, has anyone bought a kettle recently that isn't terrible?
I've asked in Twitch chat. That's a good one.
Yeah, and then the unnecessary conversation will ensue where people just make things up all the time. Oh my god, I'm watching an advert now. That's just
oh, thank you for your penny. Thank you for your penny.
Yeah, there you go. Right. I would subscribe to your stream, but I'm waiting for your subs to kind of elapse before I do that. No, I'm kidding. There's no adverts now. But the thing is that we talk to humans, right? Maybe you even go as far as you search for a few kettles and you go and look at YouTube for people using these kettles, not because of you want to hear their opinions about it as much as you want to see the kettle in action, right? Maybe a kettle isn't that maybe you find some scientific or pseudo-scientific method where someone boils a kettle and be like, yeah, this took 5 minutes or whatever, right? It's a very slow kettle, but that's how we go about it these days, all right?
Yeah.
We interact with humans to find out. So I think the website where someone tells you to buy these best leather gloves, I think that's kind of dead, right? I don't think people. I think our generation and younger buys into that. I think our parents' generation, they'd be like, oh, I saw this dentist on Facebook that just used once. I'll buy these.
Why? Then why are they the top page of search results? If people aren't like, I agree that I don't leverage it, but I think a lot of people get sucked into it.
I think again, it's hard to say when I don't use Google, but do people even read articles about things anymore? Do people look at these things, especially when they look like that, when they look like your average influencer's blog post where they took the kids to the beach one day to bake a cake and these best leather gloves saved them from a whale or whatever it is. Like, it's all
okay. Look,
like weird.
I couldn't think of something on the spot. What else was I supposed to search? Like, I don't search the internet that much for things that people would buy. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna assume that pay-per-click has gone down or CPM has gone down in cost as well on account of people being less. I mean, if you it depends on the industry. If you take things like gambling, then CPM and PPC are like crazy expensive. But if you take things like leather gloves or strawberry shortcake recipe, then I think the costs are gonna be a lot less, right? But yeah. Anyway, we were supposed to do programming. I'm watching your view account. It's just like diving now. You have like 4 viewers left since we started talking about leather gloves because people thought it was a different kind of leather gloves. And
14 is like 10 more than I usually stream to. Actually, I streamed to I streamed to 1 person yesterday. So
do you stream at like? Do you pick bad hours to stream at?
I pick terrible hours. It's called having a job. Talk about, you wouldn't understand. You wouldn't know. But like
I don't know what having a job or a salary is like. So it's kind of like the pendulum swings both ways there, right?
right. I do also have a salary, which I have to have.
You can afford to buy a gooseneck kettle and what undoubtedly was at least a $50 hand grinder for your coffee. Okay, let's not pretend otherwise. Okay, frivolous spending.
Okay? Let me see if I can't find my hand grinder, because my hand grinder I think was probably $100, which was cheap compared to the electric grinder I want to get. So like, just so you know, it's very cheap.
I mean, I like that reasoning. This is cheap in comparison to something that is an equally luxurious article that we don't need. Okay, this is very good. Okay, I mean, I was going to get the hand grinder and the leather outfit, but since I'm saving money, I didn't get the electric grinder.
One second.
There you go.
Well, I will pull it up for you. Yeah. Okay. So, it's kind of expensive. It's kind of expensive. This is the grinder I got. I do love it. It is quite possibly the best grinder you can get hand grinding. Now, that is let me find the grinder that I'd like.
It comes with a little brush as well. You know you're paying for that brush. But in all fairness, I actually believe in rituals when it comes to our habits and our routines. It's easy to ridicule, but you're omitting the fact that having a ritual will place you in a state of calm and concentration when you're performing the ritual, and that's incredibly healthy, right? So I think being a person of who will go through rituals, I don't really have any that takes 13 minutes, but I do have my like my tea making and the things I do. Uh, so yeah, no, I'm
Now,
totally on board with that. I mean, like
I
we're just one step away from meditation, right?
I really want a Weber. Um, so this is a Weber. No, this is not.
They do
This is
coffee
not.
grinders.
No, no, no. Weber workshops, maybe. Yeah, Weber workshops. This is the grinder I want right here. This is what I want. The EG1. I believe it's like $4,000. Yeah, 4,000.
Oh my god. Is that a grinder? It's not even a coffee maker,
It
it's a
just
grinder.
grinds coffee. That's all it does. It grinds coffee.
That's it. Do you ever watch James Hoffman? Do you watch his channel?
No, I don't know who you're talking about, but I want one of these.
You don't know James Hoffman, and you talking about this thing. Okay, so if the one person who speaks the most highly of coffee on the entirety of YouTube, I'm gonna guess is James Hoffman. I didn't even drink coffee. Well, I didn't when I started watching his content, but I still find his content kind of mildly interesting because he's so enthusiastic about coffee. So do next time we talk, I'd expect you to have watched 10 hours of James Hoffman coffee making and coffee tasting and evaluation of grinders and all these things, right? Hmm. Very, very much.
So anyway, you know, if you want it in black, it's gonna be an extra $400. This
I
is
mean that I don't know how, but I'm guessing that these are sort of made to order items more than anything. It looks like it comes with a scale as well.
I mean, it comes with a scale,
And
which I mean would save me $10 because when I have to replace my $10 scale, I will probably need another $10 scale. So good job. I'm saving money. Let's come up with other reasons I need this.
I think it has a more because of if you look at the dial for the coarseness of the grounds there, that must be some you know what? Looking at this thing, it looks like it's gonna be a lot of work to clean this. Right? That is kind of
So actually, not that I've ever looked at this and know way too much about it, but it's actually easy to clean because all of this is held together by magnets. So like you can actually pull it apart really simply to clean. It looks fantastic. It looks fantastic.
it does look good. Right? I don't know. Depending on what direction you're kind of looking at it, it's either grinding coffee or it's about to launch a missile, right? It's kind of depends entirely on the perspective here, right? It looks like little SAM sites from Red Alert or what have you,
For the
right?
price,
You
it
definitely see
probably
that.
should launch a rocket of some sort.
That's it. It grinds your coffee and exterminates the enemy all in one beautiful American package. Buy today.
That sounds like those dystopian games that are kind of making fun of something like that, where it's like a coffee grinder and rocket launcher combined in one.
I mean, I do think that we need a coffee grinder slash rocket launcher. I mean, when you launch the rocket, there's a lot of heat and force that's going to waste. So that could definitely grind a lot of coffee, right?
I almost said on a more sane scale, I want this. I do want this. The Bullet coffee roaster. So like I use not this, and this allows us to like control it with the computer and everything. So I could actually plug this computer in, and we could run like custom roast cycles on this. I do actually want this, and it does 2 pounds at a time, 2.2 pounds actually, which would be so much better than my current way of doing it. So, but it's
Interesting.
also expensive.
It is a little bit expensive. I think that bar the financial issue of buying that, I try to avoid any kitchen machine I can. I'm very frugal when it comes to utility space in the kitchen, right? Anything, I don't have a kettle, but the microwave has been fitted into like a case, and like I want clean, empty workspaces when I'm cooking, and most of what I need is a knife and a cutting board, right?
So
And I like cooking, right?
I
So
currently
that would be
use
too
a
big.
hot air popcorn maker, but it's actually a lot really difficult and only makes very small batches at a time. So I spend a lot of time doing that. You need to do this outside or have like extreme ventilation as well. So like this is not a kitchen appliance. This is like a deck appliance. It like goes by the grill.
I see, but it's electric, right?
It is electric. It uses induction. It's actually pretty awesome.
If it's used as induction, couldn't you use an air fryer then? Because that's basically a small convection oven. Wait, no, you
So
said induction,
what
not convection.
happens
Sorry.
is if this is the drum here, and the coffee's in here, the little bits of coffee are in here. So these are all the beans here.
We're
What happens
mixing like game design and coffee beans here. This is pretty good.
what happens is this rolls. So there's actually two drums. There's the exterior one and then there's the interior one. The interior one rolls, and the induction coil is actually here. It's a curved induction coil, and it actually heats up the internal drum. So it's not like hot air convection is blowing over it. It's actually heating up the drum that's rolling in it. What's really cool is they have a fan then at the back. I can't draw a fan. They have a fan in the back, and you can actually control how much, like you can actually cool all of it off really quickly if you want to. So when you're roasting coffee, one of the things to get like very consistent is like when you're done roasting, you need to cool it very quickly and very immediately to stop roasting it. It's like a cooling rack with baking. It's just chemistry. It's simple chemistry. So, anyways, this is pretty cool. I want one. I'd get that
Okay,
before
so
the grinder.
so we have the coffee grinder slash Sam site, and then for the outdoors we have the bean roaster, and there's also clearly a rock tumbler then. So I
Oh
think it would
no!
be
Oh no!
just throw in a fistful of gravel and rocks in there as
No.
well. I mean, it probably cleans the drum while you're at it. I think that's pretty good.
Oh no!
Um, but yes. Anyway, there are free. The thing is, I say these things, but there was a time in my life where I certainly would have bought things like that myself. I bought things where my friends have made choice comments about what I do. I can't remember what it was exactly, but I had a flatmate, and he said, "Oh my God, did they see you coming?" When I came home with one of these like luxury articles that fits in the. You didn't know that you wanted it until you had enough money to buy it. Then you realized, because when you don't have a lot of money, then you look at like basic things. You're like, oh, I want a new car, or I want a new TV, or whatever it is, right? But once you make decent amount of money, you don't see these everyday objects anymore. Then it becomes like, oh, I want this like unique bench dishwasher that also sorts laundry. I don't know. No, that sounds useful. No, it's like completely like some kind of dust buster for $300 that does something stupid. It's like the things that we get interested in are very different once we get the disposable income, right?
Right.
Um.
You're
Okay.
absolutely right that like,
But I think that's just part of it, especially if we're young when we get there and we're like, wow, I'm not broke this week. This what an experience, right? It's amazing.
right.
Okay,
I
let's
also
let's
don't
do a bit
have
of
this,
programming.
by the way. I don't have. I want this, but like this is one of those things like I don't have it yet. Do I? Do I know that I
I
want it?
don't have it yet. That's the yet is the imperative word. It's just a matter of time, and it's all part of it. No, yeah, but it's all good. I don't think there's anything wrong with buying luxury articles, right? I think there are stupid things in the world that are like people have houses that are too large. They they basically have rooms they never enter with furniture for hundreds of thousands, and like the only purpose these rooms serve is to sort of show off to your other rich friends. Right? It's kind of little bit like a little bit nonsensical. But then there are luxury articles that you can buy. And I don't think we should feel bad if we make a lot of money either, right? That's not a crime. And as long as you don't like beat poor people with bags of money, I think then we have to draw the line there, right?
Togglebit and I, we're working on it. We're working on making lots of money.
I stopped working on making lots of money when I realized that I just have to give everything up in taxes these days, right? There used to be a time when you could make a lot of money as a consultant, but in almost every country in Europe, they kind of plug these holes. So you're just paying taxes instead, and it just seemed meaningless. If I can hire my golden coffee slash like rock grinder, then what's the point, right? No, it's all good. It's all good. But okay, should we do a little bit of programming before we kill your entire viewership here?
Yeah,
Let's
I
see where we're
mean,
at.
killed. My viewership is great. I don't know what you're talking about. See, you feel like it's killed. I feel like it's great. People love
No,
you talking about your.
we had almost twice that at one point, but I feel like I stayed the conversation and it just dropped one more. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm ruining your stream.
You're ruining it.
If you
It's your
have no
fault.
more viewers, you can blame me, right? It's all good. Okay, so we said that we could do the sleepy thing over here, right? So
I
you're
did it.
sleeping for 100 milliseconds, and you could probably change that to a whole second, but no one's gonna notice that delay, right? Because there's already so much delay involved in this.
A whole second seems like a whole lot to me. I don't know. That seems 100 milliseconds makes me cringe.
100 milliseconds is an eternity in the world of computers. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, you're right. If I was to make a chat client that pulls to read from the socket, I would probably have a sleep time of around 20 milliseconds, and you wouldn't be able to tell that there's a delay. So I think 100 milliseconds is definitely more than enough, and 1 second is being very, very
Do you
frugal with CPU, right?
do you know where I work in like my day job?
I thought it was just a street corner, but you gotta tell me now what that is.
No, I think I was going to say that because like I think that partially from where I work, I get this reflex because like our whole thing is a database that at petabytes you can read anything you want to read in under a millisecond. So to me, a millisecond always seems like eternity. And I know that like other people don't, but like that's our like whole thing is that type of performance. So I'm always thinking about those types of things. Now, not in Rust, that's in C, but like, anyways,
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, when we're talking about performing computations on the CPU, we are talking, and so we skip the whole I/O aspect. We're just talking about computations and
right.
memory. Then we are talking about microseconds and nanoseconds, right? Milliseconds, we've kind of left the farm at that point. We're off the beaten track, and we have gone too far. If that's the kind of times we're speaking of, right? But when we're talking about, it's interesting where we put when we think about it, because you say that about your sleep time, and I see that instead in allocations, right? I'd say, yeah, you can sleep for a whole second, but I will comment on you allocating an additional 5 bytes for no reason whatsoever. So we have very different priorities when it comes to these things, right? And I do think you should allocate as much as you want. Okay, it's your computer. You do whatever you want. Okay, it's perfectly fine.
No, I mean allocations do have a cost though, and if they're important to like what I'm doing in Rust, nothing's important right here. We could sleep for a second and it'd be fine. But they can
I'm more
matter.
because of both our perspectives are very skewed. We are talking about milliseconds versus microseconds. We're talking about allocations on the heap, and
Wait.
if you look at the context of all this, it has like zero meaning in the grand scheme of
In the
things. You
grand
could
scheme of
allocate
things.
1,000 times and you wouldn't notice any changes, right? You wouldn't be able to humanly perceive this, right?
All right, the only thing that we need to do here is not this. So that row message, we need to build that row message here. which doesn't have that. It does have a new. Yeah.
So here's a thought. You to make life easier, and it's only going to be easier if it makes sense to you, right? When you emit a message, why not emit a message to one component? And what you're emitting is a snapshot of the game state. And then from that component, you're just assembling the raw information. We don't have to get into the weeds of anathema here, but you don't even have to have state for the rows. You could just share everything from the root, from one known component in your for loops or whatever, however you lay it out. You can share all this information through attributes and other ways.
Yeah.
And the only thing you do is just draw in these other ones, right? So you didn't have to do any complex logic or anything.
100%. So I'm not actually in these rows. Let's get back to this. The template that's, they're rows, not stacks, but these rows. So these rows have no logic. They don't have anything that's in them. I was passing games, like I actually, in a previous iteration, I used a different technology than yours for the front end. And I actually had a front end state that I passed forward. I didn't implement that state here because it felt overly complicated, because in the end, so in the end, I don't actually care what this guess was when it's this guess. Like, this is gone. That's all. It's displayed for you, but like, I don't care. The game state is just what guess we're on. That's it. And so I am keeping that back here because I keep showing off the coffee roaster that I want. So that is back here. That's just this. It's what round it is. That's the only game state that I really have, right?
You don't preserve the previously guessed words in your game state then.
Right. I was, but I don't need to because it doesn't matter to me, right?
That's fair enough. As long as you can as long as the rows are rendered correctly with the correct information, then it doesn't matter what the game state says, right? Because those rows have already passed.
Right. So when I had this realization after I already implemented this whole thing once in a different thing that then had threading issues. And so when adopting it here, like when I was doing this, I was like, I'm not going to build a whole game state because like, and it probably will make sense for other ones to have a game state that's wholly separate. And then we can just pass that game state in as a message and the UI can decide what to do with it and send stuff to different components. Probably, absolutely. For this one that we're doing right now, the game state is what round we're on. That's it. And if the game's over, like this is the game state, and really it's just these two things. So, which the front end doesn't care about these things, except it does count matter which round it is, which is why we're passing that in. So we've actually basically implemented that. It's this, and then really this is the row stuff is just the information. What character is this, and what color should it be? So we need to implement we need a new function because this is the character, and then this is the color that it should be. Wait, didn't we change this to be string and string? Yeah, we did change this to string. Oh, that's because we take let's see, wait. Do we have yeah. I was just passing in colors, but then I needed to change them. So it's 0, 1, or 2, depending on whether it's correct or wrong. So what we really need at this point is just a function to translate this. So what we need... This I probably did very wrong. I need to get like the front end encoding, right, of like what was right. Get game no, this was not game. This is what is this? This is we can't set the state, but the message, row message. We need to create a row message from get row message from Word. That's just terribly wrong. Okay. There is a new, but it requires this.
Okay, and what would you like to pass in?
So what we need is the string and whether it was correct or the character. So this is this character right here, character 1. This is character 2. And then this is whether it was right, wrong, or maybe. Right, wrong, or maybe, right?
Okay, so we are talking about having some kind of a state on this.
Well, there is a state. This is the state, and it gets translated into this. This is just the message that gets passed forward.
Okay.
So I just need to translate this, right? I need to, for each... Okay, this is really bad. I did this, where everything is these basics, because originally I did the message. Instead of this, I did something like char1 as a tuple, but I didn't want to do it as a tuple. I wanted to do it as like a named struct. But we'll do a tuple of string in U8 like this, where it's like this is the character, and this could even be a char. This is the character.
Technically, it can be a U8 since you don't accept anything but ASCII. So if you want to make it a little bit more.
Okay.
I mean,
good.
a U8, that's a whole 4 bytes. You're throwing 3 bytes away here. That's insane. But because we do, so do you, in your day job, do you do C or C++?
I do meetings. What are you asking about?
Does your meetings involve C or C++, right? So,
some of it is C. A lot of it is Go.
Okay.
Depending.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. So the reason I asked was like, if it's C, then you probably like cool with using a byte. If it's C++, maybe you want to use something like a new type or whatever, right? Because that makes more sense. A new type will take up no additional memory space, and it will be just as efficient, but it will be a little bit more understandable what it is. Because right now we don't know what the left value and the right value is. But if you create new types around these, if you are familiar with new types in Rust, like the expression, you know what it is, but I don't know if you call them new types.
Right. So what I had done, and I forget what this was that we were doing. I tried to do this. I tried to do this with anathema, and it didn't work. And I don't remember why it didn't work, because I wanted to do this with new types, but I failed to do it. And it was probably something that I did because it didn't seem like the message worked. But now that I'm saying it, I think it was actually the row state that couldn't have a sub one. And that's fine because we can translate it, which is what we're already doing. So maybe we should do let's see.
You can have nested state and you can have tuple states as well, but that might not be needed for this.
But
right? So
if you do that, they all have to derive state, right? Everything that's in a value has to derive from state, right?
That is correct. Everything in a state that you're going to access in the template has to
I think
derive
that's
state.
what was hanging me up. And I don't remember though. So let's do something like we'll do char. What is this cell called? A cell? Yeah, let's just do cell.
What is this cell called? It's called cell.
Okay, come on. And then we could do this U8 U8. And then we could make these can I make this named? Can I do something like
Oh
this?
yeah, you absolutely can make a struct. Well, I mean, it's not an enum, so yeah, make it a name struct instead, like what you're doing here.
Okay. I just prefer that.
What are we storing in the first U8 that you're about to tell me by naming the field, I guess?
I don't know. I was gonna say character. It's not. That's long. Char is a reserved word. Let's see.
What about letter?
What about letter?
Or C? That's gonna disambiguate from the C1 and C2 below.
Okay, so now what we could do instead of this U8 here is use the enum that we defined actually out over here. That would be way better, right? Where did we define that enum? I don't remember.
I am unfamiliar with this enum you speak of.
Let me I don't have a ton of enums in here. Oh gosh, this has never mind. Let me this letter status. This is really what I want here. We're gonna delete this. This is all garbage. We're gonna delete all of this. And then we're gonna take
they
this.
look like they were good values. They are very clear what they are.
I know. Well, this is what I originally wanted to do. But I think it was the state that was hanging me up and not the message. And then I just took it to all of it, which is maybe why it sucked.
The only thing that will prevent you from doing anything stately with those things would be the enum.
Right. I think it's the state that was throwing me off here, and I just need to translate it when I go to I just need to translate it then. What the? All right. So if I can do this, then now we have a cool message. That's so much clearer.
I think since it's a row, do we even need to do that? Maybe this should be a tuple struct that's wrapping an array, a 5-cell array instead.
Oh, you mean make this just a 5-cell tuple?
Yeah. Since the naming them car 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is kind of indicative of their positional values, and arguably that would make more sense, right?
Yeah, no.
Well, I say that, but that's to me, of course.
No, it makes sense
tuple,
because this would be the first position,
array.
second position, third, fourth, fifth.
Yes, but now you gave it a tuple instead, so instead of an array.
Wouldn't the tuple be the exact same?
No, because an array you can iterate over. A tuple you cannot.
Do I want to iterate over it?
I would have thought at some point you would when you translate this into something, wouldn't you? So okay, maybe not. What happens with the row message? What do we do with the
I mean,
message?
like there's only 0, 1, but maybe you're right. Let me think. 1 second. 1 second. So yeah, let's just make it an array. I don't know. That's fine.
Don't do it on my account because I could be way off base here, right? Like if I make the wrong assumption, then it won't make sense.
No. Maybe the way I was thinking of a tuple because we have the same number every single time. And so like there's not really an iteration because I'm going to get 1, get 2, get 3, and those go to those positions. But you could do that with a loop anyhow, and maybe that would be cleaner as well. So like,
yeah, and it's going to be a fixed size array anyway. Well, since it's an array, so it has to be fixed size. So
right.
throw in a semicolon 5 and then.
I think that's wait, how do you define how much no, it's a semicolon.
Semicolon,
yeah.
And then a 5, yeah.
Okay,
that's a colon.
I think I think that's a good idea. Sorry. I just had to think about it for a little bit.
Okay.
I was going with the tuple. Okay.
Okay, so then where are we using the row message before we change the new function there? Let's leave that one alone and see what the row message is doing.
All right, I'll leave it alone. So the place that the row message is being used is for the row state. So basically, this is what populated this with these. So like with the different colors.
Okay. In that case, we can probably just make the row state into a list which will contain the information. So you don't have to refer to it. You can iterate over the array and populate the list from the array in that case.
And populate the like all these words sounded like English that I should understand.
Sorry. Okay.
Yes.
So
let's do that. That
anathema,
sounded easy.
We have a list to represent the collection. So we don't have an array. So since we have a list, we can still iterate over the array and push things into the list, right? So it still happens as a result of an iteration.
Oh, you're
right?
saying instead of this, we could just use a list. Okay, but my thing is, in the state, I can't use this letter status, right? So I can't just say that, like, I can't say this is a list of this thing up there, right?
You can translate the letter status to a numerical value.
That's what I was doing, yeah. I mean, that's why you have this here, yeah. And I was taking that numerical and taking it to like gray, right? Or whatever the color is. Like this is what I was doing is I was going numerical to the value that I wanted it, right? The string value.
You can do that in the template. You don't have to even do this in Rust. You can map the numerical value inside your template. So you can that's like one of the points of anathema is the customization. So if you give this to someone else to use, they might not want to use yellow and green. They can just change the names in the template, and
they could just change the names here. But do you remember?
But then they have to recompile the program. The point is that they can just change the template while it's running. You could just go nuts and modify it.
Okay, so in this we have this let colors, and then here we have the background and the foreground colors based off of this int of the state.
Look at that.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're saying instead of yellow.
Yeah, you just remove you just say colors, open bracket, state S1, close bracket. Right? You just use that as the index lookup for your colors.
Okay, I see. So we're going to do this.
This is for the background, though. Just to be clear, this is not for the color of the cell, but still.
So
if you don't want to use black, you can use reset. If you just want to use the default color, it's called reset. But
okay.
Yeah. Okay, so What is
So then in this, I want to use state. I want to do, for the background color, I want to do, oh, wait. This is, this is, whoa. The background is what the color is highlighted. I said front end, but this is actually back end colors, background colors. So then for this, I set it to background. Oh, I'm going to spell it the wrong way. Yeah. Okay.
But one second. Because you are doing this, if we convert the state to a list, you can just iterate with a for loop here and do one. You don't even have to do all of these, right?
Wait.
Yeah, okay. I'm jumping the gun here a little bit.
Oh, you're saying to iterate on all of these.
Yeah, so after the word hstack, make a new line, and then you type for cell in state.cells, and then you just describe what one instance of these will look like, and that will draw the entire row for you since you have 5 cells in there, right?
Okay. I see. Let's do this.
And now you just grab one of these instances, and yeah, I am jumping around a lot in here, so maybe you want to update the state before we start tinkering with the template.
So in here, we're going to do pub cells, and this is going to be a list of cell, right?
Yep, it's a value list cell. So you have to wrap the list in a value.
Oh, it's not a
And
value
in this
list.
case,
I'm sorry.
yeah, no, it's a value angle bracket list angle bracket. There you go, right? So everything has to be a value. So here's the quirky bit, though, right? The list is currently not the cell is currently not a state, but we can make that into a state if you wanted to, right?
This is what was getting
become-
me, was like, yeah, this is what was getting me into, like, the message can't be. So now I have to go up here and I have to make cell a state, right? I have to do derive.
Oh, hang on 1 second. Row message is coming from outside of the runtime, isn't it? So in that case, we would need to translate cell into cell state, because you cannot send messages across thread boundaries. They are not thread safe. So if you are sending a row message with cells, it's a non-issue, right? It's a non-issue. But if you are sending a row message that contains cells, then all we have to do is translate the cell into a cell state, which is no biggie. You just make a new type called cell state, and we just fill that out with letter status that are values instead. I can tell that was confusing.
So we'll make another struct called cell state. Not a problem. That's all I heard. Not a problem. My mind was whirling.
That's all
state.
good. We're going to implement from for these as well. So it's going to be super basic to do the conversion. So then the letter is a value U8, and the status will be a value U8 as well, right? So these will be numerical values for letter and status.
I see. And then what we do is we do what we were doing here, which is we do a new, and we translate this cell state.
Implement from instead of making a new. So you implement from cell for cell state, and from row message for row state. So we start with the cell state here. Perfect. The AI got it for you right there.
Except I think it's invert my numbers, but I'll find out later. that will be a pleasant surprise.
That is the first time I've seen some useful AI action happening, right? That was pretty good.
I find that the more content you give it, the better it can get. Like very, very basic, but like we've already done a decent amount of this, and we already told it that this was a U8. So like,
let's be a little bit smarter than the AI though, right? So let's go to line 36 and remove the word match from there. So we're gonna say value new and then cell dot status as U8. Right? We're just gonna cast the status to a U8 because going from an enum to a number is always fine. It's going from a number to an enum that's problematic, right?
okay.
All right. So we'll school the AI a little bit here, at least for being.
I would have left it as that, but I see. I would have left it
it's
as
less
that, but
cold. But yeah.
okay.
Okay. So now that we can make from cell for cell state, then we're gonna make an implementation from row message for row state, right?
Okay, I see. And then
Are you looking for where it's griping at you?
what?
No, okay. I thought you were looking for where no, it's all good. It's all good.
I am thinking. I'm sorry. I am not a super
Okay.
fast thinker. So
Neither am I. Don't worry about that.
so
It's very different when it's not me typing, so it's all good. We have to make row message for row state though, because otherwise we're doing something
row
insane.
message for row state. Oh, I see. 1 second. This is from cell for cell state, and we want from row message for row state.
Yeah.
I got it. Did the AI, this looks almost right. They at least got the map in there. Let's see. Cells, I don't know what we're doing.
Actually, this kind of looks all right. So we're gonna take the message data, which is our array, and then we're gonna call iter on that, and we're gonna map every cell to a cell state, and we dereference the cells. That is correct. And then we collect that, and then we're saying cells is value new cells. That part might not be okay. The last part there.
We have a
That
cell
might have to
cells, which is a value list of cell. What is value list of what is this?
a value list of cell. That is our equivalent of an array of cells, right? So hang on. Does it say value list of cell? There should be value list of cell state, right?
Oh, right. So this should be, but so the thing it's getting here is a cell, not a cell state.
No, that is incorrect. That is whatever you have that shows the type there. That is showing you bogus information. We can see that the map is creating cell states. So that collection couldn't be anything other than a collection of cell states. What I think we have to do here is we have to take away the collect call there. So delete that line, put a semicolon on line 25 at the end of that. And then we're going to pass these cells as the source to the function called list from iter. So put a
okay, so you're just going to do it.
Yeah, and then where it says value new cells, we're just going to replace the word cells with list from iter. So uppercase L and then ist colon from underscore iter.
So this is okay, I see. We'll do it from the cells. It does not like that.
That's all right. It's entitled to be wrong.
Oh,
Okay. See, it compiles. What?
All right, 1 second. Let me refresh my and
we yeah, all right. I'll
no, sometimes I don't know. It I have this problem where it gets like stale and like it has a problem, but it's a problem somewhere else that's causing it to just crap its pants.
Is this your LSP or is there something else?
I didn't write the LSP. It's Rust's LSP.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I meant. Like, is there
Oh,
because you can issue LSP restart from within NeoVim and it will do that for
no, no,
you. So
no.
if you do
There's a correction
colon,
here.
whatever.
Toggle. There's a correction. You can
Okay.
issue that command inside of NeoVim. I can restart NeoVim, right?
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. You know what? If there's a process and it works, why mess with it, right? Why mess
So
with
wait.
it?
LSP restart.
So colon L uppercase L and then SP and then uppercase. Oh no, sorry, SP in lowercase. But restart in uppercase. Right. So you should be able to tab complete this. If you type S in lowercase, there you go. And that's not a function call, so you just get rid of the brackets there, I think.
Um,
There you have the restart option.
okay.
There you go. That should do it. Okay, so what's inside
State is not
the
satisfied by the okay, so it's saying that something that I'm trying to leverage here does not reference state. Did I not
that's
put
okay. Let's go and look at the row state. Can you jump to definition for that one?
yeah. Oh, this needs to be cell state.
Yeah, that's correct. That's probably why it was telling us that it was collecting into
I see.
cells, even though we know it's cell state.
So
right?
our other one with collect was probably fine, but this will be fine.
I don't know because we have a from it there. So let's try it. Let's just
No function
prefix
associated
dot collect.
from it or found for sure. I
What?
didn't import it probably. There. Okay.
No need to import anything as long as the list is there. From it sits on the list, so that is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so now this thing is
cannot move out of
writing
cell,
it.
which is behind a shared reference. Move occurs because cell has type.
Okay. Make cell a copy type. So you just go to where the cell definition is, and since it's such a small, it's like 16 bytes. We can
We'll just
easily make
copy
that
it.
into a copy type. Yeah. So derive copy and clone, and you're good. There you go.
I
You
need
can just
to
do all of
derive
that.
copy and clone from this. The cascading derive.
Yeah.
It's like every time I go to add something, like I'll be like, oh, I just need to put copy on this. And then it's like, I have to add copy to everything.
I mean, the only reason why we don't default everything to be debug, clone, and copy almost, other than some things we can't express, is because it increases the compile time. But it's a non-issue in this case, right? So just do add copy and clone to like left, right, and center is perfectly fine here.
All right. Well, I don't have a left, right, and center struct, so I'll have to create those. Give me a second. I just have rows ones.
All right, that's good. That's all the copy types we need.
It was a joke. You said
Now,
left, right, and center, and I was pretending like I don't have those structs.
I was keeping myself from saying you probably couldn't spell center because you write ER instead of RE, but I thought maybe I just take the high road here. But I feel like you pulled me into this one.
You're not even wrong. I can't even. Oh, okay.
Well, now I get someone in my stream saying that I spelled center incorrect, but in anathema you can spell it either which way. You can spell it with ER or RE when it comes to alignment. So I didn't do
RE
it
is
for
a video
colors.
camera, so I wouldn't spell it with a video camera.
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry.
not? But
Continue.
yeah, you go for it, man. I'm thinking here, man. I don't know what to do. No, it's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. Okay, so we simplify the code drastically now, right? The thing that we're missing here is the row message new. So we'll come back to that one. But if we if you put a panic on line 36, bin everything else.
Wait. What did you say on line 36?
Yeah, on line 36, if you put a panic there instead of self, so the code will compile. Oh, Scott, you've got a bogus degree from the internet. Okay, you should send it back and have it corrected. Right? It can't be helped.
I forgot that.
There you go. No semicolon, because we're basically maybe you can have a semicolon. You can have a semicolon there.
I throw it on
Panic
there all the
will
time.
do magic things, right? Yeah, that's fine.
Row state will also need to be deleted.
Hello, Nighthound. How you going? So row state new. We don't need that. You can take away the entire import block because we already
Right.
have this from.
Because we're just
from the
going
other
to take
thing,
it
right?
from the other thing. Okay.
So row state is kind of read only, right? We only create it once and then we never modify it. That's correct. Or do we modify it? Yeah, because no we don't. Once
no,
you
we
guess something,
because now we're
done,
going to
right?
use the U8 as the thing. Right? Right. It's going to be directly translated in the template. Now this should be build.
So then all we have to do now is on message before we build it. We do have a sneaky error there. Yeah, we don't have wait, row state new. When are we creating new row states?
This was probably earlier. 1 second.
Yeah, we should probably let's get rid of that one.
This was in your prototype. You have to. Oh, you do have to have a default, right?
But we can just pass a unit as a state there. We don't need the row state to be part of the row. We can let the row state come from the parent instead.
But the prototype requires a state.
Yes, but we just pass a unit instead. So just remove the word row state new and leave the open close bracket and you're good.
Okay. I didn't realize that.
You need the open close brackets though, right? You need a unit there. So let's go to the.
I see what you're saying. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so let's go to the row. The row.
It doesn't like that.
No, we're gonna fix that. So the row component. No, you were right with the unit there. It's just the compiler is wrong because it hasn't caught up with us yet.
Oh, okay. So where am I supposed to go then?
So go to row there. That's the one. Jump to that component. Like a go to definition kind of thing. And where it says state, change row state to just be a unit, right? We keep the row states on the parent instead. So the row doesn't handle its own state anymore. We just let the parent handle that.
Okay. You know, like the compiler, I'll catch up to you.
Okay, hang on. No, I see that I'm gonna overcomplicate your life a little bit. Let's undo what we just did. I can see where this is gonna go wrong. So let's bring that back. We're gonna add a default implementation for the row state. It's perfectly fine to do. It's perfectly fine. So let's go and add default.
We don't have to.
Put the row state back.
I'm just a little.
Oh yeah,
dented.
we gotta do it. We can do it like one bit at a time. We don't have to. Like we're currently working at like 4 different locations in the code. So let's try to bring it all into one place. So let's put the row state back into our component. We're gonna do this and it's gonna be beautiful. Yep, that's the one, row state.
But now I need a new, right?
Well, before we do that, let's go down to where we call prototype that we changed into a unit. Let's go and change that to call row state default instead of the unit.
Okay, so just this right here.
Yep. There's a row state default, and your code will compile and work now.
You have not met my code. A row message. 1 second. Let's see.
Yeah, now we have to construct a row message, but that's trivial, right?
Where is this error? It says in view Wordle view row 36. And it doesn't exist.
That's okay. So here we actually, interesting enough, we're calling panic there, but what this thing wants is to take an argument, right? We're supposed to pass in winning word in there. So can we go to Wordle view row 35? No, not there. It's Wordle game 104. That's the line we want to go to.
Which line? 104?
Yep, Wordle game.
This is wrong because there's nothing to pass right now. That's what it's complaining
Right.
about.
So we're passing the winning word clone here. So we have to pass something when we send a message to it, right? So we can't just pass an empty row message. That doesn't make sense. We have to populate the row message from something.
Right. And that's what
So-
we're working on. We haven't done that yet.
No. So why don't we, instead of copying the string into the row message, why don't we just pass in a string reference to the row message here instead, right? So let's say the new takes in a word guess that is
Well-
of type string slice.
The row message is now this right here. This is the row message, right? It's all of
Yeah.
this stuff.
Yeah. And we have to construct these cells from the letters, right?
So yeah, do we want to do that in here? If we want to do that in here, we need two things. We need the word, and we need what the word's supposed to be. Right? So we need.
Then we don't want to do that in the new function. That sounds like jamming business logic into a constructor. And
Right. That's why I was doing it somewhere else.
Yeah, let's go and do it somewhere else. Let's go back to let's go and do that part now. Then let's
Okay.
go to Wordle game.
That's
line
what I was
100.
literally doing here when we got on this tangent of doing all this stuff. Was no. It's get the row message from the word. Like I want to build this from the guessed word, the selected word.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Have we done the validation at this point, right? So we have player votes insert. That's always going to insert a correct, a valid string, right?
Yes.
A valid string that is all ASCII and it's at least 5 characters.
It's only 5 characters.
Yes, 5 characters, only ASCII. So we know that the guess that we have from the player is going to be correct, right?
Right. So the word we're getting, and the word that's in we need 2 words here. We need this is the guess, and this is the word. Right?
Yeah, although question is, do we want to keep the word as an actual string slice, right? The word has to be the word could literally be an array of 5 bytes, couldn't it?
It could. Does it make it easier to I don't care how we store it.
The reason we can do that is because then we can where do you have the logic that checks whether the word is correct or not?
Yes.
Or whether a character is correct or not. So we can. Where is that logic?
This right here.
Okay, so we're gonna go through each character. Does word match? Okay, but this one only checks if the word is correct. It doesn't check whether a character is in the wrong place but belongs to the word, right? It doesn't check the yellow,
Correct.
does it? Is that happening somewhere, or is that to be implemented?
No, that's what we're doing right now.
Okay, in that case,
That's what this
I would
status
store
is, right? We need to decide what the status of this character is.
So we can do. There might be a right. Okay. So if you do it this way, then okay. Can we avoid iterating through the word 5 times plus 1 time? No. Yes, 5 times. Can we avoid that?
Probably.
It's
So
a genuine question, right?
So right now we're
in
doing it to check to see if it's correct, to see if it wins. But that's kind of a repetitive of this because this isn't actually checking, this is coming up with colors. But in theory, if they're all green, then it's a win, right? But
So
it does.
I would take us a step back from that, and I would present the problem we're solving is given two arrays of the same size, we need to check if the bytes in the left hand side exist in the collection the right hand side, and every byte that exists, does it exist in the same place? So the first check is really easy. We can just zip two arrays and compare the left-hand side to the right-hand side. And if it's a match, that's green. However, we need to compare yellows, right?
Right.
And yellows means that we need to take each character in the left-hand side and check every character on the right-hand side for that, which means we're iterating through the array 5 additional times, one for each character
Do
to
we?
see if it
I don't think
exists
we
in
need
the
to
array
do
or not.
that.
No,
Because
that's what I'm saying. Is there a smarter way of checking if the values are contained?
I think if you have these two, like this, and if I check that this one is the same as this one, and then
Yeah,
if
that's green.
right,
right.
it's green. If it's not green, does it match this one or this one or this
Yeah,
one?
but now you start iterating multiple times for every character, right?
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. Now we have to check the arrays 5 times, one for each value. And I was just wondering if there was a smarter way than that.
Well,
There
I was
might
going
not
to
be,
say,
right?
like, if this one is green, then you don't have to check this one again. But like, this seems like a minor optimization. That's, I mean, it's only ever going to be 5, so I'm not sure it matters.
Oh yeah, the thing is, the computers. First of all, the computer might optimize this to something else, and most certainly, this will not take a significant amount of time. We're doing byte
This feels
comparison
like
here.
leak
This will
code,
be
but I like it because it's coming up with two different things. We're checking for correct position and alternate position.
That's right. This is where I would say, I would be comfortable asking ChatGPT to tell me if it's possible to do a Wordle correction check without iterating more than 3 times or some dumbass thing like that, and it will possibly dream something up for us.
One pass. That's what we want.
Yes, but you might have to say that no, it's not possible to guarantee. The world is designed to be a game of deduction where the players use. Okay.
I want to write a function to check two arrays for characters that are in the right place and for chars that exist in the second array but are in the wrong place, like Wordle.
Let's ask it to do this with pseudocode as well, so it doesn't try to teach us Python or something against our will.
Can we do this with Python?
I think the nice thing about these things is that we are. If you ask it to do this with Python, there's a chance that it's going to give you like a 2-line solution that includes list iterations from.
It's like
list comprehension from
Python.wordle get, and you're just like, dang it, Python has this built in.
I mean, first of all, Python is snake case, and that is not Python, so we're good, right? Okay, so we do a second pass. No, the second pass clearly shows multiple array checks. So in this case, it does an additional pass, and we don't have to do the additional pass. We only have to do 2 checks. So the first check that it's doing is redundant, right? This code is obviously
yeah. I was gonna say like it should be able to do it all in the like. This is 2 checks, right? This one is completely unneeded.
No, this one is needed. It's the first one that is unneeded because it does a correctness check. But since we know the position of the character while we iterate,
no, but
this is the first one that we don't need.
Yeah, I agree. I must have misspoken. This is doing 2 iterations. It has 1 iteration with a second nested one.
It's actually doing 6 iterations because it's doing a nested for loop there, right?
Oh.
So we're doing.
That's
right. We're checking 25 rather than 5 times.
Sure, because you're checking each out of every one. Which I don't know. Is it possible to do this without a nested for?
Oh, you gotta get some dumb answers to that. Let's see what comes up here. Since we don't know the limitations of the made up language, right?
I was gonna say now we're in a made up language. First pass.
I know, and then it did it in the second.
Which is this is what I was doing. Correct positions versus incorrect position.
Yeah, and there's no way you're gonna do that without iterating through the whole thing, right? But we can do this. We can do this in slightly more compact code in Rust. So what we can do,
I have an idea.
Given 2 byte arrays, we can iterate over the values in one array, and we do that with enumerate, so we know the index. Then we can ask, the first thing we ask, we do a lookup of the second array and say, is this character the same as the one at this position? If the answer is yes, then we mark it as green and continue. If the answer is no, then we just do a contains check, right?
I have an idea.
And if it's yeah, gone.
What if we put the word in a hash map? So
okay.
Oh, this screws me if there's a repeat value. What I was gonna say is like if each character, like this is C, and it exists in the 1 and the 4 position.
Oh, but wait, you actually have there is something to what you just said.
If there's an A, it's in the second position, and so like we throw this into a hash map, and then all we have to do with the second word is check if the character exists, if it does, if it's in the same position or not as what's listed in there.
Well, what if you have a word like tattoos, right? This is begging to be solved with SIMD. Yeah, it could be, right? But we're gonna depend on auto-vectorization here, Grey Hatter, and not worry about it. We're gonna let the compiler flex instead of us, right?
So
So
this.
if you
I don't know how to spell tattoos.
tattoo, right? Actually,
Is it
I
two
don't know.
T's?
We
Is it two
no,
T's?
I think it is two T's, right?
So tattoo.
Uh, two T's, two O's. It was a bad example because it's not
A
5 letters.
tattoo. We have a tattoo.
Okay, well, if we have a tattoo, then if you think about how many times we have T in there, so if you guessed a word that starts with two T's, which doesn't exist, but if you did that, it should say that the first T is green and the second T is yellow.
Right. But this,
So
how this will
we need
get
to
put
be
in
able to
here.
qualify.
1, 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? So T exists in the first position, the third position, and the fourth position. A exists in the second
I
position.
feel like I almost want to do a poll with chat now and ask if it exists at 1 or at 0 now because we're talking about arrays. But all right, let's not worry about it. It's all good.
Okay, but the idea is like this. This is what the array will look like, or the hash map will look like here.
Mm.
And so when you're checking, you'll be like, I'm in the first position and it's a T. So I query by T and then see if, but then I have to iterate over this anyways. Unless if this is a hash map of hash maps, which will be fine then.
Okay, hang on. Let's see what Gray Hat says here. Cast guess to a U size. So we got 64 bits now, and then cast answer to a U size. Guess XOR answer. Get most significant set bit divided by 8. So how will that tell us if T is repeated twice? That the first one is green, the second one is yellow. How does that work?
Because it's a mask, right? So he's taking these all to their numbers, right? But yeah, we could do it in a 64, right? A 5 char would work in a 65, right? A 64. Because a 65 bit doesn't work.
That's what U size is. I was just clarifying what a U size is on a 64-bit system for anyone who cared. It's all good. It's meaningless information. We're streamers. We're gonna just have verbal diarrhea. It's all good. All right. So explain the masking to me, right?
So wait, okay, never mind. Maybe I'm off here. Rotate 1, repeat, then 5 plus 5 instead of 5 times 5.
Okay, so I think I see. So are you saying Grey Hat that we do this as in two passes? So first we do it with everything packed into a U64. First we just do the XOR and for the greens, and then we shifted one to the right into the XOR for the yellows. Is that right?
I don't know how we would get the yellows out of this. I get how we do the greens at this point, but I'm not getting the yellows.
The first step would delete the ones. The first step will delete the correct letters in the correct position, right? Yeah. So you're saying that we do this in two steps, right? So the first we do the XOR, and then we shift to the right ones and do XOR again. Is that right? Do you wanna hop on the stream, Grey Hat? So you can join us with voice and in a drawing application of sorts. Draw this out.
You good boy. You good boy. Come up here. Come here. Can you come up here? Oh, you won't, will you? No, you won't.
He's shy. He's like, you're not paying me enough for this.
He's not supposed to put his feet on stuff because he's a big boy, so we've got to learn.
Man, I'm told that all the time as well, but
Yeah. Good boy.
Do what you do.
You go. Oh yeah, you will come up here. Good boy. You good boy. Yeah. You be a
It's
good
like,
boy.
oh man, it smells like a $5,000 coffee grinder in here. It says.
That's what you want. You want a $5,000 coffee grinder? Oh, does that feel good? Okay, so I think there's probably a way to do this. I think the easiest way, unless we're jumping into voice channel, is just to do 2 loops. I think.
We can do 2 loops if you want to.
Wait. I don't see the Discord. We can make a channel. I'm not in a channel. I was just in a direct call with Togglebit.
Yeah, we need to get like a screen sharing thing up as well then. But can I pass the wait before we do that? Let's finish up. Let's circle back to this one, right? Let's get this to compiling first, and then Grey Hatter can take
We'll
over
just
that
set the
explanation.
status to basically we'll set everything to absent first. Right? Yeah, absent.
So I would say the first thing we need to do in the game round, you have the word set to a new vector there, right? Okay, sorry, you finished that.
What? No. Oops. Why is this not there we go. Okay, what were you saying?
Okay, so let's just get this thing into a state of compiling. So you have on line 159, you have word is a new vector. Change that to a byte array instead. Because one of the rules that we know is that everything has to be valid bytes, right? Valid ASCII characters. There's no reason for us to
Right. Okay.
to worry about that, right? So just make it an array instead of a vector, because it's always going to be the same size as well.
Oh, okay. I see. 5. It's going to be 5. Oh my goodness.
Look at that. It even throws the comment out there for you. It's like the AI knows it's just waiting for you, really. Right?
Yeah.
It's brutal, man.
Yeah. All right. And then
All right. So, and when we create a new one, we're gonna zero out the bytes. So we're just gonna do a copy of what we have above instead of U8. We write 0. I don't know if that made any sense.
yeah.
And let's not do what the AI is suggesting here. That's insane.
You don't want Oxbow as the default?
We can have Oxbow. Then you just have to write it slightly differently.
No.
I'd say we just put 0 bytes in there instead.
That's what I want. There we go. 1 second. Hey, Moira, would you take these dogs outside? Thank you.
All right, so now we've kind of done something different. You've used characters instead of bytes.
Yeah.
So that should be number 0, semicolon 5.
Wait. Number 0, semicolon 5. Oh, okay. I've not done this. I don't do a whole lot of array manipulation.
That's all right. Semicolon rather than colon, but it's all good.
I got it. All right.
Okay, so how do we okay, so the word is always set to that. Okay, that's fine. So get raw message from word. That's the one we're going to make compile. We're gonna make that compile shortly. So let's take line 165 to 170 and comment all that code out and just put a panic in there.
In where? What?
165 to
all of this?
170. So we're just gonna make this panic for now, so it compiles instead. So the goal is to get this into a state of compilation, where we know that it's fine. We have to panic though, because there's no we're not returning anything. When you panic, you're allowing the compiler to infer whichever
I know.
type you want in there, basically. You can use a to do if you want to be pretentious about it, but let's not.
It's fine.
Okay, so there's one that 101 that we gotta deal with, and let's see, what is that all about? Was it
No method
101?
send found for the struct emitter in the current scope.
Okay. There's no send. No, it's called emit. And you are you doing this in an async function?
Am I doing this in an async? No. Yes, I am.
Then emit underscore async. So we can leverage that.
Do I then need to await?
That's correct.
Okay. Uh, 220. We'll just delete this.
Yeah. So you could delete this, or we could, yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's just delete this.
Yeah, I was gonna say
but you
because
can
we'll
wait
just do it
before you
all
do
in one
that.
function.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right. So now that function is probably being called by something.
Yeah.
Don't you have the cargo plugin for Vim so you can compile from within the editor? Okay, so you can just here you could just do a panic after the equal sign and then comment out the rest of the code.
I was just going to. It's fine. Okay. There we compile.
Okay, cool. So the two steps left to do is going to be to make the actual guess of the word and to do a comparison of the characters, and then to check the win condition there, right? And we are sending the row somewhere. Where is that happening? Let's find where we're doing a row. Okay, there it is. A row message new, right? So what is it that we're supposed to put into the row message for it to make sense? We're supposed to put in the guess, right?
Right.
So for us to compute a guess, we can create
That's what.
the information for the guess by using 5 cells, couldn't we?
1 second. What do you need? You can eat lunch. It's not 4. It is 4. It is 4.
Holy shit. It's super late. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, it's super late. Oh wow.
It's like way past my bedtime. Oh
Yeah,
my
have a
god.
granola bar. I'll be out in a bit. Toggle bit. It's super late for you.
It is super late for me. I should have been in bed like 2 hours
I was
ago.
wondering why I
If
like we're going on, oh my goodness, 8 hours of streaming. Oh gosh.
It's all tickety-boo. Okay, but let's leave this in a state that we can continue, we being you, so we don't leave this in a state where it's just like, oh, what was it doing, right? So if we can create a guess, a guess from a word, that means that we're gonna get 5 cells, right? So we can pass in an array of 5 cells to the row message, couldn't we? Because the cell contains the character and the correctness of the guess, right?
I mean, that's all a row
green or
message
yellow.
is the cell data. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's pass in that as our argument for new. Yeah. We can either do that or we can implement from. We just need to construct this So where do we guess? Where does that code happen? Yeah, so you know what? I'm jumping around quite a bit, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say you keep telling me to put panics in places, and then going and telling me to go back and fix those panics.
Yeah, so okay, this is a bit indicative of how I think and work, right? So I basically sweep the problems under the rug with panic messages because I know that we need these functions. I know what they need to do, but rather than implementing them, I just let the
This
code
is what I was
break.
working on, was
Panic.
implementing these messages. Oh,
Just to go around and around. Okay, all right, let's do it. Let's pass in 5 cells in here, right? And we should be good. This is beautiful, man.
wait.
It's
What, I'm sorry.
perfect.
What did you say? Sorry, I was thinking.
An array of 5
Oh,
cells.
okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So we have an array of 5 cells. I don't pass arrays in Rust very much. Is this like?
You've done it several times today, man. You're gonna be
I
an array
know.
master at this point.
This is wrong. This is wrong. It's like this, right? 1 second. Don't tell me. No, that's the wrong number. Oh my gosh. There we go.
It was certainly not the wrong number.
I typed 4 first, so if you
Oh,
thought
I see.
if you thought it was the right number, it was definitely the wrong number.
Oh yeah, because what I see is different from the latency there, right? So
Oh,
makes
okay.
sense.
Yeah, I was gonna say the first number I typed was 4. Definitely wrong.
If you name the argument data, you don't need the second cells in there.
I know.
I don't know what you
I
know.
know.
I have no idea. And you gotta love that when you don't know what someone knows, or you know more than what someone knows. Either you get too much or too little information. There's never the Goldilocks situation with enough information.
I was gonna say it's really hard. Like people will complain. They're like, "Oh, you went on for 10 minutes about this thing that I already knew," and on the YouTube video. And it's like, well, I also made that YouTube video for anyone. So like, I have to assume at some point that you like. There is a line. Like I assume that you know what an if function is. I didn't tell you that. But like, it's hard because you're trying to guess at what they know.
Oh, it's an insanity. It really is. People with that mentality would assume that you made the video specifically for them, and that in itself is an insanity, right?
Right.
It's
They're like, "Oh, I really didn't need to learn about that." And I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad you didn't. Don't watch it. I don't know."
read a book next time, then, nerd. Get out of here.
Yeah.
No, it is funny. Okay, so then we have the where do we do the guess, right? It's
All
a
right.
mental limitation. Oh
So-
no, I'm full of those gray hats. That I could just relate to.
This is where we pick the word that won. So basically, everybody votes on the word that they want to use for this round. This is the thing that selects this. So this word is not that it won the game; it won the vote. Is basically this
Okay,
is
so
the
the
word.
winning word is then going to be an array of 5 cells.
Correct. So now we need to build. I guess here we could actually, instead of just returning the string, we could also just do all the work of understanding what it is.
So this one gets you the word, right?
It selects the word, but it doesn't. It's just the word people typed in. What it doesn't do is it doesn't say, "Are they in the right place?" Or
No, but more importantly, the word that is selected is a qualified word that it meets the criteria of 5 bytes.
yes, 5 bytes ANSI. This winning word is.
So in that case, we could return
ASCII.
5 bytes from here. This could return an array of 5 bytes.
It could.
And then we pass that array into something that checks the validity of this thing and returns 5 cells.
Yes. That's
We're
the
done at that
function that
point.
we
That's-
deleted that I was working on.
Yes, but now we know how we can do the function. Forget about writing the optimized version of that function. Like just write. You can do that as a fun exercise. But just do some rudimentary implementation.
It's just
that
2
does the
loops,
check.
right?
And yeah, just do that. Right, just do that. So implement the select round winner. That's going to return an array of 5 bytes, and then we're going to pass the winning word, which is maybe should be renamed to selected word or such. But yeah, let's do that, right?
Now you don't want to pass this in as a stir.
When we build the cells, well, building the cells is effectively us guessing on. No, I don't want to pass in instead. And the word, the second argument, is not needed.
Why is it not
Because
needed?
that one, because that one lives on self, doesn't it? Isn't
Oh,
that
you're right.
what we have on line
You're right.
162? Right? So we can get rid of that
It
one.
does. Actually, it doesn't. It doesn't. But we can make it live on self. It does. It does. We added. We
Doesn't
did.
it live?
We did
Yeah.
add it to it. So
the guess can just be 5 bytes as well, right? I mean, like the guess is gonna be very small, right? So we're okay. We're okay copying this thing around, right? A U size is 8 bytes, so we're effectively passing around smaller values than that, right? We're passing around 5 bytes. You might as well copy them. There's otherwise that pointer is gonna be bigger than the array itself, right? The reference is larger than the array,
we like big pointers.
and we cannot lie. But there's sorry, there's no real value in not doing it, right? But again, like none of this is going to have any significant impact on what you do, right? We don't have to hyper optimize anything. If you feel like you want to express something in a way or other, feel free to do so, right? Don't worry too much about it. Okay, should we do the 2 passes here before we start doing anything else, right? Should we just do the 2 passes?
The AI I was trying to accept it. It was trying to give it to me. The 2 pass. Why isn't it giving me the whole?
I feel like this is kind of I don't know what we're doing, but
There we go. I just want. Oh. Okay. I just wanted to see what it was doing. I think this was the 2 path method, right? For I in letters. This is doing it if it's correct, and it's just doing it, and then this is going through.
That is a lot more code than you have to type, but
this is not correct either. We should just do the double iterator.
We technically only have to do 1 iterator with this, and that is by iterating over the characters in the guess, and we enumerate that as well, so we know the position. Then we can do a lookup in the word at the same position for a green, or okay, am I losing you? Okay, let me do this 1 second. I think this is not. I think me saying this out loud just makes it sound more complicated than it is. Okay, if what I'm about to send you doesn't make sense, then by all means, right?
I'm impressed if you got this to 1 iterator.
Yeah, but it's not computationally. It's not 1 iterator. It's just it looks like it from our perspective, right?
Okay.
And why is this thing being wonky? If self like this, if self dot word is a letter, then green. Else if word letter, then whoops. What happened to the stream?
Nothing.
Are you still there?
Yeah.
There was a network error. Okay, hang on. I have to reload the stream. It's weird that the stream died and we're still talking. So I have no idea what's happening.
Discord's better than the stream. I'm gonna run get a drink while you're typing that. Well, 1 second.
Yep. No, the stream is down for me. I guess we'll reload the. Okay, now it's not even reloading.
Yeah.
Oh, Twitch.
Stay out there.
Okay, yeah, now it's loaded up the chat again, but the stream is being very slow at loading. No, it's just that there was a network error. We're just gonna keep reloading, but yeah. Is there anyone typing in chat after me?
Nobody's typing in chat, but I have the stream up and it looks fine. And I don't
I was gonna say, isn't that called OBS for you? Does my
yeah, OBS
bus
says that
send
I'm
it to your
sending
Discord?
signal just fine.
Oh yeah, now it's back. Now it's back. Okay, so did the Rust code I sent on Discord, does it make sense? Let's have a look.
For this is 2 letters though. This is 2 iterators.
Yeah, this is definitely
That's
2
what
iterators.
contains does is it's going to iterate
one.
over it.
But because we use the contains in there, we're definitely.
I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah, this is fine.
It's more about simplifying than anything, but yeah. I'd be interested when I'm not like dead tired. I kind of wanna poke at Grey Hatter's solution just because I thought it sounded interesting. But we don't have to do that for this.
I actually want to do that. It sounds. I actually think that Grey Hatter is like, I think that there's a solution there. And like, it doesn't matter because it's only 5 bytes long. It's not an unbounded, but it sounds like it would be like, it's a fundamental problem to like actually go and prove out.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, yeah. Okay, I just kind of did it. So for I in letter, wait. I don't know why that's that way. In guess.iterator.enumerate. So we're enumerating over it. Let's see what a mismatch types. For loops evaluate to unit type of nothing.
Yeah, we're supposed to return a row message, so we need to populate the cells as we return the cells here.
And then
I think everything else is fine. We just return the cells.
I was just going to return a row message because that's just our holder for cells.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's great. So row message new and you're good. Man, what kind of gaslighting suggestion is that? Cells.map. It's gonna map the cell to cell. Oh no, hang on. We have to make cells out of this. Okay, no, it wasn't gaslighting at all.
Cells, right? Because this isn't. This is actually just the status of the cell. It's not the actual cell, right?
Yeah, so I would change the array of letter status to be an array of cells instead on line 179.
On 179, you would change it what?
I would change that to be an array of cells instead of an array of letter status.
Oh, and just keep the cell in here. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we
can just build it as we go.
Replace the cells, right? And that's fine because we have probably default derived from cell, so it's fine.
Why can't we find the cell in the scope? Yeah, please import that. Thank you. Okay. What? You're fine. Okay, and then we'll delete this. And then we'll build them out of this here. So for cell at I, we'll do we have a new cell? Whoa. This is not mine. What did I import?
We probably imported the cell from the sync, from stud cell rather.
I'm
So if you go to the
guessing
top,
that
you'll find that. Yep, that's the that's really useful data structure in Rust,
I didn't
but
make
not one
mine
that we need
public,
here.
which is I was like, why did it not recommend mine? Okay, there we go. Now we have a real cell. And now we just need to. All right. When we're doing this, we need to, let's see, we're iterating over guess and we're checking it with words. So now we just need to construct a cell here. Oh, I think we're getting type conflicts here. Let's see. We don't want std cell. Oh, I should have
Yeah,
just gone
just
back.
go and delete the stud cell there on line 2.
All right. Expect found a struct cell. All right, now we're going to our right one. We're going to do just a nice helper function here. Let's see. We're going to do pub function new. This looks fine.
You can instead of doing a new, you could just implement from for a tuple of letter status and U8. That way you can just wrap this as a tuple and type into instead. Or you can do this if this is easier. That's also fine.
This is just probably more how I'm accustomed to doing things. Let me do the from. Your from sounds
Oh,
really
yeah.
nice.
Yeah, sure.
Let me do that. Let me do that because I wouldn't do it that way. Just like this, yeah.
Hasn't updated the screen for me.
So
now I'm seeing the implementation happen. Right?
yeah. From
But it looks
a
right so
tuple
far.
of U8 and okay. And then here I can just do
And yeah, and then we just do a bracket around. Yeah, so I might be saying things that has already happened, right? Because that's again with the latency.
No, you're good. Yeah, when you told me like to delete the std cell, like I had already done it, but it's fine.
Oh, right. Yeah, I think I'm like 5 seconds behind or whatever. But yeah, now we just have to wrap the letter status correct in brackets and insert the guess value there, which is the letter. So letter and letter status.
So I do it's a U8 and then the letter status. So the U8 goes
so
first.
in our case, that's the letter, right? So it's letter, comma, letter status, yeah.
And then I can do from on this.
And then you do dot into instead.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Just a dot. There you go. Again, yeah, sorry. It's so hard when I'm so far behind. Like
It's
you've
all right,
already done it.
It's fine. It was getting me at first.
You got it now.
It was getting me at
what's
first.
it griping about?
And I was
oh, I see. Yeah, you have to dereference the letter.
Yeah.
That can't be right.
I feel like that's wrong. I just keep ignoring it.
In this case, you can do cell colon default on line 178 because we need to populate it with some data. We could go the Rust hard mode and initialize it with some memory, but not and using it as like maybe an init. That's just like let's not do that. It's just a silly thing we could do.
Oh my goodness, I did something wrong. And then on here, we just need to do this. Yeah. I think that's it.
Kind of. There is the question of the code on line 182.
182.
Yeah, this we're dereferencing the cell, the letter there, and I wonder why we don't have to dereference the letter anywhere else. That just seems strange to me.
So this is the U8, this word here.
Yeah.
And this is a reference to a U8, right? So
But is it creating? Is there's the from implementation for a cell from a tuple? Is that based on? Can we go to the cell implementation?
yeah, I think you have a good call here.
That is a good. Well, actually that doesn't work, Doddy, because so if we're not taking a reference there, that doesn't work, Doddy, because we need to have the letter as well that's being guessed. So if we initialize it to an absent, we still need to assign the letter. But we
Right.
could obviously do something with that, but it wouldn't work by just doing that. Okay,
So I think this is
that
correct.
this thing here, there's something wrong with the code here. This thing can't compile. The cell needs to implement default. Do we have that? Let's start with that. Let's see if cell implements default.
No.
Then let's just add default to this. That should be fine. And that also means that we have to add default to letter status. And that is also fine to do now on enums in Rust. That's been there for a couple of versions now. We do have to specify which variant is the default one. And I think we'll start with absent.
No,
This is fine.
it doesn't
Just
seem.
go to the end of line 22, make a new line, and then you type. Let me dump this in the chat, right? Default. You just dump that above the word absent. So we say the absent is the default version.
Oh,
Or
okay.
default variant.
I've not ever done this.
No, it's I guess it's not super common to implement default for
an enum
variants and enums.
It's
gonna make sense. In this case, I do think it's fine to say the absent is the default value. Okay, let's go and have a look at the. Okay, so now you just have to do default on 1978. You have to say cell : default. So we're calling default here.
Why do I need default on here?
No, on 178. We're just giving it a type. We're not giving it an instance of a cell when we create the array on 178.
Oh, 178. Oh, okay. I see. I was lagging. Like the stream lag sometimes.
Okay. So chat, if it's this difficult to backseat when you're actually on a call with someone, how the do you think you're gonna backseat in chat now?
I know.
Just say.
It's rough. From the one-liners, you're just like, I'm trying.
Okay. Right. So this should compile, right? What's the error message? Oh yeah, we need to pass in the cells to a row message, but we are not gonna do that. We have the function build cells, so the row message should come after line 95. We're gonna build that row message, right? Using that function that you just wrote.
What was it called? It was build cells. Yeah. And then we can throw this in here like this.
This should be the winning word that goes in there. It should definitely not be game round word because then everyone's a winner. You don't need anything there. On line 105, just delete everything but the word row message. Everyone's a winner. There you go. Oh my god, no, just pass the winning word. This is insane.
No, I need to. This is an option of string, right? Because this is coming from Twitch chat.
Yes, and here
So
somewhere this must have been validated, right?
it was validated in here. Yes.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. We have the validation logic somewhere. Okay,
Right
so where is that? Okay, and let's see where is it?
Oh, no. The validation
No,
logic
that's not
happens when you make a guess. It's already been validated before here.
Okay, but that okay, where is that validation? Where is that code? Because at that point, that's when we can ditch the string. We can shed our string skin and be the pure unadulterated byte array under the hood.
Why? Why like shred it faster than we have to? I don't get it.
We
Because like
we are basically gonna eliminate things that we don't need.
So-
okay, so here when we do player votes insert, instead of inserting a string, let's insert a byte array here.
But that also means then we have to keep a byte array in our hash map, and I'm scared of keeping a byte array in a hash map in Rust.
Oh no, it's way better than keeping a string is 24 bytes on the stack. That's not even including how much we put in there.
I don't. I'm not arguing about efficiency. I'm saying, like, with ownership in a hash map of a byte array, a string is kind of convenient and easy. A byte array, I don't know. I feel like this is gonna hurt, but I'll do it.
In my head, there's no difference. These are just like sequences of bytes, and
I understand that, and in C, it's no different. I agree with you.
In C, we wouldn't even have the string, right?
I understand.
Like, you want a string?
I'm with you. I'm just worried about ownership here, but you know what? You said it's fine. We're going to do a U8 of bytes.
Oh, we don't have to worry about ownership because that's literally the compiler's job, right? We be cruising.
The compiler tells me it's my job all the time. You're incorrect. The compiler beats me with the fact that it's my job. Okay. Don't.
I think Dottie, the point wasn't how hard it is to backseat. It's more like how difficult to meaningfully backseat, and I don't think it's good to continue that conversation on someone else's stream. But I'm kidding. All right, so the only thing we're missing now is converting this guess into a byte array, and here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the end of line 174, and then we're going to make a mutable byte array before we do anything else.
We can't just do as bytes.
No, because that will give us a byte slice. It will give us a pointer into the memory. We need to have some hardcore owned memory here that we're gonna copy into. So you can call that whatever you want as long as it is 0:5. And now we're going to type array of U8, which is a terrible name, but let's do it anyway. Let's type array of U8 dot copy from slice. You are definitely allowed to insert new lines as well, but we're getting somewhere.
You said, all right, now
malicious
we're going to
compliance, man.
I just typed.
Malicious compliance. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy the data from the guess into this newly crafted array of U8 that we have, right? So there you go. Guess as oh man, I'm stuck on an advert. Come on. Right on time, right? Well, I can still hear you. I just can't see anything.
Perfect.
When it comes to it, right?
Perfect.
So
So
the
I just
only
have
thing,
arrays of U8, copy from slice, guess as bytes.
okay, the only thing we're missing now is we need to add a range at the end of bytes. We need to add a range that is ... 5 because actually, no, we don't. They are the same length. That's a
Right.
moronic thing of me to say. It's all good. We're done. We now copy that. We just need to insert that arrays of U8 as our guess, right? And that's it. Now you're only working with correct data from this function, right? So this function will insert the correct sized object, and then anything we do from here on out is just working with that. So we're good. We're golden. We're laughing. All right. So this should now be done. By the way, this should work.
Every
We
time
should
you've
be able
said
to
that, it
get
hasn't
data.
compiled, just so you know.
Well, the thing that might not compile is like the oddly unclosed delimiter. Okay, I did not see that one.
Wait, did I screw that up in here?
It starts at 105.
Well, that's just when the compiler. Okay. Oh yeah, this is garbage.
Yeah, we just need to no. You need to delete everything after the colon there, because we already have a raw message. Now you're trying to make a raw message from a raw message.
Oh gosh.
That is how I would express that too. But just delete the everything like after the colon, and you're good.
Okay.
Or delete that as well. Yeah, whatever works, right? Okay, now it should compile. Now we're betting the farm on this one, right? What's no? Hang on, the winning word thing there that makes no sense. No, don't build yet. I can see the error.
Right,
The winning word is
because
showing us.
this isn't coming
That
back
should
as an
just be
object.
winning word. Yeah, nothing but winning word comes out of there, right? Oh yeah, and that doesn't return an option string anymore, does it?
Right. This is the problem. Is this isn't a string anymore? This would
That's
be
not a problem.
a
is it?
option of U8s. No.
Yeah. An option of an array of U8s.
Yeah. Okay. What's the problem in these? Mismatched types, expected string. Where is it getting the string from? This is not this. This is a U8.
You don't have to give that a type. The type's going to be inferred. So you can just delete everything between the colon and the equal sign.
Everything between the... Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, because Rust can infer the type here.
Okay. Is that it? No, not quite.
What's with the warning?
99. I don't know.
Yeah, that should just be winning word and nothing else. We don't need any function.
And now we can get rid of this because we got winning word as bytes.
Correct.
Which we could have saved all that work by leaving it as a string. And then 99. Wait, I'm on 99. Wait. Expected.
Oh, it's an option. It's an option instead, right? So I guess if we don't get a word here, we're just going to continue.
I was going to say, I haven't really decided. Like, if no one votes, like, I guess the round starts over. I guess this is what will, like, for small channels like mine, if nobody's voting, like, the round just starts over until somebody starts playing, right?
I think that is probably fine to do, but if you do that, what you're doing there, you're effectively setting it to the winning word. If we accidentally leave it as zeroed out bytes, we shouldn't do that. But
it's not the winning word. The winning word isn't 00000.
It is right now because we haven't actually picked a word.
Oh, okay,
word.
sure.
But that doesn't matter. I guess
Yeah.
that's not what we're gonna have, right? So that's fine. So here's a little bit of a scary thing. We cannot be allowed to pass a zeroed out byte array to the front end. Okay, this has nothing to do with anathema. It's we're supposed to make characters of these bytes, and 0 is not a valid character. You don't want to print that into anywhere, right? So we're gonna be a little bit careful with that. With what we do there. But so this is why I think this unwrap is probably not ideal.
There.
So I think we should. Well, one is no better. That's still some arbitrary control character.
Okay,
Put 97 then.
97. There we go.
Yeah, that will be.
I mean, just for right now, it doesn't matter.
No, I think. I mean, I again, I would just use a let else here and do a continue out of this thing or whatever. But it doesn't really matter.
Well, I can't do just a continue. You're going down another rabbit hole because I got to reset timers and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you do right break, can we break then? Okay, let's
no
build this
breaks the game stops then, right?
Isn't the game supposed to be in an infinite loop though?
Well, not if you break the loop. I don't understand. What? I don't understand it.
Okay.
Yes, it's in a loop, but if the loop is broken, then it generally stops it.
But should you be able to break the loop?
You just told me to break the loop.
Yeah, the inner loop, but don't we need an outer loop that will collect a new word, that will do all these things, right?
Oh, I haven't gotten to that yet.
Reset leaderboards and all that stuff.
I haven't gotten there yet. What?
Okay.
What?
Fair enough.
What? No. I was going to say yes, there should be an outer loop, but I don't have that. Like this game starts and the game is starting. Like it is started.
Okay. So okay, is something wrong now, or does it normally look like this?
Something's wrong. Nobody guessed.
Okay, so how do we guess something?
I think you just type it in Twitch chat, right?
All right, I'll guess. There we go. All right. That's it. I don't think it works because nothing's turning up.
You can't do pound. Pound is not a thing. You just type the word.
Oh, so you don't do a bang in front of it. Okay, gotcha.
No. So it's not working.
Okay, well, we need to know.
We don't have I forgot. We don't have this side, so you don't see people guessing. So like you wouldn't know you've guessed until it populates. But
okay. So what is the next thing we need to solve?
It seems to be broken now. This wasn't how it looked.
Oh, it was like that when I got here.
Oh, no. Togglebit, you broke it.
Oh, I did. I know I did.
Yeah, because you're like, it should just be a for loop. It should just be a for loop, Merrick, in the template. When you were on when you were on your rant of like things, but like,
so let's go and populate the for loop. So this for loop doesn't do anything. So we need to indent line 12, 13, and 14 to be under the for loop. Then we can get rid of all the other lines.
I've already done all of that.
Very good. Okay, and then we need to populate the state cells with some default values. So let's go back to that part.
Oh, wait. Interestingly enough here, this is just the first cell. We need to actually do this for each stack, right? Oh, no. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Ignore what I just said. I was not even thinking. We have multiple of these. This is the row. Okay, never mind. What were you saying?
we need to go to the component code for this. Which component we are in now? I don't know. The row.
We're in
Okay,
the
let's go
row.
to the row component and let's populate this with some bogus data. So where is the component for this thing?
That's what we're.
I just need to see the
Oh,
component so I can. It's going to be a row state that we, or yeah, it's going to be a row state, isn't it?
it's these. They weren't. They never had, like, the bogus data was this, which by originally I had a default of empty space,
Yeah,
but we
okay,
don't
that's a
have
good
that
idea.
anymore.
But we can add that in. So let's just go and fill this up with empty spaces as a default.
Okay.
So whatever owns state.cells. No, wait. Yeah, so leave it as is. And let's go to the actual component for this and look at the state. Is that
So
the row
that's the
message?
row state.
Yes, the row state. Sorry, not row message, obviously. Row state. Okay, so let's implement default for this. So let's remove the derive of default and let's just implement default instead. All right, and then where it says list default, we're going to change that to list from iter. Yeah, we don't want an empty list there. That's going to be very unhelpful. So we do from iter here. And we need to fill this up with cell state. So let's do, let's make an iterator. Yeah, we can do it that way, 0 to 5.
I was going to just do something like, to 5, and then like.
And then we're going to map that to cell state default. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
You probably have to wrap 0 to 5 range inside brackets. I think you're a victim of hallucinations here.
I don't program this long on any day.
Oh man, my head's spinning. I'm barely
Does that
understanding what we're doing, but
populate it with fake data now? Oh, there we go. We're back. Oh, I took out the stuff to send the message here. So like that isn't going to work.
Oh, and I sent the 5-letter word. Okay. Can we get the guesses appearing, or what should we do?
Well,
what is the next step to do?
So they're not strings anymore, so I can't pass them to this thing.
But that's not gonna be a non-issue. Right? That one is a sort of a. Let's not worry about that.
So one, I'm gonna make the time a little bit, especially while testing. We're gonna make this a little bit shorter or longer than the time. The current amount of time is not very much for people to guess. So I need to, probably what I need to do is implement some sort of debugging thing, because right now it's hard to debug what's actually happening with, because like I'm not inputting stuff. I'm getting stuff from Twitch, and it's like, am I even getting stuff from Twitch? You know, I was when I hooked up all of Twitch, but like maybe something broke in that and I'm not receiving messages from Twitch, right?
That's okay, but we can actually check that, right? So find the function that gets messages from Twitch. Let's find that function.
let's see. That's like right here, right? In here where we're going over it, we get our messages right here. Yeah.
Okay, but that's not the right place. There's somewhere else where we have like a Twitch API integration. That's the one I thought we
Oh.
start with.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or do you okay, so this one does a print line on received message. Is that gonna be what we're looking at? Maybe. I don't know.
There is no I mean,
Oh, okay.
your framework consumes all those messages. The prints
Oh
don't
yeah, I'm
work
gonna
out.
show you how I'm gonna show you how we work around that.
Oh,
We're just gonna disable two things and we'll be fine.
okay.
So
Um,
we can certainly do print debugging here if you want to. We just need to get to the line that gets a message so we can just print something here
so lots of stuff
where we
is printed. So we can go here, and this is where it actually is gotten from the framework.
okay. So if we're printing this stuff, then let's go to the main function and we're going to comment out the alt screen and the raw mode.
Okay.
And we're going to add a clear to this thing.
So we're gonna comment out what.
So we're going to comment out line 45 and 46.
And add a row mode.
No, wait. No, you didn't have an alt. Okay, no, we're good. Don't add anything. That is as good as is. So you just run that, and you should be able to see things. It's gonna mangle the output, right? Because it's gonna draw things, and then we're gonna print things. But you should be able to see things now. Oh,
Okay, let's do this. If that's the case, I didn't see anything. I do feel like stuff is getting printed, but what we'll do is we'll make sure something's getting printed.
I think we should just print the Twitch messages, right? That would be the first thing to print.
Okay.
And when I say print, I mean the origin of the Twitch messages, right? So you just print wherever they come in, right? So
that should be working, unless if my Twitch integration is not working. So let's
I think that might be let's go and look there. Let's follow this into the where you start up
okay.
the thing. Here
So
we go, right?
we get it. So this is basically if we get. Oh my goodness!
Just print the message there.
This is wrong. Can you see what it is?
Is it?
Twitch.run. Check this out. It runs. It gets a message. There's no loop.
Yeah. But hang on, is it? Yeah, it does a receive and then it returns that. So no, not here, not here. You're supposed to return from here, aren't you? No,
No,
you send the message.
I just send
you
it.
push them to the history.
I just send it on the unbounded sender, so I can loop here.
Where is the unbounded sender
I'll show you in just a
being
second.
used? Is what I mean.
I'll show you.
Oh man, I'm so dead right now, and I need to sleep. But
Basically,
let's see a message.
when I get a message, I handle it because when I was testing the Twitch stuff, I did say you could like say hello and it would respond with it. Otherwise, it just sends it back. So like on here is when you actually use the sender.
Okay, so the other message doesn't send anything.
Nope.
Oh, beans. Okay, but if we do bang say hello, then it should work, right?
You should get a thing. So it's responding, but it's not printing.
So
Oh, there we go.
no, so I'm guessing the code isn't printing then. Hey, there we are. Okay, so now you can see that it's printing. So whenever you want to print things to screen, then all you do is disable the raw mode, and you're good.
So when you do say hello, it doesn't send it on. It consumes that message and just replies to you. So if you do the say, like, this was if I had commands, the commands don't go through like the game. Like if there was like, if mods were able to like restart the game or something, like they should be able to have commands or something.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we
Okay.
can go back to main and get rid of this. Let's see, where did we no, it's actually not. It's in here. We can undo this because we are getting stuff now that I fixed that. If you so we're getting messages, but now we're not going to be able to see the top one because
No, but that's okay. We know that we're getting messages. That's the most important thing, right? So we can just work from the assumption that they are there.
yeah. So now let's re-enable those things.
So when are you streaming again tomorrow?
I can.
Because I think like my head is cooked, right? I'm supposed to get up in like 4 hours and go and work out.
Yeah. Get
Get
out of here. I'm sorry, Toggle. I'm sorry.
But I don't want to leave you in a spot where you don't know what's up and down with what we've done. So is there anything that is...
Oh no, this is
do you
good.
know where to go from here?
I do.
Yeah. Oh.
Why is it still printing? It's now.
It will, I mean, it will print even if you have like old screens and stuff, and it will print and knacker your output.
But I re-enabled raw mode.
Yeah, you can add this as well. Enable alt screen as well to the... No, couldn't send that because which freaking thing. But
I got it.
I guess it doesn't. Old screen there, I think. So that will give you... So what happens there is that you get an alternative screen. So when you restart it, it returns what you had before, right? So
but why is it
might
printing on the
still
screen
knacker
still?
it.
Do you see this?
It's just because you're printing. You can still write to stand it out, right?
Oh, you don't consume that.
No, that's not going to stop from happening. It's just that you will probably keep overwriting what's being written to stand it out, right? Can I see your cargo toml before I go to bed? Actually, that's probably... I might have to see the lock file. Which anathema version are you on? Is what I'm
Dev.
thinking here. Oh, you're on dev. Oh my. Okay. No, you can use 0.2.7 from Crates.io now.
I needed the one that my change was in.
Oh yeah, that has gone up a long time ago. I think that went up the same day or the morning after.
Oh really?
So...
Oh okay.
Oh yeah. I think the dev branch, even though it's kind of fine, but I do sort of push to that one a little bit carelessly, maybe.
So the only reason I did this was because I needed my own change. So if you're saying my change is on not this, I'll switch to main then.
Yeah. I think if you go to the GitHub for Anathema, I think you're listed as a contributor. You're listed as a contributor there now on the main branch and all.
Go to sleep, run, or walk.
Yes, I will do so. All right, I'll speak to you tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. Cheers, mate. Bye, all.
Thank you so much. All right. I need to get this going again. What do I need? I need so now I'm emitting. What I need to do is I need to get rid of the print. Right, because that's what's this received message. Yeah, I want to get rid of this because I can't see what was. Uh-oh, the occupied value. What did I change? Oh. What did I change? I went to the main branch. Main branch, my foot. I'm going back to the dev branch. This is getting 2.7. Why did it just break? Yeah, maybe I need to. Yeah. I could probably just. I could probably just edit it. It's not gonna let me. How? How? Oh man, did he use like a new feature? Do I just need to update? Maybe I need to update. But do you know what? I've been streaming for over 8 hours at this point. Half of that was with ToggleBit. I did some streaming before that. I think that I'm good and done myself. I'm pretty tired. And my dog wants to go on a WALK. So, I'm gonna find somebody to raid. I'm a little low energy. I need to find somebody to raid. You know what, Tom? I have been grinding it today. We're gonna raid Tom BH. Anyways, go say hi to him. Thanks for joining me. It was fantastic seeing you guys here, hanging out. I super appreciate the support. Big shout out to ToggleBit if you haven't seen him, for hanging out with me. And yeah, it was good. Thanks, Russell, for joining. You missed ToggleBit coming in and destroying my stream with his streams of nonsense. He's joined me on a call. And we made progress. It was good. Thanks for joining, everyone. Bye. I said bye a little too soon because now there's like preparing for the raid. Gotta get ready for the raid. Anyways, I should have started that sooner. Anyways, go say hi to Tom. He's very chill, working on stuff. Happy birthday. Go see him.